blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to lie. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.
I feel it deep, flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around.
Cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world.
Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against all odds, but we won't give up.
Fill up the games, up at the show, we're not the same. Blaming the blame, same on the aim. When you reminisce on this battlefield, it's on my silhouette that you see. We gon' do it, facing our fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth is this, another day, another way. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion, yet to be found.
Calling out for the game. There's no time to hide. Push you yell out my name when I sing on top of our lungs? Wherever love is my ride or die. Oh, won't you yell out my name? Let's begin, crush the foe. Look at me now, ready to go. Victory, power within, we're standing tall. Fight for your name, ready to give it all.
Realme 13 Plus.
Yang, aku pulang lebih cepet nih. Ini lagi OTW rumah ya.
Pulang, udah cepetan.
Teknologi Fast Cooling dan iFeel membuat ruangan dingin di setiap sudut. Dinginnya nyebar, langsung chill, auto nyaman. Dengan Add Garment, tumpukan cucian kotor gone, semua yang ada di dalam jadi lebih terjaga, lebih dingin, dan lebih segar dengan Power Cool. Nikmati gambar yang lebih real dengan Kilet Pro dan Dolby Vision. Rasakan pengalaman suara yang mengitarimu dengan Dolby Atmos.
Sayang.
TCL, semua jadi mudah.
ကျွန်တော်ရဲ့အပိတ်တံမှာအခွင့်အရေးကိုအမြဲရှာဖွေနေပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်လက်ရှိဘဝကိုပြောင်းလဲနိုင်မဲ့အခွင့်အရေးပေါ့ e-sport ရဲ့အတိတ်ဘယ်ကလူတိုင်းအတွက်မတူနိုင်ပါဘူးဒါကအပန်းဖြေစရာတစ်ခုဖြစ်နိုင်တယ်လို့ဘဝအတွက်ရှောက်လန်းရမယ့်ခရီးတစ်ခုလည်းဖြစ်နိုင်ပါတယ် professional gamer ဖြစ်ဖို့ကကျွန်တော်ဘဝကိုပြောင်းလဲဖို့အခွင့်အရေးကြီးတစ်ခုပါပဲဒါကအားလုံးထက်အရေးကြီးပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်ဘဝမှာအခက်အခဲတွေအများကြီးရင်ဆိုင်ရပေမဲ့လည်း HOK ကြောင့်ဒီအခွင့်အရေးကိုကျွန်တော်ရခဲ့ပါတယ်အရာရာကိုပြောင်းလဲဖို့အတွက်ကျွန်တော်ဆုံးဖြတ်ထားပါတယ် HOK မှာကျွန်တော်လိုဘာမှမဟုတ်တဲ့တစုံတစ်ယောက်ကလည်း game ကိုစိုးမနိုင်ဖို့စွမ်းအားတွေရှိလာနိုင်ပါတယ်
It's Friday! It's your payday!
adalah sesuatu yang tidak disukai oleh siapapun. Atau mungkin aku memang tidak berbakat. Saya harus kerja seperti orang lain. Apa gunanya jika aku menyerah di tengah jalan saat mengejar mimpiku? Ingatlah mengapa kamu memulai. Yakini dirimu dan wujudkan mimpimu. Setiap kemunduran adalah langkah menuju kebangkitan yang lebih besar. Di KAGE, mimpi yang mendefinisikan kita.
It's your contender! Yeah! Hey, you're jungling, huh?
Time away, travel through time and space, let it feel cozy. The shining far away from me, black hole gate, speed to look at you, to land in the world, to make the call, and to sing the song for you. Let's try to get the picture of the lion to your heart. Even if you miss the gravity, you'll fall on the stars. The waves surrounding you, the colorful can scare away the dark. No longer be lonely, 'cause you've seen it is waves time. The time to be a part of the lightning from the start, because you've seen stars. This dream don't need a land or return to the world of love. So don't give up, get up, we will carry on. Wake up, spread it for me, 'cause you belong with stars. If we can let surface, we're always by your side and give you my heart.
Hi everyone, I'm Yuhan, and I'm the official 2024 HOK Championship Observer. The tournament highlight of the day is here. 3, 2, 1, showtime!
Of Foot Esports are able to take that Shadow Overlord, but hey, Flaming Palms coming through. I don't think they want to push this on the side of my idea, but they go for it.
The Death and Sunset connecting on a 3, the Moonlight Flash, the old 307 taking a second one. The Death and Sunset, old 307 taking so much damage, and they do get the pick off the Meteor kill. He went all in, and he does get the pick.
Make this one, but there we go. Occasion a little bit too deep. Even over the kill. 2. Lady Sun could be troublesome here, but we do see DRNG gets takedown on the Kaiser. Double kill onto the Princess Frost. The not done yet. Wind Slash coming through. Megumi is going down.
Oh, Freddy jumps in here. Comes the combination as well, the knockup. It is going to be the first death. Aaron falls low. Team Roll defensively. Here comes the jumping as well. Tammy gets the damage in. It's a killing spree. And Dominate Esports, they felt like they were falling for a moment, but it's Blacklist. They get punished instead. Get dominated because Golden Kite is going to fall as well.
我常常在想，如果我不执着于梦想，我的人生将会如何？这是我的热爱所在，可是这份热爱似乎不被认可。也许这只是梦。就让热爱、勇气成为我追梦的燃料。要实现这梦想，就必须马上行动，做就对了。HOK 或许就是我实现梦想的地方。
It's Friday! HOK!
Bu kadar amına koyayım ya. Bu salakları yeneriz oğlum ya. Vallahi bu salakları yeneriz. Aptallar amına koyayım ya.
Bu el çok uyudular.
Herif normalde böyle kötüler zaten. İlk maç biz sadece kötülük attık.
Güzel.
Adam
Güzel abi.
O darmayı sadece bir kere öyle oynarım aslan.
Coba yuk, sabar.
Ini udah masuk gripnya.
Ayo, bisa end dong. Lo end dong. En. On. Let's go, bos. Dua sideline memasak. Sideline, bos.
不要被王二军大招全部打到哦。OK， 我绑得下喉，我绑得下喉。来这里打。
狂点，
这边。来，再来个大，这里，顶进去，点塔，nice，
Tayo. Breathe. Care early. Just go.
Kanan bottom,
Kanan, look at me.
Nice. Bottom ya guys. Kanan
Bottom. Kanan. Care.
Left guys.
Dive. Depanin. Gua ada ulti. I ult.
Post up.
Nice guys.
Tower. Dominator.
Nice.
Thanks God.
He's dead. Nice. Finish. GG. Nice. First.
Let's go.
One more. Two more. 妈的，一直干GG。
我们在切图，一直在切，我操。
Kami bola.
Dia bisa bar.
Jepit cara.
Tabel.
Cari.
Cara jepit, cari.
Maju.
Cari kanan dulu.
Maju dia orang.
Ya.
Push dia orang.
Push.
Belakang gua aja ya.
Sakti kah?
Kan bisa dipanggil.
Boleh. Di atas ya.
Long.
Nih long udah dekat. Long udah dekat. Nice. Mati. Bisa.
Oh, tete.
Oh my god. Mistake, Cok.
I feel a storm brewing. Time to take action. Lady Diadema! The target has appeared! observe every aspect of this world, connecting those who are fated to be together. And dealing with the dead whose spirits yet roam the mortal realm. Only the creator of bonds can give them release. This poor soul was a forest folk who died in an accident. His spirit remained in the mortal realm because he wanted to say farewell to the love of his life. Lord Ogran, is it really necessary to take him so soon? Hey, there's no hurry. He's simply longing for someone and has committed no wrong. I'll deal with it. How does that sound?
You watch over relationships. Why are you meddling with spirits?
All those with love in their hearts are under my jurisdiction, Lord Ogran. Under your cool and ruthless look, could there be love in your heart? I can look into your future relationships for you.
Don't.
1,000 miles of fate bound by a single thread. Your fated one is...
Farewell.
Huh? Hold on. Cerise, Cyan! Yuria! Huh? Where did she go? Hold on! I'm not done divining your fate!
I don't need it.
It'll be a bad omen if the ritual doesn't complete. If you leave now, you will walk alone for the rest of your life. Is that really what you want?
He's making this difficult.
Just have to take a shortcut.
I heard the mention of fate is great for relationship fortune telling. We should try it out.
Will they see us? It's really far.
Not at all. A breeze will take us there in no time.
He's right behind us. I told you we can't beat Ogren. We shouldn't have interfered. Not on my watch. Lady Diadea! Where's the You can't fly now that you're drenched in the water from Luster Lake. Let me help you.
No.
How much longer?
Let's just go with the flow. You look like someone I know.
Lady Diadea, could it be him?
It can't be. Huh? Don't be afraid. He's been waiting for you. Go on.
say goodbye. For some, they just want the chance to say goodbye. You're still here.
I'm waiting for the ferry.
Do you think that they'll see each other again in their next lives?
Maybe.
How long have you been a seer? You're a quiet one. Have you always been so quiet?
Probably.
Actually, I can swim.
I know.
Fill up the games, up at the show, we're not the same. Blaming the blame, same on the aim. When you reminisce on this battlefield, it's on my silhouette that you see. We gon' do it, facing up fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best, and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth is it, another day, another way. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion's yet to be found. Calling out for the game. There's no time to hide. Won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of our lungs? Where I belong. It's my ride or die. Oh, won't you yell out my name? Let's begin. Crush the foe. Look at me now. Ready to go. Victory. Power within. We're standing tall. Fight for your name. Ready to go.
I feel it deep, flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. And taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control. Awaken something deep in me. Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing. I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment. The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are.
strength. Tell them who you are. My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain. I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now. Give it all, get it out. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fist will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender.
Para satriya saka saking manca negara samya prapta ing bumi Indonesia. 16 bergodo nduweni pengajap sawiji dimen antuk jaya jayaning sayembara.
After our challenging times, I think we are much stronger than before.
Last time I checked, we're starving to take down any team. We see you as nothing but meat.
It is nice play in our home ground. We won't let everyone down.
上次失败是个意外，等着瞧吧。
We will not only defend our home ground, but we will strike them on it as well.
No time for clowning. Watch us unleash our wild side.
Big boys don't cry. Big boys make the little ones cry from defeat.
Far from home, it doesn't matter. We'll bring the sunstone to you.
Gumuruh warta sayembara gedhe wis sumrambah saindenging bawana.
We conquered the South. Now we aim for the world.
Novo oponente? Eu gosto disso. Vamos deixá-los cegos com nosso poder.
I cannot wait to step onto the stage and watch them struggle to get a point against us.
Just wait and see. You'll find yourselves on our win streak list.
You win some, you lose some. No, we'll win it all.
You all are just rookies. We will send you home.
这里是战场，不适合弱者。
There's only one king. Remember the name.
Para pinunjul miwah para satriya ngaluhur sing kalah bakal kapikut pewayangan asoring jurit ingkang menang bakal sinurak asma luhure kuncara saindring jagat gumregah kanggo bombonging manah gumregut kanggo ungguling kaluhuran patut.
Hello everyone, welcome to 2024 Honor of Kings Championship Group Stage Day 2! With me, Isabella Aprilia and...
I'm Darius Lin. Today we're back because we are so excited to witness the 8 teams. They will compete in 4 grueling matches to win a precious winning on day 2.
Yes, because don't forget
Yes.
that the incredible $300 as prize pool waiting for the group stage winner and one step closer to fight for the title Kings of Kings.
Yes, but before we dive into the match day 2, let's watch the recap for video day 1.
Hi everyone, I'm Yuhan, and I'm the official 2024 HOK Championship Observer. Catch today's most exciting moments. Come and watch your favorite players in action.
Welcome to 2024 Honor of Kings Championship Group Stage!
Stays on the side of Mahadir, but
They
going
want to
for
go.
it.
The Death and Sunset connecting on a 3. The Moonlight Flash, the old 307.
From here, but we do see DRNG gets takedown on the Kaiser. Double kill. Fearless win 2 out of
Defensively, here comes the jumping as well. Chammy gets the damage in. There's a killing spree. The dominating spots, they felt like they were falling from. He has no formlessness. He does have the space, but Senku is just like, I'll just off, keep you kiting away.
Wow, that was an incredible performance for all of the team, Darius.
Yes, because we feel just yesterday and now today we will see another match that's very, very interesting.
Yep.
Sabila, but before that, let us see the group standings. Because in the group A, there will be a DMT with the 100% win
Yep,
rate that's still on the top.
100% win
yes,
rate.
and the Mahadewa in the second, FUT Esports on the third, and the Blacklist International on the fourth place.
Yeah, in the Group B, Kagrinda leads, followed by Vitality, Nova Esports, and Falcon Esports continue with Group C. Nah, the team played by today, so
Yes.
that's why the point is still 0.
And as for the Group D, last but not least, we'll see which teams will rise up to the top because Fearless currently holds on the first place.
Yep, and for today's schedule, we have 4 matches with best of the series, so they have to win 2 games to get 2 winning points.
Yes, because 2 points is not easy, right, Sabila?
Yep,
Yes, because in yesterday action, we see that Mahadewa kick off a very good matches from the
Yes.
first one with a thrilling 2-1 victory over FUT Esports.
Yeah, and we also witnessed Fearless Esports dominate with a perfect 2-0 performance.
Yes.
Whoa.
And while, of course, Dominator, Sweep Clean, Blacklist International, and Kagendra executed a remarkable on the 4 match.
Yeah, wow, that's only Just day one.
yes.
Remember, just day one,
I can't-
okay?
So are you ready to see the second day?
Of course, I can't wait to see how today unfolds, Darius.
Will we see today the clean sweep 2-0 or?
Perhaps some thrilling reverse sweep to 1 point. Whoa!
Oh.
But we never know until we got into the game. So, without any further ado, let's start our first match of today. So, please welcome Black Shoe Esports!
And challenging them, the Revenant Esports!
Okay, team, please do a handshake or fish bump first before taking your seat.
First match of second day.
Yes, so Darius, we'll see. Both of team are ready to play on our opening match.
Yes, and so I want to check today's the spirit of all the supporters of Honor of Kings. Are you ready for second day?
Woo! So Darius, without any further ado, let's give it to the casters. So casters, the time is yours.
Hello and welcome to Honor of Kings Championship 2024. We are in day 2 of the group stage. My name is Holler, and with me is OSX and Blam. OSX, we have 4 matches ahead of us. How are you feeling about today?
I'm feeling about really good today because I think everybody could have a chance for a sweep or even a reverse sweep because I'm looking at 3 matches could go all in.
Wow. Okay, all right. Okay, we're going to get into a little bit of predictions a little bit later, but Blam, your thoughts on these matches?
Yeah, like I say, just coining off of OSX there, that these games are even more exciting than yesterday, to be honest. I mean, we're getting to see Dominate Esports again. We're going to see Revenant and Black Shrew Esports, a team we haven't seen since EWC, right? I mean, that's going to be exciting to see how far this team has come.
Yeah, and it's going to be super exciting, right? The SEA wildcard winner in Revenant Esports, and they're going to be up against Black Shrew Esports, formerly known as LGD Gaming. I think that there's going to be a lot of, I would say, pressure going into this first matchup.
Well, I'm thinking about this match as a initiation, or we can say a baptism of fire. You know, man? BSE, you know how you put it right. They're former LGD. Now they're just straight up serious, going up their entrance today, yes. But this is kind of like an initiation match to me because this team, their opponent is coming from a wild card series. So it's a bit of tough competition, but they need to prove themselves as worthy as well because, again, that team has been experiencing a lot from Esports World Cup and before the tournaments before that.
Okay, but I mean, Black Shrew Esports, there's a lot of expectations.
Yeah.
There's definitely got to be a lot more pressure, right?
Well, one thing, they're expected to defeat everybody.
Yeah,
at some point.
And we'll see that one. But before we get into the next team of Revenant Esports, let's talk about the Realme, the gaming phone, the ones that happen to be right in front of me. They are absolutely beautiful. I've been playing around with them. They're quite fast, and they're quite good for Honor of Kings. Like you were talking about the grip. They were very, comfortable in that sense, and we were kind of playing around with the camera and through it. But that was actually very exciting.
Yes.
But let's go into the next one, of course. And it's going to be, this is going to be the TCL, the X95 QD Mini LED HDR 5000. I mean, there's everything that you want out of it. That's what you're going to be. But let's go into this one, okay? It's going to be the first matchup of the day. Revenant Esports, Blam, walk me through some of these.
I'll take it with pleasure. So we got WJ, we've got Raven, we got Tenmo, we got Yet, and then we've got Sarah in the Clash lane.
All right, now Black Shrew Esports, walk me through that, OSX.
We have Ze, Junior, Zihong, Musang King, the only one, and Shang. Wow. White and red.
All right, do you think Musang King is looking for a Musang Queen? Or am I going to have it myself?
Well, we might find out at the end of the tournament. Because, again, a king needs to have a queen.
Yes, of course. And if he comes out with the championship of the, the prize pool of 300,000 USD, I think he's going to be quite the eligible bachelor. I don't know if he's taken or anything. We should probably move on from that topic. But
you really sound like a host from Netflix, man.
All right, before we get ahead of ourselves and before we, talk about or throwing anyone into the wolves' den, so to speak, but let's talk a little bit more about Revenant Esports.
Yeah, I mean, Revenant Esports, as OSX was saying, that they come from the wildcard qualifier, right? But looking back at their performance, it's actually an impressive one as well. The only time they lost was to Impunity Esports. So going through to the group stages, they were able to get the 3-0 in their actual respective group of Group D. Then going through into the playoffs, they lost the upper bracket against Impunity, and then obviously met them once again in the grand finals, which meant that they were the second place and were still able to make it to KC 2024.
One thing that interests me most is this team was for only almost Team 1, 2, 3, and their journey started with the grassroots. It's amazing to see that they're proving everybody now, watching wherever you are, that you have a chance to be in the global stage. And we're about to see how will they perform up against this team. Again, this is a David and Goliath match, as we call like a baptism of fire for this one.
It's definitely a baptism of fire, but it's more of kind of like a dark horse, right? There's not a whole lot of gameplay out there. I mean, there's definitely a lot more on Black True Esports. So, I think they might have a slight advantage. This kind of spells upset to me. I mean, I'm writing it in pencil, not in pen, so it's nothing confirmed, but it's something that I feel like, they can really catch people off guard.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't want to keep coining off of OSX, but like you're saying, it really shows that with the grassroots movements within these teams, that at KC 2024, the most prestigious tournament in Honor of Kings right now, you can still get here with your friends or your compadres,
Yeah. And these guys have been playing together for some time. I mean, they started earlier this year actually as a full squad, but Tenmo has been the most experienced. He's probably calling all the shots. He played in the 2022 AESF Road to Asian Games representing Singapore, so he kind of understands what the big stage is at. Now, match one, game one. This is going to be the draft to kind of start things off. Walk me through some of these bands, at least for now, OSS.
Okay, it's been a staple since day number one. We don't want to play against Mai Shenui and also Ming. It's I think it's a 50-50 kind of thing where you're going to go with your own farm lane hero. And one thing that teams capitalize on banning is mostly on the high AoE, such as the Dolia and as the U1. For this, having BSC on the first pick, the priority on the early, most likely is going to happen. Same thing as we even witnessed back in the world stage in Esports World Cup.
Yeah, and, BSC know that the Arlie is very strong. We see time and time again, JR has been able to kind of pilot this to the T, right? The mobility, the damage, everything that you want kind of going into this one, which is quite good. But Revenant Esports, they kind of bounce back here. They're going to actually allow the Ogren to be picked up by BSC as well.
Yes.
Your thoughts?
I think same thing is going to happen here. Like since yesterday, I think Blam has been taking note on how the appearance of the uncle, as I call it, Mr. Ogren, has been a really great option for the teams of today, especially with AoE and mobility. And I think having the half of the options, having along with the other.
Yeah, I mean, they go for the obvious counter, right? The Musashi. Musashi in the jungle has always been, from day one, Ogren's worst enemy because he's able to get in there with a duel at death. The extreme speed means that he's able to get out of that huge range, that sustain from Ogren. But hey, they've got the likes of the Lady Chen that's going to be able to try and land those trick shots to keep him in range, right?
Yeah, somehow disruption for a team fight, just ladies. Like, how the AoE works and how you get freeze with a flow inside, followed by destructive deluge. Having the idea actually starts everything up. It could be a bounce of a negative, a positive outcome, depending on how they want to start the fights. But having the bans of the Liu Bang and the Princess Frost, considering how the Angela was picked here. So they don't want that AoE, mainly because of the Arlie and as well as the Lady Shen. Oh, Lianpo is locking as well. It looks like it's going to be my lucky day, guys.
Yeah, I mean, you've talked about the Lianpo. Do you use the Exalato skin?
Yeah.
Okay.
Of course.
That's the best one, right?
The Nacho
So I love
Libre.
that. Yeah, it's quite good. Okay, but now Revenant Esports are kind of changing things up. The Dia, of course, the Musashi, we talked about Lung, very meta, but they're going to go with the Angela in that mid lane to kind of deal with this Lady Jeanne. That's going to be an interesting matchup, but they kind of end things off with the
Sunset. Let's see, lock it in, man.
Like it, like the
Keep our
boats,
hopes
like
up.
the sails
Wow.
coming in. But, there's going to be a lot of pressure on this one. I think that's, for me, BSE, their lineup is a little bit, we've seen this. EWC, none of the new heroes, the same matchups, the very high win rate heroes that we've seen time and time again, going up against the Revenant Esports, which kind of are changing things up a little bit, and I like it.
Yeah, and looking back on how the last pick went, the Sunset, I think one thing that you wanted to see is how will they enter the back line of BSE. one thing that Arlie stands for, how the toolkit of Arlie works is where you land your umbrella and have the safe way of escape. But with this kind of pressure that Sunsei has, we expect more from Revenant Esports to be more busy, rotating as he hits level 4.
Yes, and I mean, that's going to be the big impact moment, right? Is he able to make those moves across? Revenant Esports, this is going to be game 1. I think that there's going to be a lot more pressure. You do not want to lose this game or, you know, do it in a way that you get smashed, because it's going to be very demoralizing going up into the game 2. So this is the one where they really want to take the fight to Black Shrew Esports.
So you're saying that they didn't want to lose their the composure off, right?
For sure, for sure.
Because if you're up against this kind of team, like again, we're looking at this as a David and Goliath match, and if you want to show up on day number 1, better have the better guns right here, right on, right?
Yeah, now is the time. I mean, it would be the biggest upset. I mean, if they win game 1, catching them off guard, that would set the tone. We'd be like, hey, actually, Black Shrew Esports, the gods, oh my god, they can bleed.
Ooh, you're talking about Dawn of Justice. Okay. It's going to be a BVS here sooner or later. Because we will know if Martha's going to be able to save them.
Yeah.
But for this, I'm excited how this match is going to go. Again, the Diadia or Jaja has been one of the favorite picks since yesterday. And how teams manage to land those perfect knockups at the front line really works wonders. But now, as you said, they need not to lose their focus in order to make it work against BSE this time.
Yeah, again, I mean, just play the game that we know that you can play. And Revenant Esports has kind of shown up. I mean, obviously they didn't have that greatest of grand finals against Impunity, but every other squad, they kind of took the fight to them. They had a really good win rate. They were almost undefeated. This is a team that really knows how to play well together. But now are they on the same level of Black Shrew Esports? Again, we're going to have to find out in this first game.
I'm excited, man. How about you, Blam?
Oh, very excited, right? Very mindful, very demoralizing. Very demoralizing.
Very mindful, very demure.
Going for a little bit of a splendor of my own, but yeah, I'm really excited to see how this Diadia goes into the Ali, right? That immobilization is something that I'm going to be looking for in my play-by-play.
Yeah, it is going to be super important going into this one. Of course, first matchup of the day, game 1, and it looks like they want to take the fight to them. And there we go.
Level 1 invade. I mean, this is BSE all over. Musan King taking so much damage. Deimmobilized, as I was looking for, goes in Diadia, getting the kill. They make the giant bleed for now, but Xiang 3v1 takes Volta to Sira.
Okay, all right. I mean, went back. Yeah, I think he was maybe just trying to go for one pick off, maybe looking for that trade. Unfortunately, not able to do it. But I mean, you've given up first blood, but you've given up 2 kills in return. What are your thoughts on that trade?
I love the confidence how Revenant really starts their game here. And look at this. One thing is going to be frozen here from Raven. So far in the bottom lane, we're seeing how Revenant's going to be more confident and how to approach a BSE. Like, that early advantage, they know how to play their cards right.
Yeah. And, okay, look, Black Shrew Esports were going to do something different, and they were going to kind of just change things up. They don't tend to invade usually until game 2, kind of where they kind of play a little stock standard in the first one, and they really try to take the fight to them. So, kind of, it's one of those oh, sorry.
Oh, okay, yep. I mean, there was a bit of an attempt of an invade there, right? But I just want to coin back onto what you were saying there, Holo. It's maybe a limit test, but hey, Revenant are paying this back to Jeff on the Liempo. Musan King is having to come through with a bit of support. JR is just in safe reach there with the Ali. He has to keep nearby, but in a safe distance for now, because he doesn't have the items, he doesn't have the damage.
With the early blood that they got, right, from Revenant, this sets up Tenmo to be busy around the possible ways that they can get resources out of BSE. No wonder one of the things that he wanted to do is just probably take a gank out of it, because he's now on level 4. See, another Chaos Sin as well as the Blazing Brilliance now hitting every possible way of Zeon. So this, he keeps this Lady Jeanne at bay without any rotation moving from BSE.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of what you want to do at this stage, right? Revenant Esports are actually taking the fight to BSE. They've kind of, gotten those 2 kills, and they're doing well in that mid lane, but
Tenmo getting the kill with Angela, but is he going to get paid back there? Yes, the Conductor of Souls come through. Set sail, baby, coming through for the sunset. There's the Destiny counter as well. What a trade back, and they're still not done. WJ's like, hey, I'm going to immobilize you, Liempo, but not much is going to go from there. Well played to Revenant. Did we expect this from this team?
For me, I'm loving how Revenant is really responding with a quick rotation. I love the aggressiveness of Tenmo right here. Like, he had an early level 4 right away with the Blazing Brilliance, and he keeps on getting those skills right away for BSE. With this kind of response that RNT has against BSE, they could either tell fights or dictate fights against BSE that depletes more of getting the items right on for the first 4 minutes.
Yeah, now I kind of like how Revenant are playing thus far. I mean, Tenmo had gotten the pick off. He was on the retreat, but the fact that he called for help, Sarah was like, yeah, I'm going to be there, but I'm just taking this boat. It's going to take me a little bit. So he was a little bit late. He wasn't able to keep Tenmo alive, but he was there, and the rest of the team just kind of stuck together, got there, and they got the return kills. And you're seeing this somewhat of a lead in favor of Revenant Esports because of that.
Yeah, slowly becoming, well, in a few sense here, I think Revenants wanted to take more of the macro in terms of a BSE right here because the tire is so much open. Let's see how this goes. Will it be RNT or BSE for this objective?
I mean, it looks like the neutral objective is going to come through. Okay, they're able to secure it. Musan King is able to get the Tyrant. Is that going to be enough to get them into this team fight? We see Sarah go down. That is currently only a 1-0 trade right now. Revenant actually not getting anything from that whole interaction. But what could still come of it is some dominance into the mid lane. They may even go to the Overlord.
Yeah, Sarah went into the heart of the enemy team. Musan King was in, the Revenant team, and they were not able to kill Ogren in time. He has the path of passing. He got out of jail free, and he just kind of walked away. So Revenant Esports is like, okay, yeah, if Sarah wants to go in, fine, but what is the priority? How do we take these guys down?
Yeah, well, I wanted to commend how Zé was in the right position there. Having the Tremor Smash knocking up 3 from RNT really set up the zone that they can cross the line against BSE while taking that objective. So as you said, when Sarah went to the heart, it became more of a problem for RNT.
Oh, Tenmo looking pretty low there. I mean, we saw the Jet was able to get some damage onto... Oh! And then a wipeout from Lady Jen. But as that's happening, we can see that Masashi is getting that nice little bit of gold from the mid lane. Again, junglers making great use of this resource.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, unfortunate for Tenmo. He needed to have stayed alive on that one. But getting caught out, sometimes that happens. You got to be a little bit careful. It's kind of risky at this point. But, I think that Revenant Esports still are fine. They're playing very well in this laning phase, but let's check out the replay here.
Going back on what went here, and look at the position and how Zé went. He knows what to target. His 3 members were knocked up, and they were forced to back away. With that kind of time that he bought for his team, it allowed another retreat back for RNT to not commit to any team fights, because that kind of poke that Lady Zon did for most of the time, it's a deadly way to pass a trap against BSE.
Yeah, I mean, again, it comes back to Sarah just being in the wrong place at the wrong time. I think he needs to play a little bit safer. He didn't have as much a sustain as Musan King on the Ogren has, so you got to be a little bit more careful, right? We got 5
Oh, under the T1 turret there, we do see that Tenmo's gone down. WJ is down as well, but this is classic BSE, right? Even though they've been struggling in that early game, they're only 2 kills ahead, but look at that goal difference. They're able to be so resourceful in their matches. Byron and Sunset are going for a 1v1 up into the Clash lane. A little bit of proxy farming coming from Xiang.
I love how Junior right now is doing the kiting against RNT. Really pokes everything out of how their defenders work. So every time he goes in, a lot of resources and follow-ups coming from BSE really work wonders, and how they rotating right now, they would get Sarah off guard here.
Yeah, this is a 4v1 under the Clash lane. He tries to set sail. The direction is not where he pinpointed. The wall was in the way. Unstoppable Force meets an immovable object, and that was the death of Sunset. But that's not it. Jet goes in a little bit too extended there. Lian Po with a Tremor Smash, having to force away RNT for this fight. Destiny counter, trying to zone him away.
Nice quick reaction as well for Zé. He used the Tremor Smash for safety, because it could be a punish for BSE if he didn't actually check that bush right away. But that kind of call really shook things up from RNT.
Yeah, definitely. And Revenant Esports, they tried to go for the ambush, but it was a fight that they weren't really going to commit to, especially being down 4 versus 5. Sarah got caught out. He kind of ran the boat into the cliff, ended up stopping himself, unfortunately not able to get away. But again, Revenant Esports down now, and this is classic. You were talking about, Blam, about how BSE, this is classic BSE, right? They have a lead, they get a pick off, and they turn it into objectives.
Yes, right, the momentum. There's the Magma Splam coming through onto WJ there. Diania tries to escape onto the Musashi, stops again with the Tremor Smash, but is that going to be enough for Jer to go in under the second tier turret for YH? WJ looking pretty low. Oh, Diania goes down within the team fight. YH looking pretty low. The nice abstract zoning there from the Blazing Brilliance is going to be enough not to take away BSE, but Siang with a double kill. And it's going to be a 4-2 trade for BSE.
We ride together, we die together. Team Revenant Esports on that one. I mean, it was the one where one member got killed early and they continued to take that fight. I think that that's a bad way to go. If something happens, you cut off your losses. You regroup, you figure out how to get back in it. Because again, BSE really wanted that team fight.
Slowly, I am loving how BSE plays with the micro mechanics there against Revenant, because the moment that they have a chance to poke one or even catch one from RNC, the spacing and how they manage to keep on doing this kind of pokes. Look at this. Another one.
Okay, the Sunset does come through, but we are getting the Destructive Deluge come through to help the side of BSC. Right into the thick of it is Musan King. The Conductor of Souls comes through, and he's claiming Angela right now. Sierra looking pretty low, tries to take a joint in the back line. Musan King gets hit by those palms from the Lung, but right now that is another 4-0 trade for the side of BSE. Look at the claim, the high ground turret. There is not enough range on the Lung in that point.
And with that, an almost like 6K gold lead in the hands of BSE. 2 open objectives, and with the macro communication that they have right now, they're really forcing RNT to just go off the base. But that cost them mostly the heroes and players from RNT, but just getting a kill from that.
Yeah, and this is the power of Musan King on this Augurin. How dare you not ban it, let him pick it up, and then just completely dominate you. They've committed everything, and they're going even in the top lane.
Yes, up into the top lane. There we go. We do see the Magma Spawn come through just to try and give a little damage before they go in, but not quite yet. They're not ready for it. The mid lane is setting up.
I'm loving how the zoning and information is being given by Azeh. Oh no!
Okay, we are going to be potentially losing Jet here. Oh no, he flashes off the wall, saves his life. The Infinite Vastness is trying to save Raven on side of Revenant, but down goes the Musashi. But they are trying to take the backline, able to take Jet from the side of BSC, but this is not good. Another 4-1 trade. It is 4-4-4 for the side of BSC. It is the BSC hotline. Right now is the lead. One lonely minion into the crystal. Game 1 goes to BSC.
That was a quick one.
That was a quick one, that was clinical, and that's what we expected of BSE, to be completely honest, right? What I did not like was that once Revenant Esports started losing, they got a little bit, they took even more risks. They were taking really bad fights. It seems like the decision-making wasn't really there. They needed to just settle things down.
And one thing that BSC saw throughout those matches is they know who to target. They know how to split every part of Revenant from the moment that they initiated team fights. The more that they respond to later on gives so much way for BSC to take them one by one. It's almost like leading to an ace, but slowly you want to prevent it, but it's too late for Revenant to bounce back.
Yeah, no way to get back in this one. I mean, this is the Musan King special, right, on that Augurin, all up in front. Revenant Esports is just like, we're trying to take them all out. Then they try to go for Zay, and they did end up picking him off, but he's just like the roamer, right? At the end of the day, not the greatest amount of value.
Yeah, that's how I play.
Yeah. All right.
Perfect.
The one thing I really liked about that, though, was Revenant's actual options of like, hey, they're going to level 1 invaders, but we're actually going to pay that back with a double kill, right? So Revenant really showing a little bit of Zas, some great opportunity for this team. Like, they didn't take it lying down. They was like, okay, you want to go with this game? Let's go toe for toe.
Yeah, and I think it come back to, like, chess players, when they like first learn the game, they talk about the early game, right?
Yep.
They learned that, they learned some openings, and it seemed like Revenant Esports had done that, right? They had a pretty good opening. They were able to kind of go compete head-to-head, but once that mid-game turned around, everything, it was like all hands off deck.
And one thing I noticed too is when it started from the Revenant, the Revenant and the Tyrant sound the same, okay? the ANT. But when they managed to have a counter from that moment they want to take the objective, when they were zoning, where they have been a lot of zone outs from Leon Boy specifically, it's too hard for Sun to respond. It was too late for them to have that counter play, and most is like reaction time is being played on by BSE.
Yeah, it wasn't easy for them to get back in this game. I think that another thing is that Revenant Esports, and we'll check out the highlights here in terms of how it broke it down, but, again, they were just panicking, right? It seemed like they were trying to take fights when they shouldn't have, but again, let's go through the highlights on this one and see exactly what happened on it.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing about this game, though, I want to just make sure that those watching at home, this is BSE, right? They've won one Season 2 Invitational. They are the second winner of the EWC Mid-Season Invitational. So for Revenant to be a grassroots tournament team going through the wildcard qualifiers and do this to BSE, give them time, and they will be champions,
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, okay, that was the good early start we talked about. Revenant Esports doing a decent job in the early game, right? They kind of, they struck back when they needed to. They avenged Tenmo's death on this one. I mean, they were going in, but then here, this is the one fight where Sarah, all the way in the heart of the enemy team, and look at where Musan King is. He was just attracting attention, but Musan King able to survive and out-heal everything.
Yeah, by that kind of moment, one thing I noticed as well is they have used all their resources, even specifically the ultimates, and it was too late for them to bounce back. So with the moment, it was like a clear example for Musan King to take everybody out from that moment.
Yeah, this is JR's MO though, right? Like JR, he was, even though they had a not so good early game BSC, he was always ahead of gold, always ahead of itemization to Raven's Loom. So this is the true MVP, right? He's always macro plays, he's always able to push these lanes on his own. He's very capable solo player.
Okay, and I do agree with that. I think that, he kind of stepped up when he needed to have done and to get themselves in there. But, okay, let's talk a little bit and break this down. Maybe you're going to be Revenant Esports coach on this.
Okay.
Right? Is it more of a draft issue? Is it a player issue?
Well, there were some sort of hesitations coming in from Revenant. They had a great start. I mean, the invasion was a very confident move, but one thing they were lacking was the fall of the Sunset, right? We were talking about when he hits level 4, we kind of expect he's going to be the only one to be on the back line, knowing that there was Arlie and Lady Jean being present in the front line. It's more likely that this draft from RNT is disrupt the team fight, but they were lacking the position to execute that, because the moment that they want to do it, all of the resources run out and they're completely drained out to have a bounce back factor.
Okay, yeah, you're going to have to figure out ways to get back into this. I mean, let's talk a little bit about damage here, or just kind of the team fight rates. Anything kind of stick out to you, Blam?
I mean, like I was saying with JR, right? He's only 57%, which for an ADC is not probably the best place you want to be, right? But if you look at Musan King, these are the front lines, right? They're always very much paired together in these team fights. It was the Tremor Slash, it was the Magma Slam, really setting up that path of passing to get into that team fight. Started off really early, soak a lot of those damage, a lot of those abilities, and then just for the Lady Jen to come through with the Arlie, and then also Siang just to do loads of damage. I mean, the Lady Jen was 53k damage, right? Yeah. So a lot of damage.
I didn't have a whole lot of damage just because the game wasn't very long. It was only 10 minutes, so it kind of got really quick in that sense. So Blackstreet Esports, again, know how to play with the lead, know how to shut it down.
Also, one thing I noticed as well how Musan King was, they completely funneled the gold to Musan King, 100% in that gold. And having the advantage of playing across the map, information, pairing how Leon Po and the I want to comment how the positioning is being given, the data has been given to the team the whole time. It somehow negated the idea to be in the front line most of it. And once they saw or see someone just being at front, automatically they use all 3 ultimates right away. And what BSE does do most of the counterplay.
Yeah, okay. Was it though Blackstreet Esports funneling the farm to Musan King, or was just Musan King just being greedy and taking everything on his own?
I think they would be.
You're like sambal, man.
Yeah, might be a little
spicy.
You're playing the devil's advocate, right? I know. It's just like, oh, did they actually funnel it in, or was it actually to the effort of BSC? But I think it is really the effort of BSC, right? I mean, especially with the likes of JR and Musan King, they're just proactive across the gorge.
Okay, all right, but we're gonna come back, but a quick video for now.
I think we are quite excited because this is our first international tournament and we will try our best.
I feel excited and we get the champion and very, very 兴奋.
Before HOK, we were teammates from other mobile games, so it was quite easy for us to form this roster. Since we know each other very well, we decided to give it a shot and here we are at Worlds.
我现在会比上一次更强，我无论是打野能力上或者是团队合作上，我都会比之前还要强，会做得更好。
For scrims, I would say we are doing okay. not say the best, but we will give our all for against all the teams that we'll be facing in our group. I think maybe stage experience might be an advantage for us because all of us have been to overseas before and we play on land quite a lot of times. So that might be our advantage against other teams.
Our coach helped us to be more stronger. It's good, positive to my team and to my teammates also.
I think we will study their gameplay the day before. We will try to maybe choose some cheese picks or cheese strategies against them. That might be the only way we can win against them, I think. Yeah, we always watch their team play, and they are one of the best team in the world. It might be hard for us facing against them, but we'll try our best.
We already watched their gaming. We have Sing can win them.
We might be an easy team on paper, but we will give our best against you guys.
Good luck.
Yeah, I think we're kind of going into this one with the same expectation. Revenant Esports, very grounded, right?
Yes.
They know what sort of tall task they have ahead of themselves. Getting themselves into this situation is great for them. Top 16 is no small feat, but going up against a giant that is BSE, pretty tough for them, right?
It's very tough, but this is the thing what we know about BSE, right? They limit test in the same game. Some of these teams have to limit test in game 1, maybe lose that game and then come back pow and get like a 2-1. But BSE, they learn straight away. They're like, okay, this is what you want to do. You've signed your own death warrant. Let's see if you can play the proactive macro game that JR and Musan King can do, but then also all be up in your grill when we need to.
Well, with that kind of topic being presented to the table, I think this team right now, Revenant, is just smiling and happy and ready to adapt on things because, again, they just had a match with the Giants, as we call it in this series. So with this kind of follow-up, I think they have learned something, and the adjustment from this moment, especially specifically from the draft, could come from this, and we would see how they want to prioritize this being in the first pick. Oh, no, the follow-up pick.
Yeah, I think for Revenant Esports, obviously how they take the fights needs to be improved, but generally speaking, I think they need to have the memory of a goldfish, right? In the sense of just forget about it. You're still here. You game 2. It's not the end of the world right now. We knew Black Shoe Esports was going to be this absolute giant that you need to go in. And look at Revenant Esports, all smiles.
Oh, yeah. No wonder they were smiling. Thank you, Nemo. I think looking back on this priority, my Shinui, for the first time, Lam's going to be happy putting this on data. Finally the appearance of my Shinui shows up on day number 2. What more could show up, right?
Data.
Well,
data,
I mean,
data.
you're going to pick up Mai, but you're going to give up the Lung and the Ogren again. I'm not happy with that if you're any sort of fan of Revenant Esports.
Yeah, because I mean, all you have to really do, right, is draft the Motsu, right? So for the Mai Shiranui, draft the Motsu, use Cannon Blast, try and shut it down. I mean, if you think about it, Jet is probably one of the best support players within the global scene, right? So landing those Cannon Blasts isn't going to be something that he's going to find difficult, but they could also go for something like the Prison Sprite.
Okay, you have options. All right, it's not the end of the world, don't get me wrong, but it's one of those things where if he's such a, an absolute monster on it, why do you want to give him this same option? Let him play something that he might not be a 100 on and he's like a 99 instead.
With this kind of draft, this kind of team, such an experienced team as we call the Giant BSE, as they let the most powerful picks in the meta now lose against RNT, they might be playing BSE's draft here. They don't want to overthink stuff, especially with this kind of picks that they're comfortable with. But this sets up how they want to limit RNT based on what they can do. Again, this is their initiation day.
Okay, and it might be a tough, tall task over them, but I think that, Revenant Esports, you got to go back to what works for you, right? Lady Soon here, the Ming, this is the combination we even saw yesterday. It definitely has some merits. Very high risk, high reward. You can make some flashy plays, but you're going up against the best. Everything needs to be perfect, especially with your positioning.
Yeah, I just want to point out quickly, if you look at the bans, the last phase of BSE, they're really shutting down. Because, I mean, what goes well into this comp here, Lady Sun, Mai, and the Ming, you've got the hyper carry here. What you really need is that tank jungle. So really, you're just leaving that down to the likes of the Kaiser.
Okay, all right.
Well, that's a good point. The only perfect counter here could just be the Kaiser because there's still no jungler yet for RNT. They gotta secure that or just maintain or just let BSE do their thing. This is the choice. The good way is to see this as have the Kaiser for your hands because either you have the anti-heal and have this against the Ogren once you go and visit jungle camps.
Yeah, you need some way to limit them, right? But the fact that they've got the Musashi and the Ogren just, and also the Zhang Fei to kind of round out this, this tanky, meaty frontliner, and then you've got the Lady Zhang. Oh, they're flashing a cow. Okay, it looks like they're going to go with Shangguan instead. But this is a very in-your-face lineup. It's going to be super tough. Like, I don't understand how the initiation is going to really work for Revenant Esports.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like, Sanse, again, we're going back to the Clash Lane stress that we've talked about from day number 1. Who's going to be the tank here? Who's going to be the one who sets things up? Again, you're up against Zhang Fei. Also, very hard crowd control. Has a tough skin, by the way. You know how it works, guys, in the chat. But with this kind of lineup that you guys said, it's just straightforward for a BSE. I don't know. It's just, you have the Motu as well. I don't know how you get close. With that kind of play that they did from game number 1, they need to be wary on where to layer the positioning on what they can do against BSE.
Yeah, it's going to be super important here. Of course, this is going to be game 2. Black-True Esports dominated in that first matchup, won in 10 minutes and 22 seconds. Going into this one, do we expect the same game where Black-True Esports kind of dominates, or does Revenant Esports strike back OSX?
Yeah, this is a thing that they need to adjust now. Looking back on how Game 1 went from Revenant, one of the things they need to fix is how they need to hold on to resources and layer mostly the response and follow-ups on how they want to control the invasions or even the kind of clash they want to go up against. So early invasion here, just get the information by Black-True Esports. So far, that skin is really rocking the Zhang Fei. I didn't get that part. But for this, it's earlier that we see the Sunset. Okay.
Yeah.
They're doing the rotation, they're exchanging places from top to bottom now, so probably they're prioritize something here, Blam.
Yeah, I mean, they're just trying to give as much gold over to the Lady Sun early, right? I mean, she needs those resources, and they need that hyper carry potential with the Ming.
Yeah, it's ride or die on this Raven, right? If Lady Soon can get the farm, is able to pop off and start doing the damage, because, I mean, yeah, you have the Kaiser on with YH, but he's just the tanky frontliner. He's not going to do a whole lot of damage. You have the Sun Tzu, that can kind of crash in, but not the most amount of damage, so you need ways to kind of not only burst them down, but you actually have to, convince them to use some of their ults so that they back off. Like, you have the Shangguan with the finishing stroke, is able to kind of sustain some of this potential.
Yeah, we haven't seen a great Shangguan game since yesterday, and we've seen it pair with the Dolia. I hope today we might see a difference, for the Shangguan. Again, some of things prioritize them, sometimes don't, mainly because of how they want to counter it. You can go either with the Angela, but the Mai Shunner we pick here for the first time we're about to see from a Revenant Esports, they need to make this work, and they need to make it happen from this day on.
Okay, Shangguan going in here. He's able to get the final stroke. It's a little bit too far from distance there, but it is going to be a first blood going over to Revenant Esports. Setting it up nicely there. The set sail, the boat does crash onto the shore of BSE.
Everybody's just here in the farm lane right now against BSE with that kind of way. They want to keep pushing up top on how BSE wanted to go for a trade, but that kind of first blood, I think that sets up for RNT. They need the momentum right now.
Yeah, actually that was perfect because they set it up, and not only did they get the first blood, but they funneled into Raven, who could definitely could use that farm to kind of carry them throughout the game. That is a great early start for this team.
Speaking of early start as well, and now I think BSE is more likely to be in the composed measure now because they know how the Mai Shunui power spikes go. So with this, the only one either could catch the Mai Shunui, either the Zhang Fei or put it into business. But look,
yes, the Zhang Fei goes in with the Unbridled Air Rage. It's going to be a kill going over to BSE. Not just one, but the kill going through.
Ji-Hong actually gets the double or whatever, but the first time he went with the finishing stroke, he made a little bit of a miscalculation, wasn't able to get the kill. He definitely secures it, gets the double. He's going to take that one. He's going to be very happy with that, Ji-Hong here.
Okay, funneling into the Zhihong with the kills and the gold. So looking back with the BSE here, I think one thing, set sail spin, he grabs one buddy here. Just probably doing the kiting here, this up against Xiang. But Clash Lane Ogren, sometimes, I don't know. It works, sometimes it doesn't. It doesn't. More likely, more comfortable in the jungle.
Yeah, while it is more comfortable, it's one of those things where you pick the Musashi to kind of, to defend that pick, right? So that it can kind of flex in. Ogren is good no matter what, right? I maybe not roamer, but I think in almost every other lane it has some merits, right? Please don't do it in the ranked games. Stick to the jungle. But for the pro level, they're able to get it. They're gonna be fine. Xiang understands how to pilot it. We've seen time and time again. It's not a drop off in play at all.
Musan King got a little bit lost into the soul stare with that duel at death. it was able for Revenant to get back that T1 for safety, but it means that they are drove back into their little corner. Are they about to take this Tyrant from the side of BSE? No, it's going to be John Fay getting the last hit on there with a smite. We are seeing that Siang, goes down on the Ogryn, so it's a Tyrant for a kill, but oh, the Flaming Palms comes through. We see that Sierra goes down, so a 1-1 trade, Tyrant over to BSE. Could they get a T1 here in the mid lane?
Ooh, this is tough. Oh, it's trying to bounce back though.
Yeah, but it's probably not the right target. I mean, the Infinite Vast is going to be committed. He's going to be fine. Musan King is going to be over the wall. But, okay, Revenant Esports were actually slow to Tyrant. BSE had already started it. They had created their, the front line, so to speak, and just kind of being able to push it away. I feel like it was a bad fight for Revenant Esports to go into. They probably should have just backed off and be like, hey, we can't take this. Let's go for the Overlord instead. And then, we can kind of not have to fight for something that we're not going to get.
I think wait for right moment is the keyword here as well for RNT. Again, this is the Lady Sun, and you have more ways to utilize this. Either you make your way through the mid to late game situation. There's so much winning conditions here for RNT. Either you go with a counterplay or have a great -1 from BSE, but mostly, as you said, they need to be disciplined, need to be cautious on their next steps, because right now, the Tyrant, or the Overlord rather, is open, but
Musan King goes in extreme speed, locks down the Kaiser. The front line is looking slim. Ming goes down as well. 2-0 trade here for BSE. They are not done yet, though. RNT, really nice try. Getting that ultimate shell onto Musan King as well means that it is a 2-1 trade for now. I think it'd be a little bit risky going on to Siang.
That's a good entry point. Zeo with the final ambush coming from the back line of RNT. That completely caught RNT off guard.
Yeah, that Umbrella outburst is amazing, right? Pushing it back, and that's exactly what you want to do. But, let's check out the replay here and just kind of see exactly what the approach was. YH, a little out of position, and then the backside, you were talking about that, the Umbrella outburst. Zay, perfect on that one.
Amazing entry. Zhang Fei using the outburst, catching two. That disrupted the positioning of Revenant right away, and they were forced to push back, having 2-3 casualties. Now they're forced to be on the defense right now. Oh, another one.
Yep, they're starving RNT right now. They are getting the Azure Golem. They are getting all the resources that they need on the side of BSE. Down goes YH. I mean, this has not been a great pick for RNT, right? They're not letting that Kaiser have the confidence for the setup.
Yeah, rough situation for YH. He's died a couple times already. He's actually 2 levels behind Musan King at this point. And Musan King is just, this is not what you want to see on that. But set sail, and it looks like he will be fine, Sarah, but he's going to give up on this top T1 in the meantime.
They're going to use it defensively or aggressively. Here's the boat.
Okay, he does get the turnaround there. I mean, that was something that could have been a fruitful engage, but Sarah right now has to get out of there. His buddies, Lady Sun and Ming, are at the desk as well, but there he's going to bridle that range. The finishing stroke comes through. It goes onto Lady Sun. She goes down. Sierra looking pretty low. The flash saving his life for now. Delaying the inevitable. The Conductor of Souls not quite been procced that. It was just going to be the execute coming from the Ogryn, but executing is that T2.
Commending Zeo once again, finding the perfect target, and that is the Lady Sun. Raven right onto the corner. There was no follow-up or response from Revenant, but to fall back because of how BSE managed to take the team fights right on from Revenant. They're really forcing everybody to their knees right now.
Yeah, Jay right now, just on point, just playing to the highest level on this Zhang Fei. His Umbrella outbursts have been so good, so much control, and he understands who needs to be controlled so that the rest of the team can burst them down. He's been on point, 1-0-6, and I cannot speak more highly of this player here.
Wow, his boost just even... Oh, the ordinary, but the setups here, look at this.
Oh, okay, RNT looking a little bit lost in the sauce here again. We see WJ go down, so no Ming, no carry for the side of RNT, but see, Sierra looks pretty low. It is going to be Raven that goes down. Tenmo into the back line as well. Yeah, more like no has gone down. And it looks like we're going to be seeing those Vanguards approach this high ground turret. We're going into the 8-minute mark, almost 9, as we may see the closeout of Game 2 here. There is no minions. It is only Sarah who is going to be seeing them to their death, but they're looking to take him out as well. That is a statement and a half from BSE, looking to take a quick 2-0 from Singapore's hopefuls.
It was less than a minute from game number 1. 9 minutes and 2 seconds. And they managed to make it quick. Despite how the Mai Shernui was showing up in that game. Now, they really had a taste on how BSE wanted to start their day.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was talking about, right? When you knew that Revenant Esports, if they were to lose game one, how would it shake their confidence? And going into this game two, yeah, they were trying with Mai and all that stuff, and they had that potential to kind of bounce back. We thought the flashy plays were going to happen, but again, it's a confidence issue. There's, hopefully Revenant Esports takes the licks, they take the learnings, they take the L, so to speak, on this one. But Black Sheep Esports on another level. Absolutely dominant, clinical, 9 minutes in the second game, 10 minutes in the first one. That's exactly what you want to see from a team of this level. Again, this is the clear favor, right? I mean, I don't think that there's a single doubt about that. But again, let's talk about the MVP from BSE.
Okay, thank you, casters, and congratulations once again for Black Sheep Esports.
Yes, because today we are going to interview the
Woo.
jungler and
Yep.
MVP of Black Sheep Esports.
Oh, wow. So please welcome Sun King.
Woo.
Okay, let's go, Sun King, because we have a little interview in here. Okay, hi. How are you?
Sun King. I'm fine.
Okay. Do you prefer in English or Chinese?
Chinese.
Okay,
Chinese,
that's okay,
okay.
that's fine. That was a quick performance from BSE.
Yes.
Right? Can you tell us what's your preparation for this match?
所以呢，要不要我先翻译呢？
可以啊。
好，就是刚才那一局呢，感觉太快了。那你们刚才的预备呢，你们有什么特别的预备吗？
教练给我们部署了怎么打前区，让我们顺利的就终结比赛。
Oh wow, okay, it's just a brief, quick strategy from the manager Sabila, and they just do it exactly as the
As the
team
brief,
manager said.
yes.
Yes, they do it very neatly, and they do it as what they need to do at the
Ooh,
front. Yes, and so that's
wow.
why it's a very quick game because it's
Yes.
from the early games. Yeah.
Oh, yep. Okay,
Oh.
so that's the reason, right?
Yes.
The preparation is same with the scream and the brief from the manager, right?
Of course.
Okay, so the next question, who do you think the strongest team you want to defeat it?
好，那么你觉得从我们16组中呢，你觉得最难的那一组，你要想打败的是哪一组？跟他们说说，我要打败你们。
我觉得是 Nova，我们会打败你们的。
Nova, okay, so the one they want to defeat is Nova Esports. Okay.
Nova Esports.
Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
last question.
Is there an 有没有什么特别的理由呢？为什么会选择 Nova Esports 当你们打败他们？
因为是老对手。
Oh, so why they choose the Nova Esports? Because it's their old rivals enemy. Okay.
Oh, wow. All right. And then our last question is why you allowed Mai on the game 2?
所以呢，你们在第二场的时候，为什么会把麦放走呢？其实麦就是the hero.
The hero.
这是教练的安排啊，我也不知道。
Okay, so it's this coach strategy. So I think they just let them because they have in faith with the players.
Yes, okay. So thank you so much, Musang King. You can go
Musang
back with your
真感谢
place.
你，恭喜你。
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Thank you,
so much.
thank you,
感谢
Musang
可以回去了，
King.
谢谢我们的木桑 King. Yes.
Ooh, once again, congratulations for
Yes.
Black Sheep Esports. Ooh, that was
Sweet.
an intense. That was an intense. That was a heated
Yes.
matches for
'Cause
our opening match for today.
I never expect that on the
Yeah.
first match.
Yeah.
We got the 2 clean sweep again.
Yeah.
Yes. And now maybe we have already interviewed the Musan King.
Yep.
And so please take to the caster.
So take it away, caster.
Okay, they might not have expected it. I'm going to have to say I did expect a 2-0 in favor of BSE.
I mean, for those listening straight in and holding in with their ears to my play-by-play, RNT, really nice try.
I like it. I like it. But was it really a nice try? I was kind of like, nice try. Yeah, really.
We've been kind of doing this kind of thing since yesterday, how teams could actually speak for themselves. But okay, that's a very smart move. Okay,
I like
RNT.
it.
Okay,
I like
yeah.
it.
But how that the interview went with Musang King? Well, you can get your Purple Thunder Blaze with Zoyu as we talk about that match while you log in, and to win the Champions exclusive skins. A lot of this happened in the game right now. So going back, how they wanted to let the Mai free, it was all about their plan. And the time that Revenant was really choosing Maestronui, it was all the team or BSE's playground from the moment that they took that decision.
Yeah, it wasn't too much of a surprise. They knew how to deal with it. They knew Tenmo was going to bring it in. It was not something that they were going to get cut off guard. Obviously, this is a well-prepared team. Joker does a great job of ensuring that they're playing at the highest level, continuing to push them, right? We want to see this team even grow even higher because, again, it's a very strong team, but, you know, there's going to be way more pressure and more teams gunning at them.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I want to point out as well, like I did in the draft. That last two bans for the side of BSE, taking out the Monkey and then also taking out the Dune, right? Because those are way tankier than Kaiser. Kaiser needs the items. Those two heroes don't need anything.
Yeah, it's a bit of a dependent. I find the lineup very expensive, considering how the team of BSE disrupts everything out. Again, commending how they're finding the right moments to use their outburst from everybody, finding the key targets, really change everything up. How do you pace? How do you go back to your own lane? Even the items, as you said, guys, dependent on most cases that they want to put in for a mid to late game situation, totally was ended by BSE right away in 9 minutes.
Yeah, but BSE, who was your MVP?
I would have to say in that one, maybe Musang King.
Okay, all right. I mean, he did do the interview, so I think okay. Jiyoung on that one. I mean, Shangguan, he was kind of styling on everything, getting a whole bunch of kills, making a huge impact in all the different lanes with his roams and his gank attempts. So he did quite well. But 4-1-9, he had 37% of the damage. And of course, you know, the damage taken, it's a bit of a wash in that sense because he can kind of shrug that one off. But Shangguan, this is exactly what you want to see from Jiyoung, right?
I'm happy. Finally, a win for Shangguan for day number 2. Yesterday, we were trying to see how we call it in our region like a championship lineup because of the Dolly and the Shangguan, but we haven't seen yet a win.
Hi
but today
everyone,
we did.
I'm Yuhan, and I'm the official 2024 HOK
Yeah, I mean, with the
Championship
Shangguan, right,
observer.
it's
the
a
tournament
little bit of
highlight of the day is here. 3, 2, 1.
Okay, but it looks like we're going to go into the game highlights here. This is kind of the start from, I mean, they had a good start. They got Raven that first blood going into this one. But BSE, on the other hand, able to just bounce back, shrug things off. Not a big issue for them.
It was a great start, right? Blam, like you mentioned how the Shangguan was the winning formula. How do you saw how the early game went, funneling into Zeong?
Well, this is the thing, right? I mean, they were able to just kind of let the Shangguan just be kind of like the shadow of the team. They weren't sort of like highlighting it, saying, hey, this is going to be our way in. You pick my Shiranui, we're going to pick a assassin as well in the mid lane. But it plays right into it, like you said in the draft. You let the Mai Shiranui come through, you let the Shangguan. And yes, the Shangguan yesterday wasn't as exciteful as this one, but this is Jet, right? I mean, Zeong. On that, Shangguan was absolutely deadly.
Yeah. Black True Esports had all the answers. They knew what was going to be on that test. Revenant Esports had kind of thrown at them what they previously thrown at, right, in the wild card. They had similar to Heroes, but let's talk about the post-game stats on this one, because I think it's going to be telling the story of, just how things went. Not a whole lot of kills on the side of Revenant. BSE kind of, I would say, net worth, there are a whole bunch of rich guys on that team, no?
Yeah, and looking back once again in this lineup from BSE, no deaths for Zed the tank. Wow. I hope I can get the KDA to no deaths at all. Having the great way of sustaining for your marksman and as well as your mid laner really gave so much way to even get Lady Sun and even Mai Shiranui off the map as long as they have a great avenue. So one thing that the RNT wanted to capitalize on is probably, again, the backline entry with the Sun. They pick it twice for this series. And one thing they failed to do is when or where to find the right targets. So it was a problem because of how the microplay is going good with BSE, and also it kind of shrugged them off on how to get that quick recovery right away when someone was totally open in a team fight.
Yeah, they weren't able to find that out. I mean, okay, let's go into some of the in-game stats here. I mean, the damage that you're seeing right now, 67,000 from Jihoung, right? This is the guy that was always, in front, doing a whole bunch of damage. That's exactly what you want to see. But kind of changing things up, not really too much to have when you're in 8 minutes and 46 seconds. What do you do, Blam?
You don't do anything. You try and make sure that you can just mitigate any of that damage or damage control your prospects of that winning game. But if you was looking at there, the Musang King compared to Revenant Jungle there, they weren't able to get anywhere near that gold. Like, I think Kaiser was on something like 3.9k gold, but then you had Musang King almost at 6k, almost 7k gold difference. So it just shows you how well Musang King plays this game.
Yeah, it was completely different, right? I mean, you talked about the fact that YH was looking for that Dune, the other pick, sorry, I forgot the other hero. The
Monkey?
Monkey, yeah. They were looking to pick out both of those. Both of those are banned. Unfortunately, not able to do that. He played on the Kaiser. He didn't seem very comfortable on that one. But of course, this is the first matchup. We're going to take a little bit of a break before we get into the second one.
Fill up the game, top of the show, we're not the same. Blaming the blame, same on the aim. When you reminisce on this battlefield, it's on my silhouette that you see. We gon' do it, facing our fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth is it, another day, another way. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion, yet to be found. Calling out for the game. There's no time to hide. Won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of our lungs? Where I belong. It's my ride or die. Won't you yell out my name? Let's begin. Crush the foe. Look at me now. Ready to go. Victory. Power within. We're standing tall. Fight for your name. Ready to give it all.
Realme 13 Plus.
Yang, aku pulang lebih cepet nih. Ini lagi OTW rumah ya.
Pulang, udah cepetan. Teknologi Fast Cooling dan iFeel membuat ruangan dingin di setiap sudut. Dinginnya nyebar, langsung chill, auto nyaman. Dengan Ed Garment, tumpukan cucian kotor gone, semua yang ada di dalam jadi lebih terjaga, lebih dingin, dan lebih segar dengan Power Cool. Nikmati gambar yang lebih real dengan Kilet Pro dan Dolby Vision. Rasakan pengalaman suara yang mengitarimu dengan Dolby Atmos.
Sayang.
TCL, semua jadi mudah.
Chúng tôi ở bên đằng mà, ở quanh gì của mẹ sao quên đi vào đây. Chúng tôi là sĩ bộ của biểu lên này mẹ, ở quanh gì bộ. Esportsရဲ့အတိတ်ဘယ်ကလူတိုင်းအတွက်မတူနိုင်ပါဘူး။ဒါကအပန်းဖြေစရာတစ်ခုဖြစ်နိုင်တယ်လို့ဘဝအတွက်ရှောက်လန်းရမယ့်ခီးတစ်ခုလည်းဖြစ်နိုင်ပါတယ်။ Professional gamer ဖြစ်ဖို့ကကျွန်တော်ဘဝကိုပြောင်းလဲဖို့အခွင့်အရေးကြီးတစ်ခုပါပဲ။ဒါကအားလုံးထက်အရေးကြီးပါတယ်။ကျွန်တော်ဘဝမှာအခက်အခဲတွေအများကြီးရင်ဆိုင်ရပေမဲ့လည်း HOK ကြောင့်ဒီအခွင့်အရေးကိုကျွန်တော်ရခဲ့ပါတယ်။အရာရာကိုပြောင်းလဲဖို့အတွက်ကျွန်တော်ဆုံးဖြတ်ထားပါတယ်။ HOK မှာကျွန်တော်လိုဘာမှမဟုတ်တဲ့တစုံတစ်ယောက်ကလည်း game ကိုစိုးမိုးနိုင်ဖို့စွမ်းအားတွေရှိလာနိုင်ပါတယ်။
It's Friday! It's your okay day! You do good at chasing, huh?
yang bisa dilakukan pemain ini di dunia?
Kalah adalah sesuatu yang tidak disukai oleh siapapun. Atau mungkin aku memang tidak berbakat. Saya harus kerja seperti orang lain. Apa gunanya jika aku menyerah di tengah jalan saat mengejar mimpiku? Ingatlah mengapa kamu memulai. Yakini dirimu dan wujudkan mimpimu. Setiap kemunduran adalah langkah menuju kebangkitan yang lebih besar. Di KAGE, mimpi yang mendefinisikan kita.
It's okay, Dad!
Jago ya jungling, ha?
Time away, travel through time and space, let it feel cozy. The shining far away from me, black hole gate, speed to look at you, to land in the world, to make the call, and to sing the song for you. Let's try to get the picture of the lion to your heart, even if you miss the gravity, you'll fall on the stars. The waves surrounding you, the colorful can scare away the dark. No longer be lonely, 'cause you've seen it is waves time. The time to be a part of the lightning from the start, because you've seen stars. This dream don't need a land or return to the world of love. So don't give up, get up, we will carry on. Wake up, spread it for me, 'cause you belong with stars. If we can let surface, we're always by your side and give you my heart.
Hi everyone, I'm Yuhan, and I'm the official 2024 HOK Championship Observer. The tournament highlight of the day is here. 3, 2, 1, showtime!
Of Foot Esports are able to take that Shadow Overlord, but hey, Flaming Palms coming through. I don't think they want to push this on the side of my idea, but
They
go
want to
for
go.
it.
The Death and Sunset connecting on a 3. The Moonlight Flash, the 0307 taking a second one. The Death and Sunset 0307 taking so much damage, and they do get the pick off the Meteor kill. He went all in, and he does get the pick.
Make this one, but there we go. Occasion a little bit too deep. Even over the kill. 2. Lady Sun could be troublesome here, but we do see DRNG gets takedown on the Kaiser. Double kill onto the Princess Roster. Not done yet. Wind Slash coming through. Megumi is going down.
Freddy jumps in here. Comes the combination as well, the knockup. It is going to be the first death. Aaron falls low. Dream roam defensively. Here comes the jumping as well. Chammy gets the damage in. It's a killing spree. And Dominate Esports, they felt like they were falling for a moment, but it's Blacklist. They get punished instead. Get dominated because Golden Kite is going to fall as well.
我常常在想，如果我不执着于梦想，我的人生将会如何？这是我的热爱所在，可是这份热爱似乎不被认可。也许这只是梦。就让热爱、勇气成为我追梦的燃料。要实现这梦想，就必须马上行动，做就对了。HOK 或许就是我实现梦想的地方。
It's Friday! HOK!
Bu kadar amına koyayım ya. Bu salakları yeneriz oğlum ya. Vallahi bu salakları yeneriz. Aptallar amına koyayım ya.
Bu el çok uyudular.
Hayır normalde böyle kötüler zaten. İlk maç biz sadece kötülük attık.
Güzel.
Adam
Güzel abi.
O darmayı sadece bir kere öyle oynarım aslan.
Coba yuk, sabar.
Ini udah masuk gripnya.
Ayo, bisa end kok. Lo end kok. En. Let's go, bos. Dua sideline memasak.
Sideline bos. 不要被王若军大招全部打到啊 ！OK， 我绑到夏侯，来这里打！狂点！这边！来，再来个大！这里！顶进去！点塔！来！
Tayo ult. Breathe. Care early. Just go. Kenan, look at me.
Nice.
Bottom ya guys. Kenan. Care. Dive. Depanin. Gua ada ulti. Ayo ult. Nice guys. Tower. Dominator.
Nice.
Thanks God.
Big. He's dead. Nice. Finish. GG. Nice. First. Let's go. One more. Two more. 妈的，一直干GG。
我们在切图，一直在切，我操。Kami bola. Dia sabar. Jepit cara. Tabel. Cari. Cara jepit. Maju. Cari kanan dulu. Maju dia orang. Ya. Ada push. Push dia orang. Push. Belakang gua aja ya. Sakti kah? Udah dipanggil. Boleh di atas ya. Long. Nih long udah dekat. Long udah dekat. Nice. Mati. Bisa. Oh my god. Mistake, Cok.
feel a storm brewing. Time to take action.
Lady Diadea! The target has appeared!
I observe every aspect of this world, connecting those who are fated to be together. And dealing with the dead whose spirits yet roam the mortal realm. Only the creator of bonds can give them release. This poor soul was a forest folk who died in an accident. His spirit remained in the mortal realm because he wanted to say farewell to the love of his life. Lord Ogran, is it really necessary to take him so soon? Hey, there's no hurry. He's simply longing for someone and has committed no wrong. I'll deal with it. How does that sound?
You watch over relationships. Why are you meddling with spirits?
All those with love in their hearts are under my jurisdiction, Lord Ogran. Under your cool and ruthless look, could there be love in your heart? I can look into your future relationships for you.
Don't.
1,000 miles of fate bound by a single thread. Your fated one is...
Farewell.
Huh? Hold on. Cerise, Cyan! Yaria! Huh? Where did she go? Hold on! I'm not done divining your fate!
I don't need it.
It'll be a bad omen if the ritual doesn't complete. If you leave now, you will walk alone for the rest of your life. Is that really what you want?
He's making this difficult.
Just have to take a shortcut.
I heard the mention of fate is great for relationship fortune telling. We should try it out. Will they see us? It's really far. Not at all. A breeze will take us there in no time. He's right behind us. I told you we can't beat Ogren. We shouldn't have interfered.
Not on my watch.
Lady Diadea! Where's the
You can't fly now that you're drenched in the water from Lester Lake. Let me help you.
No.
How much longer? Let's just go with the
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising.
Lady Diadea, could it be him? He's been waiting for you. Go on. Now they will part with no regrets. Hold on! Let them say their goodbyes! Yes, when we part, we have to say goodbye. For some, they just want the chance to say goodbye. You're still here.
I'm waiting for the ferry.
Do you think that they'll see each other again in their next lives?
Maybe.
How long have you been a seer? You're a quiet one. Have you always been so quiet?
Probably.
Actually, I can swim.
I know.
Hmm? Fill up the game, top of the show, we're not the same. Blaming the blame, same on the aim. When you reminisce on this battlefield, it's on my silhouette that you see. We gon' do it, facing up fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth is there, another day, another way. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion, yet to be found. Calling out for the game. There's no time to hide. Won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of our lungs? Where I belong. It's my ride or die. Won't you yell out my name? Let's begin. Crush the foe. Look at me now. Ready to go. Victory. Power within. We're standing tall. Fight for your name.
Welcome back everyone to 2024 Honor of King Championship Group Stage Day 2. And I'm Darius Lin, of course with my partner.
Sevilla Aprilia, and you know what, Darius? After
Yes.
we witnessed the first match of today between Black Shoe Esports versus Revenant Esports, what a clean sweep from BSE.
Kill it. Yes.
Ooh.
Oh, that's just a very quick game, yes?
Yep.
But even though as I see the game, that Revenant actually have a very good early game, but Black Shoe Esports didn't let that momentum get too long, and they get the momentum, and they're snowballing it.
Yep.
And until they secure the first game, and until they secure the second game also with the same tactics. Yes.
Yep, and moving on, Darius. On
course.
our next match,
Ooh, okay.
we have two teams going on their best performance
Mhm.
because this is their first match of 2024
okay.
HOK Championship.
Wow, I think I really wondering, will it be another 2-point sweeps or is it will be a trailing 2-1
Oh, okay.
matches?
We will
Yes?
see later.
And so
okay.
without further ado, let us welcome together. This is Boom Esports!
And challenging team, please welcome Alpha 7 Esports.
And now we welcome the two teams to go to the fist bump, and for the sportsmanship, the two teams can get in the stage, handshake, and do the fist bump with each other before you go back to your seat.
Okay, now who do you think is gonna be the winner?
Woo! Where can I hear my Boom Esports supporters?
Oh wow! And now Alpha 7 Esports. Okay, so Darius, without wasting any more time, let's give it to the casters. So casters, take it away.
Welcome to the second game of the day. It is going to be Alpha 7, hailing from the Brazilian region, going against the Boom Esports, the top creme de la creme of the Philippines region. I am Blam, with me is Hola, Kindo Fu. How are we doing today?
Perfect. I think what a way to start the day, right? 2-0, very clean game from BSE. Now let's see which of these two teams will have a cleaner game, because Alpha 7 against Boom, I think they both have very strong teams. It's about who makes a hit first.
I think that there's a little bit of expectations going into this one. Alpha 7 Esports kind of taking it to Vivo Keyed, right? In the Brazilian squad, they had the reverse sweep. They were able to come back 4-3 and take you know, the qualifier slot here. So there's a lot of expectations, especially going into Brazil.
Yes, I mean, both of these teams are going to be going on and playing on the Realme 13 Plus 5G. It's 120 FPS. The performance is there. So both, if you want a game phone that is going to do more than that, you're going to look at the Realme. And then our other sponsor is TCL. So this is the X955 Mini QLED TV. Hey, if you want a clarity, that is a TV you want to be looking at, right? And we will be seeing there, if you want to see the clearest gameplay, it's definitely going to be on that TCL, right? But now, if you log in now, you can have a chance at getting the Joe Yu Blazing Purple Thunder Blaze skin, and it's the best price that there is, free.
You just gotta, you know, like, gotta work a little bit for it. Like, let's be completely honest with going into this one. I mean, you gotta get your friends and kind of things like that. But nonetheless, it's still free during this time period, and it's actually pretty easy to get, right?
Yeah, it is, right? All you have to do is, you know, just make sure you do the quest, watch a couple of seconds of the match itself, and of course, you have to make your predictions. And I've made my predictions for today. I'm not gonna share it here, in case I'm wrong.
No, we want to hear this.
No! But of course, we do have fans on both camps, right? The A7, Alpha 7 camp, and we also have the Boom Esports camp as well. Anyone leaning into any particular camps?
Hey, I'm going to keep it by. I'm in the middle here, right? If there was a fence by the camera, I'd be sitting on it. And you guys are either side of the fence, so you guys could take the bias.
I'm going to go with Alpha 7 Esports. From what I saw, I love the fact that they came back in that grand finals, what I was talking about a little bit earlier, just because getting into that one, that shows a lot of resolve, right? And there's a lot of like learnings and just trying to take the fight to the enemy, and that's a huge win for them.
Okay, I like whatever you just said, that huge power, but it's all gonna go up in Boom, right? And that's gonna be Boom Esports that takes the series. Now, I don't think it's gonna be a clean 2-0 for either of these teams today, because they are quite evenly matched. Maybe someone will edge it out, but you know, I favor Boom Esports for a little bit. We'll keep it kind of standard here. a balance in between, and Blam, you can continue sitting on the fence.
That's it. That's something I can agree on. A 2-1 outcome, right? Nobody knows who it's going to go towards. I can still be that nice little boy in the middle saying, hey, 2-1 can go either way. 2-1 can go either way. But yeah, both of these teams deserve to be here. We have the top seed of the Philippine region. And then, like you were saying there, Hall, Alpha 7 being invited to Season 1 Invitational. They actually had a really good performance at that one, getting into the Grand Finals, losing to BKS, who is their normal team that they lose to, right? But in the Brazilian qualifier, BKS got beat by Alpha 7.
Yeah, and I mean, going into this one, it's going to be kind of important. I mean, you talk about the Brazilian squad, but then you have the other Brazilian squad in Influence Rage also in Group C as well. And this is the first time that we're going to be seeing any of those teams play today. So this is going to be super exciting because it sets the tone who's going to be on top after day 2.
Yeah, it's a debut match for both of these teams, and it's really important because it is also a tremendous amount of stress, right? I think we want to make sure that viewers understand that it's not as simple as I'm just playing a game, right? You have to sit in front of the audiences here. You guys have heard the cheers, right? There are quite a lot of people watching, and I think the play in front of so many people in a foreign setting, it's a high difficulty to kind of combat.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams are going to be put in that unfortunate situation, right? But hey, we're going to get into the bread and butter of the gorge. We are getting onto the BP phase right now. We have in the Dia as the prior ban for Alpha 7, and then Lung for Boom. So this is something I've longed for, is Boom actually getting predicted into those prior bans on either side, because yesterday he was surviving the whole bans and only getting picked at the 4th and 5th part of the draft, which was pretty unusual for me.
Yeah, it's not something we're very used to, right? But end of the day, right now, you can see how Boom is kind of thinking about it. They want to get rid of the RLE, we want to get rid of the Loom. These are picks that have made successful wins on the board. But of course, this opens up the doors for Dharma and Mai. And Mai, out of all of the majors, is one of the most scary ones that if you're playing against, I'm not really comfortable with that.
Yeah, Hykenbeak is super fierce here on the Mai. I mean, excuse my mooing like a cow, but that was my excitement as I was taking a sip of water. But we do get Benignus on the Hue one as well, a hero that has a 100% appearance rate so far in this tournament. And obviously, she has her own lovely skin that is going to be tournament organized as well. But now we're getting the Sunbin. But what do we think of Boom's draft so far, Kim?
I think it's not bad, right? There's a decent amount of burst damage. At the same time, with the fact that there's a Dharma, you can kind of catch people off guard. And this is why the Sunbin is picked, because you want to disrupt this flow, right? The moment, let's say, this Dharma gets caught out, it's going to be quite difficult for the farm lane and as well as for the Ming. Lady Sun, this combination is great, but if it's disrupted, it's hard to pull off the damage you're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, look at this, right? This speaks volumes to Almighty. It is a Lung ban, Ali ban, Consort U ban, and where do these heroes go? All down to the farm lane, and Almighty literally having a very small hero pool now as he goes into his next pick phase, right? So we've already got the Marco Polo. That's still a viable pick here. We have the Feng as well, which we know people go for. The Hu Yi as well. So like you were saying about the Sunbin pick, though, it's going to be great for the counter engage, especially onto the likes of the Dharma, the rolls in from the Lady Sun, so it's not going to be able to connect to that ultimate shell.
Wow.
But look at that. A full farm lane ban. They know that this guy, Almighty, means business.
Yeah, but it does open up the other farm lanes. I mean, there are plenty of farm lane heroes down here. The Fang, like you mentioned, actually one of the pretty good picks here. But, of course, with the Sunbin, there's a lot of disruption going on. So I'm just kind of curious what does Boom have in store for A7 here. Because Almighty, it's not that easy.
Yes, not that easy at all. The Masashi ban there going over onto Alpha 7 because they have their jungler. But over to the side of Boom, it is going to look like it's going to be a small camp of hero pools for the side of them. But they go for the Orgren. That was still available. I was going to say Monkey because obviously it was a big tank pick in the jungle, especially within KC24. But now we're looking at seeing what Almighty actually goes for. But Mano Fraser looking to pick up the Clash lane. We still have a lane come through, which was a fantastic performance on the lane, especially paired with the Dolia. Not getting that today, but I still think that would actually be a good pick onto the Dharma.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, with this being said, I think BSE has kind of opened up a trend here. It looks like Algren is back in favor for a lot of the teams here. And at this point, with the Mayin being teased, I like it because if you take a look at it, Alpha 7, they don't exactly have the easiest backline access.
No, I mean, they kind of do. They have the Mai Shiranui. They have the Mai Shiranui. They have a lot of ways to get in there, the counter engage as well from the Sunbeam. But now they have the Mayin, so they now have a little bit more of a backline access. But hey, you must be excited here, Kindofu. You got your Marco Polo.
Oh yes, this is my favorite love in the farm lane as well. I think Holler can speak volumes about it. I have brought my win rate from all the way months ago from 26% to 50% right now.
Okay, and during that time that you grew, we did not play a single time. I only know the kin that was the 25% win rate, Marco Polo.
26. Do not give the wrong
Sorry, I round down.
That 26 means it can be rounded to 30.
Yeah, but at this point, you know, Impressive gonna help secure the last pick for the team, and this is going to go into the hands of Dragon here. Ladies Jen, I like the CC potential coming out from Boom, but it really is the early game. Can they give this Algren, a Jizzix, that perfect start he's looking for?
Yeah, I think the interesting thing for me is going to be the likes of the Ming and Lady Sun combo that we've been seeing quite frequently in KC24, right? And now it's that hyper carry potential, isn't it? I mean, let's see how Boom Esports can actually reflect this onto the Gorge. But I just have to kind of shine a light back on those bans, right? Almighty's whole pool getting banned out. That's going to send a message.
Oh, for sure. And imagine what it's going to feel like for the side of Boom if they win this game.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a path of passing into a victory for Boom Esports if it means that Almighty doesn't get the hero that he wants.
Or it could be the opposite way, right? In the sense that Alpha 7, if they win, Almighty, yeah, you target him, but he's got a pool, like a really deep pool of heroes he's able to get to.
Yeah, pockets are deep here.
Pockets are deep. Pockets are deep indeed. But we've seen already a 2v1 up into the clash lane there. Just trying to get a bit of an edge for the Dharma, trying to get him ahead of the Mayin, because we know that 1v1 with the Mayin is not the easiest setup.
Yep, I'm really curious about how the rotations will go for both teams, because looks like Boom, they have identified that they need that early start, right? So they're going to start off in that Crimson Golem, I presume, on the side of Boom's jungle. This is going to help, you know, boost a G6 farm and EXP as well.
Yeah, you can kind of see here that they have gone for both the cleanse into the farm lane, just to kind of mitigate that destructive deluge, but any other kind of slow or CC from the Dharma.
Yeah, but there is a trailing of EXP, so a G6 is actually slightly behind his counterpart.
Yeah, Zar going in for this one. Almighty just a little bit low. He's going to use the healing dew. He should be fine. Not much to it, but it looks like he's going to recall. He's going to lose a little bit of time.
I mean, that's a recall. I thought that was a whole animation or a segment going on there. That was beautiful, right? I mean, that's really showing dividends to the skin designers of Honor of Kings. Some beautiful recall animations as well. But hey, we're looking at that goal difference. It's actually going over to Boom Esports for now.
Yeah, so it looks like the thought process is right.
Yeah, right so far. I mean, we may see a bit of an assault here onto the T1. Nothing actually conclusive right now from Boom Esports. They're just letting know that Alpha 7 aren't safe in this one. Boom is here to win.
Yep. So at this point, it really is, how long can you keep Almighty at bay, right? He needs a couple of items. He needs the Spark Forge Dagger. He needs the Doomsday as well in order to be able to deal consistent damage.
Yeah, I like the kind of
Almighty,
here,
it's a little bit low. He flashes, or he roaming guns back to safety. But it looks like Boom Esports are doing a great job of prioritizing this bottom lane. I mean, that tower is almost like 33% at this point. So Boom Esports have, you know, they're kind of showing their card, so to speak.
Yeah, you want to keep the fly trap there, right? You want to make sure that he does not hit the stride so early. And, you know, if Almighty gets a good game, it's not going to be very nice for the side of Boom Esports, for sure.
Yeah, no, you don't want to let Alpha 7 get ahead, especially with the movement speed potential of the attack speed potential, sorry, of the Marco Polo. As soon as he gets those items, he becomes very troublesome at procting that passive, right?
Yeah, and you know, if he manages to catch both Azar as well as Impressive with the Fever Barrage, it's not a good sign, because Impressive, they rely on his longevity for that save, and if he's low on health, it doesn't do anything.
nothing at all. We can kind of see Hyken here looking at a bit of a stalk in the bush, trying to give a bit of a lead up into the clash lane, because when the games are so stalemate like this to begin with, it's all about trying to give those side lane turrets, right? Trying to get that kill some way away from the team.
Yeah, and now Alpha 7, they managed to, just wrestle a little bit of control back, and as I say that, boom, get the lead in the gold.
Slightly, but not too much. I mean, the neutral objectives, right, are going to be up any second now. About 18 seconds until the Tyrant and Overlord come up. I think that's when we're going to start to see that brewing moment that we've been waiting for.
Yeah, and here comes the jump. Not going to work out too much, right? So Mickey, of course, actually uses the flash, and that's not a good sign because right now the neutral objectives are going to be starting up, and they do get the trade, maybe bot T1.
Yeah, I mean, this is a perfect setup for the Tyrant, right? You get the T1 here, the Tyrant is up and available, but it looks like Boom's not going to start it yet. They want a little bit more gold off this side creep here, trying to give it over to the Lady's Son, but it looks like it's going to be a clean victory here. No steal. They do get the Tyrant, which is going to be a little bit troublesome here for Alpha 7, already down the turret.
Yeah, I feel like that could be the lost leader here, right? They don't mind giving away these resources because they can't really defend them. It's I would rather lose it than give away my lives.
Oh, absolutely. You don't want to be like, hey, I don't want to lose my life and lose that objective. But it looked like it was pretty much a done deal for Boom Esports. They had the minion wave. They had everything set up perfectly. But right now, Alpha 7 just got to kind of damage control, right? They don't want to lose anybody into a team fight right now. We're getting into that kind of level 10 mark. The goal lead is still a sliver between these two teams.
Oh yeah, for sure. And at this point, you can see Boom just trying to bait Alpha 7 in, right? A G6 hits the first power spike, and here we go, first blood.
Freaks give up first blood, and I mean, there was a nice rotation by Boom Esports, and it's paying off dividends, especially since they took the bottom T1. Now it looks like they're going to focus their attention on this top T1. Hyken just trying to defend, but not really much you can do with Azar just blowing it down.
I feel like we're seeing a bit of a different team here with AWC, right? I mean, Boom didn't have the greatest of runs, but now they're taking the Brazilian team by storm.
Yep, that's why we say the L is for learning, and learn they have, because Boom Esports, they are securing quite a decent lead, close to 2,003 in fact, at this point, 5.5 minutes in.
Yeah, okay. Doing a decent amount of damage. The path of passing, Monofrizer limps away. Dragon gets a little bit low. He needs to be careful. He's going to back off. The ultimate shell is going to be committed on this one. Hyken misses the Kachusin, but it looks like Boom Esports will back off at the right time.
Yeah. You know what? It feels like to me that Azar is such a good player. He has now switched between Team Secret, come over to Boom, doing even better down here. So much experience for him in the past few months.
Yeah, I mean, they're really leading a great momentum here on the side of Boom Esports, but I feel like Alpha 7 still have a dog in the race, right? They're only down 2 T1s for now. They could still come back, have a great team fight. I feel like they're just going to kind of pool the resources into the right heroes.
Oh yeah, for sure. And at this point, they just need to maintain this goal lead. Boom doing really well for themselves. It's nothing too explosive at this point, but once they hit the markers, look at that. Azar already has the Master Sword. That's a lot of damage. A G6 as well also has the Eye of Phoenix, so he's going to be very survivable in these fights.
Yeah, that HP regen is deadly from the Orgrin as well. I mean, the wave clear is very good, but the fact that he can clear the jungle so well, so quick, is something that Alpha 7 seems like they're struggling to adjust to.
Yeah, the path of passing definitely allows him to traverse the map really quickly, but more importantly, they're funneling farm into Azar as well. He does have the Crimson buff, and that's going to prove to be a very painful experience for the side of Alpha 7. They haven't taken an honest face-to-face fight just yet.
No, it looks like they're going to start this one. Benignus all the way up in front, but it wants to go, and Miggy's taking it down. Nice and truth on that one, and they're continuing to go. It looks like Benignus will limp away, but they're down at my knee.
Yeah, that T1 looking very much in trouble in the mid lane, but we see that Freaks is able to get that T1 down into the farm lane, so it's a bit of a trade for these turrets right now, but that is a decisive turret to be taken, right? The T1 in the mid lane.
Yep, so it is a silver lining, right? Even though, Boom have been quite oppressive throughout this first 7 minutes of the game, somehow Alpha 7 is still trying to maintain this balance in turrets as well.
Yeah, I mean, they are struggling on kills, A7. They're able to get that T1 down into the farm lane. So objectively, they're not doing too great. And now, even worse, T2 down into the clash lane means that it's just going to open up that whole jungle pool.
Yep, they're picking the lock on the T3s on the top as well. And G6 is just being a nuisance at this point.
Yeah, all the way up in front. Path of Passing just to get back. Oh, the Conductor of Souls, but he's so low, he's going to be picked off. You play with fire, sometimes you get burned, but Haikon goes down as well. It's a 1-for-1.
Oh, he definitely flew too close to the sun at this point. 3-1 is not the highest kill game just yet, but you can look at the monstrous growth of Azar here. He's at level 11 already.
Although it looks like they've gotten Almighty. He got caught out, and it looks like they're going to take the mid T2. Boom Esports are making an impact throughout all of the different lanes.
Yeah, I mean, when you make an impact, it generally goes boom, right? And here, it is definitely in the name, and it's making sense. The Tyrant falls for the side of Boom Esports again, so 2 neutral objectives compared to the 0 on the side of Alpha 7. But Alpha 7 are known to be playing on the back foot, right?
Yeah.
What do you think, Ken?
I think it's just very impressive that Boom understands this tactic to ban out 4 farm lanes into working out perfect for the side of Boom Esports against Alpha 7. Now, Alpha 7, we know they have this potential of recovery. Like Holler mentioned before, it was a 4-3 comeback against VKS. They were 3 games down.
Yeah, I mean, self-restraints is something that can happen, right? That perfect reversal for Alpha 7 is still on the cards. It's just game 1, baby. Still plenty of leeway. Right now, Boom in jungle.
Oh, but Ingus thinking about going up front. He's going to be caught out. He's unending sorrow to keep himself alive. The time flux to just zip them out of this, but they're continuing to chase. Mickey finds Freaks. He's looking to go for this one. They take the bottom T2. Freaks is about half life. Right now, Alpha 7 kind of on the defensive right now.
Yeah, but it's a painful experience because Alpha 7, they can't do too much at this point.
No, I mean, their backs are definitely against the wall here, right? The higher ground turret, all these lanes are now free to be taken, but Freaks takes a few blows there. There comes their favorite barrage coming through. Splendid Revolver, coming through there for all the Marco Polo, just to kind of drive away those minions.
Oh, Miggy goes right in, not scared. Thought about going for the pickoff of Monofrizer. He needs to play a little bit scared, but Dragon flashes back. Dodges the Kachusen, survives on this one. They take the mid T3. Impressive, taking a lot of damage. Boom Esports right now does get what the objective that they want, and it looks like they're going to regroup here.
Yeah, it's a big win for the side of Boom Esports, and this is a very strong gameplay coming in for the first game of the series, right? Because right now, it feels like they've been in the late game stages of their evolution for items, but it's only 10.5 minutes in.
Yeah, I mean, it's no time when you're actually getting so far ahead like Boom is right now, but hey, that's Shadow Tyrant. They're trying to bait it onto A7 right now, but are they going to be able to steal it? Are they going to do any crucial kill theft? Only time will tell.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, right? Because G6, I think he has it down, powerful passing, just to get some vision as well. And Dev's Precipice lays down this deterrent, but the reset comes in. Not a good sign.
Not a good sign at all, but it looks like it's going to be a good sign for Boom Esports to take the Shadow Tyrant. It's going to be not contested. I think Alpha 7 know, because they're far behind gold, right? 6k, they just need to play these little small minor objectives like the T1s into the Clash Lane, what we see Freaks doing there. Good bit of macro play, even though their back's against the wall.
Yep, they definitely need to find some window of chance here, right? Against Impressive. Nobody has been able to whittle him down just yet. But I think if Alpha 7 can, get their hands on Impressive, it could spell disaster for the side of Boom Esports.
Yeah, no, it could spell much disaster, right, for Boom Esports if they get caught off guard. But right now, like we were saying, I want to coin back onto this. The lack of kills just really shows, once again, like we saw in day 1, the winning conditions for Honor of Kings don't mean you have to be always brawling.
Yeah, exactly. And in fact, take a look at the timing here. So Boom Esports going to start working on this Shadow Overlord. And already one broken T3 in the middle, and this is not a good sign at all. So Alpha 7, we need to see some form of recovery.
It looks like they're going to go for the killing blow, right? They have the Shadow Overlord. They're probably going to place down the Shadow Vanguard when they think they have hope. It goes down into the farm lane just to kind of push that side lane, just to give a lot more pressure.
Yeah, it's a very stable performance thus far by Boom, and they're looking for another opening, right? Azar is going to be able to chase in. Look at the damage. Haikon is unable to slow him down.
The rolling ray does some damage. Oh, Miggy coming from left field, takes out Freaks. They're going to focus on that top T3, and they do end up taking that down. Logistics with the Conductor of Souls. It's going to be wide open at this point. The bottom Shadow Vanguard is going to be pushing, and Boom Esports, all they need to do is wait. Wait for it now. All mine. Roaming guns back to safety. He's about half life. Boom Esports look to focus on the bottom lane.
Yeah, Splendid Revolver just cleaning finding out those minions there, but I mean, you have the cleanup crew coming through, right? The Shadow Vanguard and the Vanguards as well, looking to try and take this last standing high ground turret, and it does fall to Boom Esports. Right now, they're at the ground zero.
Craziest part is that, you know, Boom Esports are not really getting a whole lot of kills. There's not really much going on in that sense, but they're playing this clinical game where they cut it out. Beningas, the unending sorrow, keeping him alive. He's going to have to back off here, but they get freaks, and that's going to be a big win for that, but it looks like they're going to time flux all the way back into the fountain. Boom Esports are looking to take out the base, but they don't have the minions, so they're going to back off. Miggy taking a lot of damage. He somehow survived. Oh, he gets blown up by Hakan with that time bomb, but here are the Vanguards. They don't really need him, they say. It looks like they're going to continue to stick on. They do have the Vanguards. The base, again, is now going to be focused on Boom Esports. We'll take game one.
Yeah, you saw that, right? A7 just kind of thought, hey, let's just go back to the drawing board. Let's go for game 2 and see what we can do.
Yeah, this is a signature Filipino pressure coming in from Boom Esports. They definitely came prepared today, and I'm super impressed with how they actually coordinated with each other. It was synchronized blow by blow.
Yeah, blow by blow indeed. But you were saying in that match, right, Azar was a great addition onto Boom Esports. It's really showing what kind of beast this team is.
Yeah, what a crazy game, right? Boom Esports actually just being like, hey, we don't need kills. I mean, if the kills are going to be there, we'll pick it off, but we'll turn it into objectives. They were very strategic in how they moved around the map, and they took almost all the objectives. You know, that's a great game by Boom Esports.
Yep, you know, when it rains, it pours, especially for Alpha 7, because it was the trickling of funneling all the gold into Azar there, and it was beautiful because not only were they stealing the camps, they were making sure that all the relevant buffs were going into the hands of Azar. And when you give a Lady Sun such a huge lead, I mean, Impressive was never even threatened. There was no need for any longevity uses. I did not see him use it even once.
Yeah, I mean, Impressive we saw at like Season 2, right, and EWC. He had his signature pick, right? Everyone was scared of his Athena. But now it seems like he's being grown as a player, and his hero pool is actually being thicker and thicker and getting deeper and deeper. But that Ming, right, it's not only the gold falling through to the Lady Sun, but that Ming constantly on Lady Sun, hyper carry, baby.
Yeah, and this is the team starting to gel. They're getting much, much better. Boom Esports, we're seeing a lot of growth already, and that was a very impressive, decisive, no thrills, mistake-free game, I would say, by Boom Esports.
Yeah, but it's a very respectful performance. And of course, if we're talking about respect, we have to give some to the MVP, none other than Azar here. What a player, just farming up all the gold, farming all the experiences in real life as well.
Yeah, that no-death run is super impressive. So 5-0-2, getting 41% of that damage and then also 27% of the gold, which, when you're playing Lady Sun, like you said there, Kindo Fu, is the fact that's where you want to funnel that resource to.
Yeah, putting the raid in rolling raid here. It is just raiding the entire base and the entire map on the side of Alpha 7. Let's take a look at the highlights here. But first, we're going to talk about Yuhuan. Oh, this is a lovely skin. Is this a skin in the game?
Championship Observer. The tournament highlight of the day is here. 3, 2, 1, showtime!
But we're going to be looking at some of these highlights now. Thank you, Huon, for passing that off to us. But first, we're going over to Ming. We didn't expect that, right? We wanted that to come through for Lady Sun. It would have been a little bit more feisty for the side of Boom Esports. But hey, it turns out they don't need first blood if you get this good.
Yep, I need you to keep your eyes on Miggy as well. Miggy made some really smart and big plays for the team here, especially this flash. Goodness me, that was, you would not expect the distance coming in from that flash, right? And with the Enlightenment itself, he really made it so difficult because he was just someone you did not expect to enter at that moment of the fight.
Yeah, and you got to be careful where everyone is, right? It's one of those things where the team fight is happening and then Miggy comes out of left field. You got to understand where that potential gank can happen, so you got to be a little bit careful. But Alpha 7, again, they were playing very defensive. They were sticking around. They was like kind of struggling to get any sort of farm to get going because Boom Esports just did such a good job of controlling all the lanes and pushing them back.
Yep, so I mean, this is testament to how Alpha 7 needs to play, right? So at this point, they need to kind of recover from this, and we know they can do it. So the question here for Alpha 7 is, do they have what it takes to kind of reset and figure out what the actual problem is? Because I don't think it was Azar. It was really more of a G6 because he was able to really steal a lot of the camps, get the farm up, and be the tank that the team needs.
I mean, I feel sorry for the Mai Shiranui pick right now. I mean, it's been banned a lot, and the teams are kind of just using it as like a debate, right?
Yeah.
Because both times those teams have taken that Maestro Inoue first, it's not gone well.
It has not gone well. I mean, the teams are just so well versed in how to counter it and understanding the play style of it. It's very high risk, high reward. It's a glass cannon. And, you know, if you get caught out, you're going to just get blown up, right? And Alpha 7 were really not able to get the snowball going. It's one of those things where you can kind of win more but you have to be winning in the first place.
Yeah. So it seems like to me that when teams give away the Mai, they are expecting that they will win the early game because Mai doesn't do well from behind, right? So I think based on that, maybe they will open up the Mai again because it seems like they have figured Alpha 7 out, at least for this first game. Let's see whether they can do it again for game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, the definition of insanity, right? If you expect different results by doing the same thing, you're insane. You're insane.
Yeah.
So Alpha 7, I think if they do go for the Maestro Inoue, they have to kind of draft something a little bit more tankier into the jungle, right?
Also going into this draft, I think for Boom Esports, the biggest thing is just stick to your guns, right? Don't change things up. I think that the draft was very balanced. I mean, you don't need to show all of your cards. This is a long marathon, right? Obviously, you want to win your groups, but when you're up 1-0, I think this is a time to be just like, hey, we're going to do the same draft that we had, beat it, or, you know, then we'll show our next card.
Yep, definitely they want to play the same way, right? Banning out 4 different farm lanes. I want to see what this Almighty have in his bag because at this point, yes, there are a lot of other farm lanes. You have the Garo, you have the Aaron, you have the Fang as well. But they don't do too well against a Lady Sun who's continuously rolling around and shooting you in the face.
Yeah, I think it doesn't help when you have the Ming in the draft as well, right? I think that may be one of the bans going forward if we see Alpha 7 take red side, because if they do, they could go for the Ming themselves. But if they take blue again, I don't think we'll see the Ming get banned.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting going into game 2. How do teams kind of play this chess match, right? The draft is going to be super important. They had that, you know, we've seen the Lady Soon Ming combo time and time again, you know, in 2 days thus far. So, I mean, going in, that is probably the new meta, right? So how do they counter it?
Yeah, I mean, you kind of need a bit of a CC from a long distance, right?
I think you can go cheese at this point. I know we are, you know, pretty much lactose intolerant, but we could have the Da Chao Fu to the combination as well. You know, as long as you survive into the mid game, anytime you get that hook, it's over. Corporal punishment, you're dead, right? But of course, we have to hear some insights. We're gonna have an interview in a short while. You know, curious, if you were to interview, who would you want to ask questions to?
I mean, right now, any of them, I want to see what's going through their mind. So we're going to go into a short little video here to give some insight into the team on stage. I believe it's either Alpha 7 or Boom Esports.
Então, em relação ao nervosismo, eu acho que não. Eu tô bem tranquilo, assim, como você me perguntou, não é a minha primeira vez jogando um campeonato internacional, então tô bem tranquilo em relação a isso. Bom, vamos pra cima aí do grupo pra gente conseguir classificar e chegar nos playoffs.
I'm happy and feel honored to be a champion and qualified because I can represent my country again to make proud and to get better results this time.
Então, a nossa performance nos treinos ultimamente não tá tão boa. Eu acho que, enfim, a gente passou por algumas situações desfavoráveis pra gente, mas eu acho que tudo isso vai se alinhar agora, com a chegada ao hotel e tudo mais, e tenho certeza que a gente vai ter um melhor desempenho nos treinos e, consequentemente, no campeonato, né?
We're doing some scrim against a top-tier team in Malaysia, and we practice from China. In their server, so we can adapt what they doing and we just play as a team and learn. I think the difficulty in catching up Chinese player is the knowledge, because they have more knowledge in the game. That's how I think we lack of.
Sobre a Boom, a gente não estudou eles ainda. A gente conhece sim o potencial deles, mas a gente também conhece o nosso, então a gente no fundo sabe que a gente é superior a eles individualmente, então acho que é isso, a gente não tem nenhum receio desse confronto.
I don't see them as one of the stronger, but I see them as a great contender for this tournament, because I think we've already catch up to their game, even though they just 1 year ahead. I think we can win against them.
Bom, sei que a gente vai jogar um contra o outro, então tô ansioso para esse confronto. Espero que vocês tenham um desempenho bom. É isso, boa sorte.
There we go. We said our money went boom boom for Boom Esports. So maybe we'll get a boom boom in the room for Alpha 7 in Game 2.
Yeah, so far, every single one of their plans has been blown up by Boom Esports. It's not a nice feeling to have. Right now, they're one game down, and this could be the potential ender of the series, looking like a clean, possible 2-0 for Boom Esports.
Yeah, it's looking like it's so far, right? I mean, as it being a great addition to this team, but there, as we saw in that video, they've been training in China, right? So that's really showing on this board, because if there's something we know about the KPL teams, they don't look for kills, they look for those small objectives in the early game and then just crush you as it's sort of like your kind of team collapses on yourself when you kind of backs against the wall, right?
I want to tell all my teammates in the ranked games that, hey, kills do not matter, right? I want people to know this. They need to understand this. And Boom Esports playing that to the T in the sense of just like, hey, we'll take whatever kills that we can get. Obviously, we'll convert those into objectives. But at the end of the day, all I care about is taking down the crystal in the end.
Yeah, but it's like putting little holes in dam, right? Into the dam. And slowly over time, the pressure just overwhelms you and the dam just breaks down. So all your defenses are gone.
Well, it sounds like you're speaking from experience here. Have you destroyed any dams with this one hole at a time thing? Or?
Yes, in my last play-by-play, I shout, damn, and then, yeah, it just went crazy.
Got it.
Yeah, that was a bad joke.
Can someone remove Kin from the room, please? But we're getting into the PP phase right now between Boom and Alpha 7 for Game 2. It's looking like Boom want to take a lot more from Almighty with the Lung again, and we're getting that Dolia ban on the side of Alpha 7. So they ban out their own Ming, which is something I didn't expect. I knew they were going over to red side, but I thought it'd be A7 who would take the Ming for themselves.
Yeah, you know what? As a red side, you get the counter pick. So I think they just want to remove as many possible scenarios for them that they will lose. And I think a Ming is a good ban. It's not a traditional ban, but it's still a good ban if Alpha 7 was kind of considering that option.
Yeah, I mean, a good thing is the obviously they ban out the Mai Shiranui, but it means that like something like the Arlie's available here. So if Boom doesn't take it, it means that Almighty may get the Arlie here, right?
You might as well pick it up. I think it's a good time, right? Maybe you look to focus it especially early because, I mean, you were targeted so many times last game. This is one where you're probably like, hey, we have the opportunity. Let's just take it now.
Okay, but Miggy, back on the Dharma. What do we think about this?
It played perfectly in Game 1, right? So I can see why wouldn't they do it? But I mean, we see that Almighty goes for the Lady Sun instead, so they don't want to go for Arlie. Very agile, very mindful pick when you can go around with your Parasol. So it only makes sense for Boom to take it, right? And they go for the Diadea.
Oh, this is a painful one. I think Boom has a very robust and strong draft just based on the first half of the picks already, right? I like the idea of the Yuan, but I'm not sure how much success it will have. It's one of the faster junglers in the game. But this also opens up the doors for, once again, J6 going back into the Ogren. I mean, they did not ban it out.
Yeah, interesting thing here, we do see obviously the Rage Common skill here on the side of Alpha 7, going for the Hue-1. It means that may be going into the mid lane under Hyken here. We could see into the support role, but it looks like we're going to get Benignas on the Masashi, which has been a huge pick within most of the competitions, but more specifically in the Brazilian competitions.
Yep, and specifically against the Ogren. So they're kind of prepping against the Ogren pick here. And I think Boom, it could be a good chance for them to mess with the heads of Alpha 7 as well.
Yeah, I mean, the Doom ban here means that they're going to try and take off some more of those jungle heroes for the side of Boom Esports. The Zhong Fei being taken off as well, so they can't have a little bit more of a tankier front line for Alpha 7. But what is missing on these two teams? We expect the Hue-1 to go into the mid lane or potentially even flex into support. They need a clash, and then obviously depending on where the Hue-1 is going to sit, depends on those last 4 or 5 picks.
Yep, so roaming clash still missing from Alpha 7. We're missing a jungler as well as the mid laner. And it looks like Ma Yin will not be available in this particular round itself. It will be taken out, no Zhang Fei as well. This leaves us with a couple of options. We could take a look at the Sun Bin once again for the side of Alpha 7. I don't think they want to. They need a little bit more tankiness and maybe some more damage, and that's perfect. A Liu Bang definitely does that job really well.
Yep, he can get to you no matter where you are on the Gorge. It's a good pick here. We don't normally see it on the side of the Brazilian team, so it's going to be interesting to see how Freaks plays into this, because the first game we saw a lot of macro play, right? So he was there just trying to get those minor victories, even though when they were behind, especially on the Mayin, gives you a lot more of escape. I suppose the Liu Bang has that same kind of function, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. And now Azar is kind of teasing up for his teammate here, the potential KAGE. With Diadea, I think this is a very potent combo because the amount of heals and shields that he is able to receive from Impressive is going to be quite scary. But you know what? Azar feels like, hey, J6, I need you to play the Ogren instead. Let's just go back to basics against the Musashi.
Yeah, I mean, hey, why not play the lore-driven combo, right? The Diadea and the Ogren, as we've been seeing in many of the CGIs have been coming through. But it looks like we may not actually be getting the Liu Bang into the Clash lane. This could be flexed into the support role. So looks like Mai Yin's going to be in the not Mai Yin, Yu1 in the mid lane, but Liu Bang as the roam support, a hero choice here, and maybe Freaks will get the Byron. We'll have to wait and see, right?
Yep, I actually like it, right? I like Liu Bang in the roam because he's also pretty mobile. With the staggering charge, with his passive as well, he's able to take away camps pretty quickly than the traditional roamer. And that's going to prove to be something of value to the side of Alpha 7.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they need, right? They need a lot of value going into this game too, because if they don't get anything that kind of makes them boom, kind of jitter a bit and think, oh, maybe we haven't drafted as well. But I mean, it's the same kind of thing what happened with BSE, right? They've drafted very meta picks on the side of Boom Esports. They got the Dharma, the Ogren, the Lady Jen, the Ali, and the Diadea, which I am very scared for the Diadea because it sets up some really good plays.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm just curious about Benignus, right? At this point, can he get that perfect start to his jungle? Because it was messed up completely by the side of Boom Esports.
Yeah, I think that's the kind of thing that a player like Benignus needs, isn't it, right? It's like you need that early start.
All right, so let's get right into it. The potential end of the series here. Boom Esports looking to close the doors onto the faces of the side of Alpha 7. Of course, Alpha 7 looking for the reverse.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not quite wanting a 2-0 victory here because then if we do, who do we blame for the 2-1 victories for the Jinxers?
We don't blame.
We don't blame as we go a 2v2 into
Oh,
the
Dragon
here.
taking so much damage. He has to flash, and it looks like he's going to be chased, but he will be fine. Oh, the other secondary flash by Hakan, not able to pick off Dragon. A little miscalculation there.
Yeah, a little bit too close for comfort there for Boom Esports. They're kind of teasing a little bit too much here.
Yeah, I'm gonna play one of the voice lines. It's called For Real. Oh, sorry, I can't speak Tagalog, but yeah.
Well, nice try, nice try. As Boom Esports invades and gets the Azure Golem, that's pretty crazy, right? So, no, A7 invades, they both get the Azure Golem.
Oh, J6, he's taking a lot of damage though. Almighty, he's trying to get over the wall. He does, but impressive. Not enough damage, and Almighty will survive as well.
Yeah, he's gonna miss one wave here if they don't play their cards right. It's 3 members of Boom. I believe they'll want to make as much pressure as possible.
Yeah, I mean, this happened in the last game, right? Boom Esports were focusing on that bottom lane, making sure that Almighty has a rough game, and they've kind of prioritized. They've done a good job of that last game. They're doing it again this one.
I mean, that's what you kind of got to do with the Lady Sun, right? You got to make sure that she's dampened down so she doesn't get all those resources pulled into her. I mean, Boom Esports knows the best, right? They've just played it.
Okay, so then can we look at someone else, right? Alpha 7 needs to find another opening at another part of the map.
Yeah, I mean...
Monofries are looking to go in. Connects on to 2, but Hakan, he's actually going to be a little on the slow side, does a little bit of chip damage, but that's pretty much it.
Maybe we could see go and focus over to the Musashi, right? I mean, Musashi is a pretty great hero when he gets that early game lead, right? Having the extreme speeds to get in and out, the duel at death, single target, one of the empty.
Yeah, but this is why the Dharma makes so much sense, right, for the side of Boom Esports, because he's able to get out of sticky situations with the anti-CC properties as well. And you can see right away they're going to leave Nigi alone. They can't do anything here.
Yeah, nothing.
Oh, impressive though, taking a decent amount. He gets to safety with his Heart Link. He will be fine though, but...
Fine for how long, though? Fine for how long? We see a bit of a retreat there from Alpha 7, but the goal lead is actually going over to Boom Esports very closely.
Oh yeah, and at this point, it is going to be a slight lead for the side of Boom Esports. Once again, a probable replay of game number 1 as it stands.
Yeah, if you're Alpha 7, you don't want that, right? You want to make sure that you are having a great lead in this game and just making sure that you're able to have a bit of a comeback, right?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Benignus already only at level 5, right? G6, he's on his way to a comfortable 2 level lead.
Gets him with the truth, but he actually gets Formless's back, but it looks like they want to focus on the G6 instead, and they do get first blood.
Beautiful. Beautiful use of the duel to the death. This is exactly what Alpha 7 needs. They need more though. They need to get some of this playing out of the way in the mid T1.
I mean, it's a good place to take out the Ogren, right? I mean, just as we see those neutral objectives come up, it's a good setup here. Obviously, Ogren can be back, so Agitics will be available, and attended for when these neutral objectives come up in 28 seconds. But right now, Masashi is maybe looking for a bit of an invade here, maybe trying to take one of these side camps, just making sure that he doesn't get ganked by Boom.
Yep, you know, offense is the best defense, right? Instead of getting ganked, let me do the ganking.
Yeah, I mean, right now we can kind of see them in this brush, right? They're kind of playing a little bit of hokey pokey in the bush. Same with Khan. They kind of just keep himself hidden, maybe just trying to bait that mid lane minion wave.
Yeah, and you can see they're gonna try on this side of Boom Esports. But Ignis, he doesn't care too much for now.
Oh, they got him at Half-Life. The Conductor of Souls, the Unending Sorrow, though, is going to keep him backing off. Logistics needs to be a little bit careful. He's taking so much damage. He does get back to safety, and now Freaks has joined the fray. He's looking to go, but the Ocean of Tears, the kick up, but it looks like they've gotten impressive. Oh, he somehow surprised the Harley. No! The Rolling Red says nay, and it shuts it down, but Freaks taking a lot of damage, and it looks like they've gotten Freaks on that one, but they've gotten Azar and Impressive on for that one. It's a 2-for-1.
They have bitten more than they can chew at this point, and Boom, now on the back foot for the first time in this second game.
Dragon actually had to flash on that one just to keep himself alive, but Alpha 7 Esports 3-1 at this stage.
Yeah, this is a nice start for Alpha 7, right? It's going to kind of maintain that privilege going into the advantage here. We do see Metaphraser checking in the bush there for Miggy, because Miggy could have gone in and tried to take the Tyrant for the side of Boom Esports, but hey, they're able to claim it. A lot more progression for the side of Alpha 7 in this game too.
Yeah, Mano Freezer looking to fight Mano El Mano against the likes of Boom here. It's going to be a tough one because Liu Bang is so strong in 1v1 situations.
He is, right? I mean, he's proven it with this draft, and I think this is kind of like maybe a trump pick here for the side of Alpha 7. They're just kind of waiting to use it, but now it's making a lot of sense.
Yep, you can definitely see the burst potential, right? This is what I like about Alpha 7's draft, but once again, it's not about the hero, it's about the player. The player makes the difference here.
Yeah, I think they should rename the song "I Need a Hero" to "I Need a Metal Fraser."
I like it.
But right now, they're just trying to clear this minion wave in the mid lane. As we see, Freaks looking for a bit of a macro play up into the Clash lane, trying to take that T1. And they do get it. So they get first blood, and they also get that T1. So a little bit more of a better performance.
The Rolling Raid Miggy going in for this. He's at half. Freaks taking a lot of damage. He's very tanky. He does have the force field suppression, but here's the Battlefield Command looking to turn this around. Logistics, Azar has joined the fray. Everybody's continuing to fight. They found Mount of Frizer. Oh, he's got the shield. Does he have enough to get away? Logistics is focusing him down. Is he trying to get over the wall? Not able to do so, and Logistics gets the kill. They're continuing on. Logistics, they're chasing on Almighty, who's trying to Rolling Raid, but the Soul Resonance shuts him down.
Oh my goodness, the Seer State really making it work for the side of Boom Esports, and suddenly it's swinging back into the favor of Boom Esports. The Filipinos will not be denied at this point.
I don't know about you guys, but my soul definitely did not resonate with that play, right? Especially if you are a fan of Alpha 7, you're thinking, whoa, okay, that was a little bit too feisty from Boom Esports, but they do equalize that kill lead.
Yep, but it's 4 members against Hyken in the mid. They want to find some space across the map, right? Alpha 7 being squeezed out of their territory at this point. It's not looking good.
No, yeah, this is the first problem, right? This is the first symptom to a problematic defeat, is that you now take the territory for yourself, make your mark.
Yep. Oh no, they found Mount of Frizer. Oh, he gets on out of there. Oh, that was close.
Yeah, too close for comfort, right? The knees weak, arms are shaking at that one.
Yeah, I know. Probably me too. I don't know if that's the actual play or maybe something else. But we see that A7 Freaks is looking trying to push that T2 into the Clash lane, as well as Almighty looking for a rotation. But the thing I'm struggling with here is that Almighty is now level 9, as we've already seen A7 Freaks is already level 10, so there's a bit of an issue with the resources, right?
What was that? Flashman from Dragon. This is going to be a wasted opportunity for the side of Boom here. And at this point, Alpha 7, they have read the game. You can take a look that they're trying to pull back a little bit.
Yeah, trying to pull it back here, but look at the mid lane here. They're just kind of defending. The T1 is still standing. Boom Esports have done a great job. They've got the Enlightenment onto Benignus, but he's going to back off. Logistics is going to join as well, and they're just kind of pushing Alpha 7 back. They're kind of dictating a little bit of a map control.
Yep, this is where they set their space, the boundary.
Yo, the boundary, I mean, there's the path of passing. Now they're trying to get access into Alpha 7 once more. They were able to get the T1 up into the Clash lane, so they are just trying to replicate what damage Alpha 7's done to Boom to themselves.
Yeah, watch your step carefully at G6. First one is trying something.
Oh, they're going in. Impressive taking most of the damage, though. He's going to be the first to fall. A little bit of a miscalculation. They were going in, but it just looks like actually not a great spot. Impressive does go down.
Yeah, Almighty has hit his form here. This is a scary notion for the side of Boom. Once again, it's not a very high kill game. 7 kills shared between 2 teams, but the goal lead is exactly even at this point.
So yeah, we see the T1 down into the farm lane get taken here. Okay, Miggy's got to be careful. Azar is close by as well, so not too careful he needs to be, but Almighty could have got picked up there.
Okay, right now at G6, he feels like this is an opening for the mid T1. They want to make it work, but bot lane also being threatened at this point.
I think that's a claim T2 right there. There we go. It is the notification that we were waiting for, especially A7 fans, right? They were waiting for that T2 to be like, bye-bye, crushed down to the floor. Because if you look up to the clash lane, right, you got now Almighty looking to try and push the T2 there. So A7 are doing a really good play with these side lanes.
Yep, they're playing the map so well. This is the Alpha 7 that we wanted in game 1, but it took them a little bit of time, but it's better late than never.
Hey, it's a little bit of a shake-up with the body clock, right? Hey, the waking up. That game 1 was like, whoa, is it like a hit of caffeine? Now they're ready.
Okay, so Alpha 7, at this point, they have a 2,000 goal lead. Close to, right? And it's between the 7 kills that's shared amongst 2 teams. I think Alpha 7 has managed to squeeze a little bit of advantage over to the side.
For now, right? I mean, they've got to be careful of Midgie in this brush. They don't want to check any brushes with their face like we've known in previous competitions. But like you were saying there, kid, Alpha 7 have definitely awoken into the form that we know and love.
Okay, Almighty, once again, it feels like he's kind of baiting the rest of Boom in, you know? As a farm lane, yes, I like to take risks, but is the risk worth it?
I mean, it's a lady sub, right? He's just enticing them.
Look,
Enticing
just 6 all the way up in front. He's going to focus on Mono Frizer, who's taking a decent amount of damage. He looks like he's going to go down. No, the Battlefield Command. No, he does go down. Excuse me, Miggy will take that one. And now Beningus on the run. Azar's a little on the low side. Doesn't need to be careful. Miggy, not scared. He should be. He's taking a ton of damage. He formlesses, tries to get away, but he gets shut down. Beningus gets him on the backside. And here we go. The stasis, the dragon over the wall. He's going to be killed as well. It's a 3-for-1. And Azar now getting focused, and he goes down as well. And that's a double kill going the way of Hakan.
Yeah, but it's not a 1-round knockout. We're going multiple rounds here. Alpha 7 taking you through the boxing ring, and it's going to be a complete knockout, leaving just a Jizzix alone in the base.
Yeah, you don't want just to go and sort of try and contest this Shadow Tyrant, right, when there is a whole stacked Alpha 7 on the gorge somewhere waiting for you to overstep. But that was a great play by Alpha 7. It was a very drawn-out team fight, but definitely went into the favor.
Yep, they said they were prepared, and Alpha 7 now walking the talk here. And at this point, Alpha 7, this game looks pretty much in their favor for the next few minutes. 3,000 gold ahead. Can they do it?
They've just got to maintain that goal lead, right? Because I mean, a 3,000 goal lead, we all know as players and as casters, it's not a winning condition. It can be taken from you within a moment's notice.
Oh, look at that! He just walks in, man.
Walks in, takes what he wants, right? This is a man. This is a man. This is Benigna's on the Masashi. This is why I was excited about the Masashi into the draft.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, this is the classic, right? The Ajisix Ogren against the Benigna's Musashi. At this point, it's about who has the better team, whose synergy is much stronger. And at this stage, A7, Alpha 7 has shown that they are just that much better. Double the score, double the kills, and at this point, double the lead.
I mean, this is what happens, right? When confidence takes hold of these players, it shows you, are you either a boy or a man? And right now, Alpha 7 are...
Oh, Beningus looking to go for this one. He does have the Battlefield Command on top of it, but maybe a wasted ult. Yes. I don't know if they're getting any sort of value on this one. Boom Esports are playing a little bit further away, realizing that, hey, ults were expended, but nothing really actually happened.
I'm just kind of shocked by one thing. Almighty bought the Ominous Premonition.
Wait, hey, it could have been a mistake. We'll see. We'll see when those the itemization does come up and see if it is going to be that. But a bit of a weird one. I know the basic attack's now slow and stuff like that, but hey, let's see if it actually works out. He needs a little bit of defense because he knows he's going to get jumped onto.
Okay, so if it is a intentional itemization, I think it makes sense still, right? Yes. Because you're going up against Azar, where attack speed is definitely of value for this early. So the lesser attacks, you want to deal with the burst damage, right? Almighty definitely going to be able to win that 1v1 with the defensive structures as well.
Yeah, just looking a little bit back at this instant replay, right? This whole team fight that went in the favor of Alpha 7, and they played it beautifully, just leaving Agisics alive, which then obviously set up that Shadow Tyrant, which is now probably going to set up a hopeful an end or a conclusion to this game too, right? We may be getting that full best of 3, and who do we have on the desk right now? Kindofu.
Okay, but T3's threatened at this point. Boom, they are looking to hang on. They don't want to drop any of these structures here because it's going to open up the map extremely wide for the side of Alpha 7 to take advantage.
Yeah, slow sieging. This is what you wanted to do as Alpha 7. You have the advantage. The Vanguards are going to be pushing in. This is how you want to do this, right? You're up about 5K. You don't want to give up any sort of lead. Boom Esports is playing now have to play on the defensive.
And I mean, we've got the Shadow Vanguard there as well. The Agisics are a little bit too close for comfort. We don't want the Augurin to be taken out early on, right?
Yep, so much pressure. Hang on. Freaks may be getting caught out a little bit, but they do get the T3 on the top. And it's 3 consecutive waves across. It looks like top is going to fall. Bot may be looking a little shaky as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just a bit of a calm before the storm, right? The A7 are at the door.
Oh, they're looking to go. Almighty backing off the battlefield command used now, but it's just going to heal him. But Miggy looking to turn this around. He gets the nice farm assist, but Miggy's actually gone too deep. He's going to be the first to fall. They're continuing on. He's looking to turn this on. He turns it going. He's chasing after Mano Fraser, who dashes away, at least for now. They've got Beningus and Almighty, but all at the cost of Miggy. Now they're looking to turn this into a Tyrant.
Yep, the timing was so clean. Conductor of Souls paired with the Blood Rage. It was just too big to handle. Agisics looking for more as well.
Yeah, Haikun has to get out of there, and then obviously we have Freaks nearby as well, so I don't think he can do anything against Freaks and Haikun being so close together. But we see Lu Bang up into the Clash lane, just trying to make sure there's still pressure going on in the Clash.
Okay, we talked about the miracle hold, right? Hollow, was that a miracle hold for you?
Yeah, I mean, it was a good hold. They need a couple more of those before they're actually really in this game. Agisics still needs to be up front. Taking the fact that they got the mid T1, absolutely huge for them. If they convert it into a T2, this opens up the map. Now the potential for the Tyrant is a real possibility, considering what? It's a 4K net worth lead in favor of Alpha 7.
Hang on. Agisics did not have the Eye of the Phoenix, and he was already soaking so much. This is not a good sign.
The ultimate shell, they go in for the form assist. They found Mino Fraser, they do pick him off! And it looks like the Unending Sorrow keeping him back in. They're looking to go for this Agisics all the way up in front, but Miggy's been killed. Agisics trying to take down Almighty. He gets over the wall with the rolling red. He's going to be chased by Agisics. He doesn't and the Soul Resonance shutting him down. This is a huge opportunity with a 3-for-1.
Yep, they have so much work to do on the side of Boom, though. All the lanes are crashing in. They don't have any waves. They can't take advantage of this win.
Look at the bottom lane. The bottom lane is pushing. They have to fix that one before they potentially go in. They have 3 members of Boom Esports continuing to siege. They don't have the minion wave, which is slowing them down.
I mean, this is why I think Alpha 7 could have taken this fight so badly, right? Is that they don't have a wave, but unfortunately for the side of Boom, they have a minion wave coming through into the mid lane, able to take this high ground turret, but what else can they take right now?
Yeah, Mano Fraser, he is up right now. The Unending Sorrow from Haikun, they're kind of slowly going around, but they've been slowed down because they've taken the T3 mid. The next wave is coming in to this one, but it looks like Boom Esports are just going to back off, look to take out the enemy jungle, and take as much of the resources as possible.
Yeah, patience. Patience is definitely important for the side of Boom, right? They have shown that they can take the game, and this is kind of worrying for the side of Alpha 7. But if they play the cards right, they can kind of reset that pressure. At this point, it's the mirror image, right? So 2 lanes open up for the side of Boom. 1 lane open up for the side of Alpha 7. It is still advantage Alpha 7.
Slight advantage. They're not out of the woods yet in the sense of Boom Esports, but they're definitely in a much better position. Right now, the tipping point hasn't really happened, but this is kind of teetering on both sides, so I'm not entirely sure who really has the edge.
I mean, we can kind of see Almighty going for the Sage Sanctuary. I think that's probably a good call at this point, right? Making sure that he has that second win, because he was caught out by the path of
He goes in for this one. He's going to go for the duel of the death, but now he's going to be focused. The battlefield command trying to keep him alive, but they don't have enough. Beningus is down. Almighty now on the run. Mano Fraser's taking a ton of damage as well. He gets Soul Resonance. They turn this, and they've gotten Almighty. Oh no, he's looking to turn this. And Miggy, that's a Sage Sanctuary, but he's been surrounded by Boom Esports, who have taken a team wipe. That's an ace.
And Boom Esports take it all. They tear them apart. 30 seconds at least for the rest of the team to come up, and Alpha 7 crumble.
A crumble here, the super minion, and they're looking to end the game, and Boom Esports come back from the depths of hell to take this game and the series.
Wow, what a series that was, right? 2-0. We can't blame Kin anymore. It is We don't know where it's coming from. It must be above us. It's somewhere. It's in the walls. But for now, Boom Esports, they're showcase today, showcase match, and they are taking a 2-0 victory over the Brazilian Giants Alpha 7.
So you were saying in that bottom hold that they had, was it a miracle hold? Yes, it was, in hindsight. That was what they needed to have done to get themselves back in the game, and that was classic Boom Esports.
That was part 1. That was a miracle run, man. I mean, this is a masterclass on how you turn games, right? Understanding where to go in, and I have to give, regardless of who we choose as the MVP, Miggy caught my heart.
Yes.
Dude, his Dharma was on point.
Yes, absolutely. It was like always getting into the thick of it, always getting right into the dirty parts of the side of Alpha 7. Just able to take off Almighty, just be able to take out those crucial things that could have been the turnaround for Alpha 7 in team fights, but it just happened to go in Boom Esports' favor.
Yeah, in their favor. And this is heartbreaking for Alpha 7 Esports. You know, you had the game, you had such a huge lead, but you kind of botched it in the end because you let Boom Esports get back into the game.
Yeah, and of course, with that being said, we want to hear more from the players itself. Let's see who we're going to see on the screen for the interview as well. We'll see you
What a
soon.
game from Boom Esports!
I thought it would be a 2-1,
Yeah.
but unexpected, they just gave a comeback again.
Yes, that's an epic comeback from Boom Esports. And now,
Yes.
as usual, we're gonna interview with a
MVP.
Yes, the MVP or the jungler from
Yes.
Boom Esports.
So please
welcome Agent 6. Okay.
Let us see our jungler.
Yes.
That really stand out for the game.
Yes. Okay,
Okay, let's
hi.
stand on the middle.
How are you?
I'm good.
Okay.
See, Sabila, the smile on his face, like, too easy. I mean, like,
Oh,
2-0.
are you sure?
Yeah, okay.
Are you sure?
Okay, so
Mr.
let me tell us, what do you feel about the second game? I just want to know the second game. How can you, like, in the early, it's kind of messy.
In the early is very struggle because I fail. Yeah, but I'm still playing in the middle. Like, don't panic. I'm just chill.
Okay,
Chilling.
don't panic.
Okay.
Don't panic.
Yeah.
All right. So, do you think you won from A7 Benignus bothering you during the first game?
Again.
The you won, the
You
name
won,
of the
you won.
hero,
Oh,
yeah,
yes.
from A7 Benignus bothering you during the first game?
Does it bother you? Like,
Yeah.
Oh, no.
No?
Because we practice his hero, I think.
Ah,
yeah,
okay.
we're really prepared.
Okay. No, is there anything you want to say for your Indonesian supporter, maybe?
For Boom supporters and all of people here, thank you for watching our game. That's all. Thank you very much.
Okay, last question. What's your preparation for your next match?
For our next shot versus Team Secret, we hope we have a very good game tomorrow. That's all.
All right then.
Maybe just one last question.
Yeah.
If you want to meet another team, who you want to face the most?
Black Shrew Esports because they're very, very good team. Yeah,
Black
they-
Shrew.
Yeah.
Black Shrew Esports. Okay.
Then maybe we will see them when they meet the Black Shrew, yeah? Okay, then thank you so much.
Thank you so much once again. Congratulations, Boom Esports.
Good luck, brother.
Okay, you can go back with your friends.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, AG6. Ooh, what a
They're
gameplay from
very
Boom
confident,
Esports.
yes?
Yep, of course. But Darius, we gotta give it back to the casters. So casters, take it away.
There we go. We heard it from Boom Jizzix there, saying that it wasn't that much of an easy fight, but still didn't fear the Huan.
Yeah, I mean, he's really stepped up. That was a huge game for Boom Esports. That's going to be a big confidence boost going into the next game. I mean, they're still not out of the woods, of course. We still have a long way to go. And obviously, you don't want to be in that situation where you have to play from behind. But you got lucky in that sense, and you were able to get back in the game, which speaks volumes for this team.
Yep, so these points are really important. And of course, with that, they put it in the bag. But right now, we want to pick something out of the bag, and that's going to be the MVP, right? Who's the MVP for you guys?
I'm going to go with Jizzix. I thought he had a really good game on that one. I kind of just controlling it and just getting themselves an opportunity to win. But what do they think? it is actually going to be Azar, and I think that they're wrong.
Do you hear that, production?
That was
You're
Holler,
wrong.
that was Holler.
Yeah, at
Come
Holler.
at me, bro.
His Twitter, his Instagram, production, attack him. But there we go. Azar once more getting that MVP. 427, the 25% damage, and then obviously 24% of that gold. That is a juicy amount of gold for Ali.
Yep, he was having a very good recovery, right? And that is exactly what we need, especially when you're having such a tough game. Let's be honest about it. It was a tough early game. It was...
Hi everyone, I'm Yuhan, and I'm the official 2024 HOK Championship Observer. The tournament highlight of the day is here. 3, 2, 1, showtime!
Yep, it was a difficult early game for them, right? They really got kind of balled out over by the side of Alpha 7.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell by this highlights, right? The early game to mid-game, it was all at Alpha 7's hands. They had it, but then Boom Esports, the wolf on their emblem, bit it away from them.
Yeah, dare I say, Boom Esports is kind of like a bad rash in the sense that it like it doesn't really go away. It kind of lingers around. It waits for its Sorry, this is maybe a little too morbid for some people, but they were able to find opportunities to get back in. And Boom Esports, even though they were behind, they had the never say die attitude.
Exactly. This play by Logistics was so huge. It changed the whole plane for them, right? And they then realized, hey, we can actually take this fight, so let's take it to Alpha 7.
Yeah, I mean, this is the whole point of Orgren, right? He takes people out of reality onto the soul plane, and that's exactly what Logistics did there. It is perfection. They were playing on the back foot, and they were able to come up with this with pure confidence. This is really showing the potential of Boom Esports.
Yep, exactly. Imagine having the guts and glory to take down a person being healed up by the Battlefield Command.
If you look at the highlights here, Boom Esports did a really good job of target prioritization.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Being able to blow them down, Beningus or Almini, they were able to just kind of find the right target and just everybody's on that person at the same time, able to burst them down, which is a huge win for them.
Yeah, it really, speaks volumes about the way they itemize. I really am curious, did they really pick up that ominous premonition on this side of Azar? And he did. He really did. So it really worked out favorably for the side of Boom because the 40% reduction in attack speed made the world's difference against Ionia.
Look, Azar, 427 KDA, Logistics, 715. He's my clear MVP. Right? We're looking at some of those highlights too.
Hey, what was you saying in the cast? Kills on everything. Let's tell our ranked teammates that.
I tell them to play objectively. I'm going to go for kills.
Only when you're right, right?
Yeah, but at the same time, I like this, right? Miggy, look at the itemization. A mixture, hybrid of pierce as well as tankiness. And if you take a look at the team fight rate, they were ready to pull the fights into the faces of Alpha 7.
Yeah, I mean, look at that damage dealt. I mean, that was over 100k for 3 of the side of Boom Esports. Jizzix, Azar, and Dragon. Only one of them was Almini on Alpha 7 getting over that 100k damage dealt. But again, another great display by Boom Esports. We honestly thought that it was going to be a 4 best of 3 and Alpha 7 was going to get a victory.
Yeah, I thought that was going to happen too. I'm kind of like looking at the draft and seeing what exactly Alpha 7 Esports could have done a little bit better. I kind of felt like the Liu Bang didn't really have as much of an impact in that game. But again, we can talk a little bit more about that some other time.
Yeah. The teleport and whatnot, we thought that was going to come through. It did come through clutch sometimes, but other than that, it didn't quite work out the way that we were really hoping for. And I think that's maybe just going back to the drawing boards for Alpha 7. But speaking of going back to the drawing board, we will be going to a short break. But after that, we'll be getting into our next match of the day, which is going to be very exciting. So don't go anywhere, chat. We will be back very soon. But let's see what we have to do before then. Well, what do you think of this next matchup?
I mean, what? It's Dominator versus Foot Esports. Foot Esports actually lost a little bit of a nail-biter in the 1-2 yesterday. It was against Mahadewa, but we'll have to find out after this break. Match 3 will be coming up soon.
Yes, don't go anywhere.
Not the same. Blaming the blame, someone the aim. When you reminisce on this battlefield, it's on my silhouette that you see. We gon' do it. Facing up fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best, so we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sharp fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth is it. Another day, another way. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion, yet to be found. Calling out for the game. This all, it's all a hide. you llama, llama. Let's begin, crush the foe. Look at me now, ready to go. Victory. Power within, we're standing tall. Fight for your name, ready to give it all.
Realme 13 Plus.
Yang, aku pulang lebih cepet nih. Ini lagi OTW rumah ya.
Pulang, udah cepetan.
Teknologi Fast Cooling dan iFeel membuat ruangan dingin di setiap sudut. Dinginnya nyebar, langsung chill, auto nyaman. Dengan Edgarment, tumpukan cucian kotor gone, semua yang ada di dalam jadi lebih terjaga, lebih dingin, dan lebih segar dengan Power Cool. Nikmati gambar yang lebih real dengan Kilet Pro dan Dolby Vision. Rasakan pengalaman suara yang mengitarimu dengan Dolby Atmos.
Sayang.
TCL, semua jadi mudah.
Chúng tôi ở bên đằng mà, ở quanh gì của mẹ sao quên đi vậy? Chúng tôi là sĩ bộ của biểu lên này mẹ, ở quanh gì bộ? Esports ở đây bây giờ, lũ đàn tôi một tuần này mà bu, đại gia bán phi xe tôi cướp này được luôn. Bảoว่าตัวชาวล้านยาแม่ขี้ตะคุเลยพี่ไหนมาได้ professional gamer ဖြစ်ဖို့ကကျွန်တော်ဘဝကိုပြောင်းလဲဖို့အခွင့်အရေးကြီးတစ်ခုပါပဲဒါကအားလုံးထက်အရေးကြီးပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်ဘဝမှာအခက်အခဲတွေအများကြီးရင်ဆိုင်ရပေမဲ့လည်း HOK ကြောင့်ဒီအခွင့်အရေးကိုကျွန်တော်ရခဲ့ပါတယ်အရာရာကိုပြောင်းလဲဖို့အတွက်ကျွန်တော်ဆုံးဖြတ်ထားပါတယ် HOK မှာကျွန်တော်လိုဘာမှမဟုတ်တဲ့တစုံတစ်ယောက်ကလည်း game ကိုစိုးမိုးနိုင်ဖို့စွမ်းအားတွေရှိလာနိုင်ပါတယ်
It's Friday! It's your day!
adalah sesuatu yang tidak disukai oleh siapapun. Atau mungkin aku memang tidak berbakat. Saya harus kerja seperti orang lain. Apa gunanya jika aku menyerah di tengah jalan saat mengejar mimpiku? Ingatlah mengapa kamu memulai. Yakini dirimu dan wujudkan mimpimu. Setiap kemunduran adalah langkah menuju kebangkitan yang lebih besar. Di SOK, mimpi yang mendefinisikan kita.
Contenders!
Just jungling, huh?
Time away, travel through time and space, let it feel cozy. The shining far away from me, black hole gate, speed to look at you, to land in your world, to make the call, and to sing the song for you. Let's try to get the picture of the lion to your heart. Even if you miss the gravity, you'll fall on the stars. The waves surrounding you, the colorful can steer away the dark. No longer be lonely, 'cause you've seen it is waves time. The time to be a part of the lightning from the start, because you've seen stars. This dream don't need a land or return to the world of love. So don't give up, get up, we will carry on. Wake up, spread it for me, 'cause you belong with all. If we can let surface, we're always by your side and give you my heart.
Hi everyone, I'm Yuhan, and I'm the official 2024 HOK Championship Observer. The tournament highlight of the day is here. 3, 2, 1, showtime!
Of Foot Esports are able to take that Shadow Overlord, but hey, Flaming Palms coming through. I don't think they want to push this on the side of my idea, but
They
go
want to
for
go.
it.
The Death and Sunset connecting on a 3. The Moonlight Flash, the 0307 taking a second one. The Death and Sunset 0307 taking so much damage, and they do get the pick off the Meteor kill. He went all in, and he does get the pick.
Make this one, but there we go. Occasion a little bit too deep. Even over the kill. 2. Lady Sun could be troublesome here, but we do see DRNG gets takedown on the Kaiser. Double kill onto the Princess Frost, but not done yet. Wind Slash coming through. Megumi is going down.
Oh, Freddy jumps in here. Comes the combination as well, the knockup. It is going to be the first death. Aaron falls low. Dream Roam used defensively. Here comes the jumping as well. Chammy gets the damage in. It's a killing spree. And Dominate Esports, they felt like they were falling for a moment, but it's Blacklist. They get punished instead. Get dominated because Golden Kite is going to fall as well.
我常常在想，如果我不执着于梦想，我的人生将会如何？这是我的热爱所在，可是这份热爱似乎不被认可。也许这只是梦。就让热爱、勇气成为我追梦的燃料。要实现这梦想，就必须马上行动，做就对了。HOK 或许就是我实现梦想的地方。
Então, em relação ao nervosismo, eu acho que não. Eu tô bem tranquilo, assim, como você me perguntou, não é a minha primeira vez jogando um campeonato internacional, então tô bem tranquilo em relação a isso. Bom, vamos pra cima aí do grupo pra gente conseguir classificar e chegar nos playoffs.
I'm happy and feel honored to be a champion and qualified because I can represent my country again to make proud and to get better results this time.
Então, a nossa performance nos treinos ultimamente não tá tão boa. Eu acho que, enfim, a gente passou por algumas situações desfavoráveis pra gente, mas eu acho que tudo isso vai se alinhar agora com a chegada ao hotel e tudo mais. E tenho certeza que a gente vai ter um melhor desempenho nos treinos e, consequentemente, no campeonato, né?
We're doing some scrim against a top tier team in Malaysia, and we practice from China. In their server, so we can adapt what they doing and we just play as a team and learn. I think the difficulty in catching up Chinese player is the knowledge, because they have more knowledge in the game. That's how I think we lack of.
Sobre a Boom, a gente não estudou eles ainda, a gente conhece sim o potencial deles, mas a gente também conhece o nosso, então a gente no fundo sabe que a gente é superior a eles individualmente, então acho que é isso, a gente não tem nenhum receio desse confronto.
I don't see them as one of the stronger, but I see them as a great contender for this tournament, because I think we've already catch up to their game, even though they just 1 year ahead. I think we can win against them.
Bom, sei que a gente vai jogar um contra o outro, então tô ansioso para esse confronto. Espero que vocês tenham um desempenho bom. É isso, boa sorte.
It's Friday! HOK!
Yes! Kule!
Bu kadar amına koyayım ya. Bu salakları yeneriz oğlum ya. Vallahi bu salakları yeneriz. Aptallar amına koyayım ya.
Bu el çok uyudular.
Hayır, normalde böyle kötüler zaten. İlk maç biz sadece kötülük attık.
Güzel.
Adam
Güzel abi.
O darmayı sadece bir kere öyle oynarım aslan.
Coba yuk, sabar. Ini udah masuk gripnya.
Ayo, bisa end dong. Lo end dong. En.
On. Let's go, bos. Dua sideline memasak.
Sideline bos.
不要被王六军大招全部打到哦。OK， 我绑得下猴，来这里打。狂点，这边。来，再来个大，这里顶进去，点塔，来！
Tayo.
Care early. Just go.
Kanan bottom.
Kanan, look at me.
Nice. Bottom ya guys. Kanan.
Bottom. Kanan. Care.
Dive guys.
Dive. Depanin. Gua ada ulti. I ult.
Push up.
Nice guys.
Tower. Dominator.
Nice. Thanks God.
He's dead. Good job. Nice. Finish. GG. Nice. First.
Let's go.
One more. Two more. 妈的，一直干。GG。
我们在切图，一直在切，我操。
Kami boleh bola.
Dia bisa burst.
Jepit cara.
Tabel.
Cari.
Cara jepit cara.
Maju.
Cari kanan dulu.
Maju dia orang.
Ya. Push.
Push dia orang.
Push.
Belakang gua aja ya.
Sakti kah?
Udah dipanggil.
Boleh.
Di atas ya.
Long.
Nih long udah dekat. Long udah dekat. Nice. Mati. Bisa.
Oh my god. Mistake, Cok.
I think we are quite excited because this is our first international tournament and we will try our best.
I feel excited and we get the champion and very 兴奋.
Before HOK, we were teammates from other mobile games, so it was quite easy for us to form this roster since we know each other very well. We decided to give it a shot and here we are at Worlds.
我现在会比上一次更强，我无论是打野能力上或者是团队合作上，我都会比之前还要强，会做得更好。
For scrims, I would say we are doing okay. Not say the best, but we will give our all for against all the teams that we'll be facing in our group. I think maybe stage experience might be an advantage for us because all of us have been to overseas before and we play on LAN quite a lot of times. So that might be our advantage against other teams.
Our coach help us to be more stronger. Is good, positive to my team and to my teammates also.
I think we will study their gameplay the day before. We'll try to maybe choose some cheese picks or cheese strategies against them. That might be the only way we can win against them, I think. Yeah, we always watch their team play and they are one of the best team in the world. It might be hard for us facing against them, but we'll try our best.
We already watched their gaming. We have Sing can win them.
We might be an easy team on paper, but we will give our best against you guys.
Good luck.
I feel a storm brewing. Time to take action.
Lady Diadea! The target has appeared!
I observe every aspect of this world, connecting those who are fated to be together, and dealing with the dead whose spirits yet roam the mortal realm. Only the creator of bonds can give them release.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. And taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control. Awaken something deep in me. Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing they thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing. I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion. I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment. The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment. The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength. Tell them who you are. My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain. I hear it every night. It's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender.
Back again with us together at 2024 HOK Championship with me, Darius Lin, and my partners.
Sabila Aprilia, wow. And
Yes.
Darius, you know what? We
Yeah.
already finished our second match between Boom Esports
Yep.
and Alpha 7 Esports. From Boom Esports, we see an epic comeback. Whoa,
Yes,
that
and-
was an intense match from Boom Esports, right?
Yes, as we see at the second game,
Yep.
yes, I thought at one moment, okay, I think this will be a thrilling 2-1 games, yeah.
Yep.
But as we know,
yeah.
there's unexpected moment that always come back, and It's really a hard-fought victory for Boom Esports.
Ooh.
Yes, yeah.
But Darius, for the upcoming match, we
Woohoo.
have the king of Indonesia, Dominator Esports.
Mana suara Dominator Esports? And for the challenging team, the represent from Turkey, FUT Esports! Then both teams can do the fist bump and before you go to your seat. Let's show the sportsmanship.
Okay, once again, please give applause for Dominator Esports and FUT Esports. Woo!
Well, it's been a half day of day 2, Stabila.
Yep, and I can't wait to see our match from Dominator Esports versus FUT Esports going. But before that, I wanna hear pendukung dari Dominator. Mana semangatnya?
Then it's my turn. The FUT supporters, where are your voice? Okay.
All right then, Darius.
Then we will
Without-
hurry hit up.
Yep, so without any further ado, let's give it to the casters. So casters, take it away.
Welcome, it is game number 3, Dominator Esports going up against FUT. So we have the pride of Indonesia, number 1 in the scene here. It is your favorite kind of tofu. Kindofu with me is OSX, as well as Blam. How are we boys feeling today?
I am feeling that somehow and sometime later we will be calling Taylor Sweep, depending on the situation on the series, because this day is kind of feeling backfire from the losses from yesterday.
Yes, I mean, it's another chance for FUT Esports to try and take down another of the Indonesian team. They did try their very best against Mahathir, right? They were 1-1, but then that last game, it was a hard-fought victory for Mahathir.
Yeah, so now I think FUT, they are looking for vengeance on their minds right now. This is an even bigger titan here. Number 1 in Indonesia. How are they going to fare, right? We have so many questions we need answers to, but more importantly is Dominator going to continue this 100% win streak? And, you know, it's tough.
Yeah, I think right now, how Dominator started the match yesterday is all about riding the momentum, because a lot of the teams right now looking at how they wanted to start their day 1 is how do you want to counter them on either day 2 or day 3.
I mean, this is the most important thing for FUT Esports, right? Is if they lose this one, they've got no way of coming back.
Yeah, but as you just saw on the screen, there's one thing you don't want to lose out on, and that's going to be the opening hero, Mengya. He's going to be coming onto the gorge very soon, and he is someone you do not want to miss. When you take your shots, you want to make sure it hits. And of course, let's take a look at the players itself. Players, you can actually support them as well if you join the HOK camp. Now, you can rate all these players that are in the stadium, in the venue as well. 16 different teams for you to choose from. Who would you choose?
I would go with Musan King.
Oh, okay, Musan
The
King.
king himself. I think I'd probably go for somebody like Toshi.
Toshi, okay.
How about you?
I will go for Miggy. Yes.
Thank you for supporting the Philippines.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Miggy was very impressive just now. Not the impressive player impressive, but impressive, right? Nonetheless, they are a very strong team. And let's take a look at the lineup that the teams have for today. We'll see who the first team that's going to flash up on the screen. It is going to be FUT Esports.
We have Void, Lost, Snape, 0307, and R. Yuga. Now, yesterday we've seen you guys cast it, and now they need to have this way of a comeback on how to take it against DMT.
Yeah, like I said in the introduction, right, they was almost able to take a victory from the Hawaii, but we have now Dominator Esports is Sipings, Freddy, Joel, Toshi, and L. This is going to be the top seed of Indonesia, and the reason I went for Toshi is because he's a great player, but he also gets a target off our back from the crowd. Oh yeah, for sure. And no, 5 strong players from these 2 different regions itself will clash for the first time ever on screen live in the venue as well. So if you're not here yet, don't worry, you have about a few minutes to join in the fun as well. The different ambience all together at the arena. If you don't know where we are at MGP Space Jakarta. Do not miss out. So expectations, let's set them first. OSX, who do you have in the first game? Who are you leaning more towards?
Right now, I'm riding with the momentum. I want to ride the waves, man. Like, if you surf, you got to enjoy that tide. So for me, I'm going to go with Dominator, how they started day number 1. And that guy, yeah, I know that guy is Filipino. And I hope this time around, what was missing yesterday, now it's much more a cleaner execution against FUT. But I'm not gonna put them down, right? Because I believe in a team who's coming from a loss and they're more hungry for a win. I have that kind of mindset when I lose in my games.
Okay, I'm pretty curious here. Will DMT Freddy go for the Hansing again? He was putting up a spectacular performance yesterday, all over the place.
It could be a great option now, since there's a lot of things that I've noticed from day number 1 that you want to stick with their own lineup that doesn't really needs to change, because that's what keeps them strong and what keeps them alive. Because in the days that you reveal your cards early heading to the playoffs, it's one thing that can be used against you, right, Blam?
Yeah, that's it, right? I mean, they're probably going to assess this from day 1 and done their homework. I mean, you at least hope so, right? You're in the KC 2024. You want at least the minimum.
Okay, we're going to keep the ball rolling here. Looks like Mai is off of the table. There's no more barriers and boundaries set for her. So Mai will be the first pick for Dominator Esports. Now, Lost going to tease us with the Ogren for now. Are they going to lock it in? There's about, what, 10 seconds to go.
Yeah, they're willing to trade this for the Ogren and for the Dharma. Again, for the first game of this day, the Mai did have a great series, but now in the hands of DMT, how they played yesterday really needs to have a great execution, because there's so much counters right now for Mai Shinobi that could easily be a great punish right away. If you're up against a team who just had a loss yesterday, they need to put their cards right. But never mind, that's done, and also Lady Sun.
Okay, so that's a lot of burst potential, right? And Freddy, in this case, he's gonna try a different style. This time, he's gonna stand in the front and soak up all of the damage, allowing space for Gerald as well as Toshi to really lay the pain into the side of Foot Esports.
Yeah, I mean, the Toshi going on to his Lady Sun is one of his prio picks, right? He loves that lady. She is able to get him into the late game, and he's able to claim those resources as well. So a meaningful way to try and get that victory in game 1. But I do like the Dune here. It's a big soak damage tank, right? So coming from the firing palms, the mantra of truth from the Dharma, it's going to be able to withstand that.
Okay, so speaking of being withstanding all of the obstacles, right? FUT banned out the Ming yesterday. I think Holler really had a good time observing how Toshi got all the gold, being the sugar of that series. But now I think all of the choice being trimmed down to be the great partner of a Lady Sun, FUT really has eyes on how to get them countered. What would be the possible options here? Because they're going to be picking up against DMT.
I'm looking at a potential Sunbin, maybe, you want to make disruptions happen, because Ming is taken out, Diadea taken out. These are the 2 prio picks as a roam for this side of DMT, especially going for Toshi on this Lady. So she needs someone to protect her, but at the same time be able to deal damage, give some health maybe. Tyan is also something that could be potentially picked up for the side of Dominator Esports.
I think that could be an option as well. I think Sunbin most likely is a situational pick depending on how crowd control really matters on the other side of the composition. But okay. Yeah, we're talking about crowd control here. Adding up if this is a confirmed Lian Po. But okay. That could be a better one just to buff up the Luong a little bit in the early game, don't you think?
Okay, yeah. At this point, right, either or. Lianpo definitely going to be picked up, I think, in this game, because that gives you instant backline access. But the risk of having a Lianpo is that you leave your farm lane open for invasion. Right? And I think Foot, they are more comfortable getting the team up as a whole. So the heals coming in, the hymns coming in from this tie-in is definitely going to prove to be a very big marker in team fights.
I kind of observing, it's going to be a big gap, right? This could be an opening for FUT to just completely harass the farm lane because of the lack of... Okay, we're not sure yet if this is the Lian Po going to be in the partner of the Lady Sun. Oh, it's going to be, wow, this one, a final one. Again, if you have a Lady Sun, you know how the classic goes, but you're going to risk it with the Lian Po as well.
Okay, so I mean the anti-CC properties of Lianpo, they're definitely going to help out for the side of Dominator Esports. But my concern here is it's a longer reaching arm from the side of DMT, right? They have longer range than Foot Esports, and unless Foot really makes a dive, which I'm expecting the flash to be used with the mantras as well, it's what 90-second cooldown, so you only can go at full rage every 90 seconds.
Wow, imagining how the timer needs to be like in the most perfect timing as possible, because resources right now for FUT needs to be in the right displacement, either in team fights or counter ganks that Team Dominator can do in this game. But let's find out on how they're going to be bouncing back from their loss yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the Mayin and the Mai Shiranui for Alpha 7 right earlier in the last series. Let's see what DMT can do with that. I feel like it could be a lot better, especially paired with the Lianpo, right? Because you've got 1, you've got 2, you've got 3 ways to get into that backline.
Oh yeah, for sure. We have seen teams go up against Dominator. No one has been able to touch them just yet. Can Foot do it? Be the first one to lay the pain.
Man, in the series or of a movie of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, like the Foot Clan was one of the arch enemies of the greatest ninjas. Let's see how this could be in par on how they bounce back in this day.
Yep, they definitely need to be sneaky about it, and DMT definitely going to be thieving around.
Oh, okay, bit of a knock-up there onto the Taiyan. A lot of damage. We like a lot of damage in the early game, but obviously without the automation, Toshi can't claim those kills just yet.
Yep.
Yeah. It's a moment how you want to funnel in your farm lane options, like right here for Toshi, because look at these two, like Snake versus Toshi, they need more time, they need more space, but look at how the rotation priority of DMT here is mostly on the mid lane. For that, maybe focusing on the gold, funneling it right away quicker, rather than defending on a longer side in the farm lane.
Yeah, for sure. It's all about putting gold in the correct people, right? They definitely want to allow Toshi to get as early items as possible. And at this point, that first rotation by Lost actually providing a lot of value, because this slows down Toshi by just a bit, which in early game is going to be a big marker.
Yep, trying to go in with the poke here for the early ones. Again, there's no action just yet, maybe because of there's no frontline capability of how Foot can reach the Lianpo or even for Toshi. You said it earlier, they have DMT right now has more arms to reach, but meanwhile, someone got spotted here.
Yeah, we saw the wind slash come through there, trying to get the knock-up onto the Lady Sun's, Lady Chen, sorry. But not quite open. Freddy thought that, hey, maybe there's only one person in this bush, but they were 2.
Two ladies.
Two ladies
for the series.
A lot of trouble here at this point. And 0307, this time he is actually going to be playing the Roam. He was playing farm lane yesterday.
Wow, this is flexibility. Like, it's a test of limits today.
Yeah, like Snape, he is taking the one right on the win with the Lung as well, and seems to be doing well. Level 4 already, but he's trading just a little bit behind Toshi, and this is all about the funneling, right, from the side of the DMT.
Yeah, it's all about how you get or give the goal to the right person, going back on how our thought started in the first minute. As we wait for the objectives, I believe these two teams right here are just being cautious of the next step, because one mishap could actually, but this time around, they're 3 down bottom.
Oh, yeah, we see the Magma Slam coming through there. Nothing to connect, just kind of keeping Toshi safe, right?
Yeah, but this combination L with the Burst Ram and the Magma Slam, it's extremely disgusting because it's very hard to disrupt.
Look at that. Look at the position of Jurl right now. Look at that. It has been there for like few seconds, maintaining position and vision. Look!
Oh, there's Lost getting knocked up, but is it going to be enough? The Conductor of Souls comes through. Freddy with the wind slash, but Jurl has been met by Lady Jen, and it is going to be first blood for the side of Foot Esports. Ryuga coming through, and they're not quite done yet. Freddy getting caught out on a 3v1. Freddy needs some help, but there is nobody at Freddy's door. Please give him some help, but the Doom goes down.
Yep. Ice in their veins here, as well as icicle pains from the side of Ryuga over to DMT. And for the first time, it is a shaky start for the #1 seed in Indonesia.
Okay, that was the worst possible scenario of that miscalculation that they wanted to do. That how they wanted to attack the backline of FUT. Somehow Jurl was missing the possible best reinforcement ever, because everybody's not activated just yet. Maybe for an attempt, but FUT just read through the possible scenario of that case.
Yep, this is where, you know, the benefits of, or the pros and cons of switching lanes, right? They wanted Jurl to give some farm over to Toshi, but that didn't allow him to get the itemization that he needed to get the burst onto Lost.
Well, speaking of Lost here, they need to translate to something good. I mean, DMT, they have been finding information, trying to get where loss is coming from, Snape's progress as of this moment. The one they're missing here, they're also building lead. FUT is building lead in terms of items because they know what could be the power spike early game now.
Okay, talking about power spikes, we do have some power spikes here. Toshi as well as Chipings, they actually get that Axe of Torment. So now they will have a little bit more tankiness. They will have that armor stride as well.
That's a good option for the tankiness though, because right now the Lolong slowly building up the items here. They transition from the bottom lane to the mid lane. They want more focus on those waves, knowing that they need more gold to counter or even build up damage for this Lady Sun.
Yep, and as it stands now, you know, top lane not really doing too well. Foot Esports really having a hold against DMT today.
Yep, okay.
Oh, some trading blows coming through here. I don't think anything's going to come up this. He still has the dash over the wall. There we go. Liam Po to save.
Oh, okay. So with that kind of a bit of hesitation to get for a counter vision, I think DMT really sees the opportunity to push the bottom lane turret right away, knowing that there's no fight happening. With that kind of presence they're doing against FUT, slowly they can take the map easily by taking down turrets one by one.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether you noticed this, but Freddy has been consistently taking camps away from the Foot jungle.
Ooh. Speaking of which...
Oh, yes, speaking of, the Mai comes in with a crushing blow, taking down Orgrim, but depending just off the back of that there, we have Dune taken and just basically getting all the resources away from the Orgrim, which is a great way to counter it.
Void!
Yep, Void getting a little bit lost into the Void there. He's able to dash away. Rugar just come around as well. But right now, those Flaming Palms landing onto Toshi drives him away.
Okay, so Flaming Palms, if you take a look at the damage, it wasn't that much. And that's a bit concerning on the side of Foot Esports.
Yeah, well, as we look at their progress from the few moments from now, I think that's one thing to check, like how their items are going on as of this moment, because how DMT is working together. See, another turret taken down. They know that their FUT is lacking the damage to counter back or go in for a good team fight. So what they're doing right now is to totally capitalize on what was missing earlier from FUT. So they need more information, but getting the map control right now by DMT, commending how they creating this line against FUT that it's so hard to cross right now.
Yeah, this is a DMT specialty, right? They always manage to control the map so well, and it's always working in their favor. So as we progress into the mid game, oh, here we go.
Oh, nice little catch out there onto the Lady Jen. Ryuga wasn't quite expecting that. As they're able to get the kill there, it looks like they're going to try and go for some more into this mid lane right now. DMT wants some more blood. They've equalized the kill lead. Are they going to get any more there? The Wind Slash does come through. Both teams negating, but the side lanes are looking frosty.
Yep. Explosive growth here, and a lot of explosive damage. That's the big thing, right? DMT, they don't even give us time. It's an insta-kill.
Oh, speaking of insta-kill there, we're looking like Jill is a little bit too low. He has to get out of there. It is going to be Lady Sun getting the kill onto Zion, onto Void. Infinite Fastest back in, but Snape goes down. Double kill going over to Toshi. Not the person you want to give it to on the Lady Sun.
Yeah, they cannot be trifled with. It is dominated esports we're talking about here.
Look at the lane pressure going down bottom. My Shinui has been there like since the minute one. They never let that lane loose, knowing that this was the main idea, and having that space in the jungle camp of FUT managed to be a great way of taking down everybody. And that's a double kill for this Lady Sun, amping everybody up. Slowly, turrets are turning nothing for DMT, leaving them but breadcrumbs to follow by Dominator.
Yeah, we definitely have to give commendations to Gel as well. I mean, his Mai Shiranui is just playing on knife's edge every single time. You know, as a Mai, the benefit is it doesn't matter if your health is low, you have that insta-kill combo.
Correct. I mean, right now, Mai Shiranui, go ahead, Joel. Give this hero a great win rate today, please, because we were hoping for another way to get this for a contest during the draft, but somehow, and DMT is showing more prowess in his power picks right now.
Yeah, OSX, we talk about the map control, right? And DMT are just all over the place. Look at all three lanes starting to push in once again, and it's rinse and repeat from the side of DMT.
Yeah, it's just completely the same thing, guys. For those of you watching us right now, like this is just a game that we need to know on how FU is going to bounce back, because who's going to be in the front line here up against DMT? It's a troublesome decision if you want to commit to a front line of DMT right now, because there's going to be one insta-kill that you don't want to commit to.
Yep, and you know, Freddy was a nuisance yesterday. Freddy is an absolute menace today.
No. I don't know what's up with the Freddy guys. Even for horror movies,
yeah,
they're scary.
Exactly. I'm not going to name the title of it, but at this point, it's looking a bit scary. A horror movie for the side of Foot fans, right? Because at this point, DMT, they're starting to close their grip around the necks of Foot Esports.
Okay, as the T2 does open up, but is there going to be any more coming for the side of DMT? The Flaming Palms just aren't doing anything on to do right now. Why would you focus the skill?
Yeah, I mean, that was the only option, right? Freddy will stand in your face. He will invite you to fight him, but it's a losing fight every single time.
5 hooks at Freddy's. How they just keep on doing that, right? They just hook in, take the data out of FUT, and how they manage to keep this lane to put pressure on all lanes in FUT right now. They're just being forced to answer, but there's a pick-off that they needed.
Yep, Joel does go down as the Shadow Tyrant does come up, so this could be a little bit of benefit here for esports if they're able to just negate these pushes into the side lanes.
Yeah, but loss.
Oh, okay, the Magma Slam comes through, tries to lock down Void in.
Wow,
a Tremor Smash. It is going to be for the fastest that keeps him alive. Void is now going on to Toshi. Toshi keeps alive thanks to Freddy. It is going to be some frightful Freddy gameplay right now.
That's a very good crowd control. Hallucination is a flash, crowd control, Tremor Smash by L. A worthy of a resource, forcing everybody out of that situation.
Yeah, and it puts them in the perfect position, right? Because with L's Tremor Smash, it splits the fight. And when you're Foot Esports, you want everyone to be gathered together because you want to take advantage of the him coming out from 0307, but it's never in their favor.
I think that's the main thing right now of FUT. How do you manage to put every situation in your side? Because who's going to be the front line here? Like we're trying to break down the situation of DNT. Like they can enter the back line coming from the Lianpo. You have more ways to kind of like project how Sipangs or the Mayin gets through either for the carry of FUT. There's so much at stake at the front line or even for the back line of FUT that they need to be worried about.
Yep, you can definitely see the sweat dripping off the brow on the Foot players. Simply because Toshi is level 14. He's 2 levels ahead of Snape. It's not a fun situation to be in.
No, it's not, man. Knowing that this hero, for those of you who use Lady Sun in your games, now this is your moment. This is your window to shine. Having those skills with you and having the XP advantage against FUT, you just need to ride the waves. Man, you have the done. He has a surfboard. Go ahead and ride it for sure.
Yep, okay, Void hiding behind.
Oh yes, Void waiting for that push check going on to Joel. Is it going to be enough? Oh yes! The execute comes through, but it is the Tremor Smash as well that comes through, connects. Toshi making another kill onto Void right now. Is that going to be enough for DMT to try and push this higher ground turret? Not quite yet. They need the dominance in these side lanes as the minion wave in the mid lane is trying to push.
Okay, so, okay, there was the folks coming in. I think, are they gonna go aggressive with this? Okay.
I don't think so, right? It's a silver lining that they got Joe, but they really want Toshi, right? So, yes, they can get him down to half his health, but it's not enough. You need everything to be thrown at Toshi, and at this point, DMT is just not showing any signs of weakness at all.
Yeah, and they can't afford to commit any possible mistake. No wonder, like Sipangs and L is always on the data on where Foot is coming from, because one thing that they want to prevent from happening is from Toshi being picked off by FUT. I'm not gonna just take out the fact that FUT now has more ways to come back, because the goal lead right now, yeah, it will speak some advantage, but in terms of a comeback, if ever they lose the composure on how to dive in extended team fights, it could be FUT's favor.
Yeah, it's a difficult one to play, right? Because if you want to clump up together, Chippings is going to have the time of his life. You're going to split up. Al and Toshi are going to have the time of their lives as well. There's so many solutions DMT have prepared for the lineup against Foot Esports.
This is the question. How will they prepare for this defense right now? There's the waves coming in. There's the Shadow Tyrant coming down bottom. The Shadow Overlord, rather. And this is one way they need to be in a complete defense from FUT. Another turret destroyed, and they would really need to go out the base here to get a kill out of DMT. They need to isolate one, but it's going to be a trouble moment for them to decide when or where.
Okay, let me telegraph something for you. Void needs to have the best ultimate of his life in combination with Ryuga on that Destructive Deluge. And that is a really one-style communication for the side of Foot Esports for them to have any chance to turn this fight around. But we know that DMT knows this, so I'm not sure how they're going to try and telegraph this fight in their favor.
Okay, thanks for the message. I got it. But right now, for Void, the Dharma, I believe in you, man. Like, we haven't seen the Dharma shine yet for this one, for FUT, because there's no way that they can just go all in against DMT. That's one instant setup for L to use the Tremor Smash for a 5-man setup. So if Void does commit that kind of combo that we need, the Flash and the Truth Mantra against DMT, it could be a 50-50, or he could die from that.
Yep. Okay, there's two members that are of utmost importance on the side of DMT. We cannot afford to have Chipangs or L die, because those are the people that can have the turnaround factor for the side of DMT. So DMT, they're going to reinforce themselves with the Tyrant buff at this point. I like this, right? Because it puts pressure on FUT. When that Overlord comes up, you're going to have to go for it on the side of foot.
They're gonna go for it though.
Okay, there we go. The Tremor Smash just connect onto the Taiyan, but Void coming in with the Truth Mantra. It's gonna be enough to take out Jul, but it's gonna be enough to take down any more of DMT. Infinite Bastards comes through, tries to lock down the Toshi. He's a little bit too far, but he can come round from this flank. Down goes Taiyan, thanks to Freddy. But we still have Void, we still have Lost. But for how long? Not long enough. As we speak of long, it's gonna be taken out. Bangs as well. There is no waves crashing through. All they can try and do is take down Snape.
Oh no, DMT has taken the bait. They know their waves pushing down bottom, but Snape totally by time for a FUT right now, sacrificing his life for the base.
He bought a lot of time, right? So there is a silver lining for that. There is some space created, but Snape had to give his life for it. At this point, unfortunately, he did not have his infinite vastness, but you can see, right? These are openings that Foot Esports can take, and we were talking about it. It was all because of Void.
Look at this, going back on the replay. They know they committed a mistake by that Liempo initiating. It was a good initiation, right? But there was a turret right in the defense, in the heart of FUT. And that counterplay that Void did with the Flash Truth Mantra we were talking about a few seconds ago was so perfect.
Yeah, they miscalculated the strength of L as well, right? This Liempo multi-man ulti with the Tremor Smash has been really useful and hurtful from the side of DMT as well. So Dominator now, once again, the map is in their favor. Bottom lane, they still have to work through 2 different turrets before they can even that lane out.
Ooh, I think that's the main word right now, Tofu. Like, how do they even things? Like, yeah, they got the pick off. This kind of turnaround needs to be translated to an extended winning scenario that they don't want to lose. Like, with this empowered buff support as a Cayenne at 0-3-3-7. Oh my goodness!
The damage coming from Toshi. He has to force the infinite fastness so early. Jul gets his revenge onto Snape. Lost down, Void down is Snape once more. Trying to keep them away from the crystal, but is it going to be enough? Not quite. They have the minions. They have Toshi. He has the Sage's Sanctuary. Point 1, go into DMT.
Perfect gameplay from this side of Dominator Esports. They continue on this 100% win streak as of now. And, you know, if we were to take a look at the stacks, by all metrics, this looks like a Dominator 2-0.
Okay, what I tell you. What I'm trying to tell you, man, at the beginning of our lunch. Okay, I'm not done yet. Let the story speak for today. But that game, how DMT managed to take everything on their own favor, it was good. So I'm gonna change it for now. Since we're going up with team names and how they translate for their winning success, DMT in this game, data, money, and time.
Oh, data, money, and time. And this is what he told me during lunch. He asked me to eat quickly and cleanly. So Dominator, they were eating their plate and it was clean.
Absolutely. When you've got DMT Toshi there, right, as well, that just being able to not be caught off guard with the Lady Sun just really shows the talent behind the player. Just being able to just roll out of there. Ultimate shells connecting. You saw Snape. He was there 1 second, gone the next.
It speaks for the story, like Severus. Right?
Yeah, it's kind of scary, right? Because what do you do when you meet a strong person? You have to bend to their will. And at this point, Foot Esports got bent.
Yeah, I mean, right now, we've seen some shining moments. It was too late. We've seen that they want to do a counterplay because we felt like the risk for FUT was too big of a casualty, because if the Dharma committed in the wrong position, it could mean anything. Like, they could actually be taken out easily. But waiting for the right moment and at the wrong time, so close, but yet so far.
Yep, that's why we always say almost is never enough. Void was really close, right? He was, at this point, he did some very nice catches. right? Yep, it is okay, right? So he did get a couple of nice catches, and the team did follow up, but it was just a little too late at this point for Foot.
Too little, too late, and almost is never enough. We catched Kindofu playing a ranked game in his lunch, so whether these are just mantras coming from what he's telling himself from his rank match, we'll find out. But yeah, we'll console him. Don't you worry, Crowd.
I like the fact that we're talking about my rank matches. Guys, we're here for the competition, right?
Well, right now, since everybody in the chat is like, oh, I'm having a win streak, I'm having a lose streak, well, learn from here, learn from the best, and our MVP, another one for Toshi for the Lady Sun.
That's 3 MVPs right now. So he's had 3 games. He's been MVP for everyone. But like I was saying, just as that closed down, the little post-match ting, Toshi is just unstoppable. No death run, 6 kills, and then 41% damage, man.
Yep, this is the poster boy of Dominator for sure. And I'm really curious to take a look at the highlights. Of course, Yuhuan will be helping us with that before we go in.
Hi everyone, I'm Yuhan, and I'm the official 2024 HOK Championship Observer. The tournament highlight of the day is here. 3, 2, 1, showtime!
Thank you so much, Yuan. Now going back to the highlights of that game. This was a 0-1, the first blood that Ryuga got. But this was kind of like a starting point for them that they needed to continue. But looking back on how the counter and the zoning that this Lianpo did for his team really worked some wonders. And it was too late for FUT to respond for a counter back.
Yeah, it's actually one of my pet peeves, right? I don't really like having a China in the team. It requires you to have a lot of itemization, which means you need to have the advantage, you need to have the farm. And the fact that, you know, Dominator Esports, they started the game with the first blood, that was not the call for the side of Foot Esports.
No, yeah, not the call at all. They kind of punished them for it, right? It's the only problem is that they are now getting punished and these highlight reels. And there was a lot of highlights, right? When we was looking back at the previous series, when there was no kills being done on Alpha 7 and Boom Esports, there was not much of a highlight reel. But this match, absolute cinnamon.
Oh yeah, for sure. You know, we were expecting a lot. And at this point, I feel like the pressures and burdens too heavy for Void to carry on his shoulders because it really fell on Void. If Void didn't get the enlightenment, the team just could not function off of that.
Yeah. Even with the roster sort of like change around, right? A Snape on the farm lane, and then obviously 0307 on the roam. It just wasn't quite enough to trick up and treat DMT.
Yep, and I want to give a shout out to Freddy here. He was just a huge tank. Long Night Guardian along with the Blazing Cape, Giant's Grip, Omnit's Premonition as well. Last item probably might be looking at the Frigid Charge because there were a couple of stuns as well. I mean, he was just soaking up so much damage, but L coming in with the Frigid Charge as well as the Succubus Cloak, soaking in so much damage, but somehow he went defensive, but boy, he was just burning them up on the backlines. He caught so many people with his Tremor Smash time and time again.
This is the right recipes that he needs. They know that there's magic damage coming in, there's some burst, and also it was forced, right? Ryuga was forced to go with the Venomous Staff for to negate the anti-heal, but so far, if you want a Lady Sun to have damage as well in team fights, you might want to consider go harass on the magic damage items, but they were forced to be a defense. As you said, they kind of knelt down on the strong point of how DMT managed to take the game away from them. So they had no choice but to defend and even extend it for the longer stages of the game to find a possible opportunity for a win back.
Yep, so we now see why, right, Ogren is still something you can counter, right? Especially Toshi showing off that with enough damage, right, Ogren's main weakness is burst. If he can't deal with you over a duration of time, it's a win against the Ogren.
But this is something I want to point out, right? Look at this end of game goals here. No neutral objectives. I was pointing it out throughout the match, kind of just like circling it on my screen, hopefully manifesting it for Foot Esports. But my window washing tactics with my pen just wasn't happening. They're still sat on no neutral objectives, just showing the true dominance of DMT on the Gorge.
Again, DMT, data, money and time completely on their side, and how they complemented that was the done as well. You notice how he was on position, stealing all the objectives away. It's too much for FUT to handle. How do you even count? Like, you need to focus on your lane, you need to focus on your camp. It's too much, man. Like, again, I use it as a term in a buffet. What do you go for? Like,
Yeah, there's too many mind shares, right? It's a point where too many options become lesser.
Yeah.
You don't have much to choose from. Too many things. I need this, I need that, I have this as well. And
up your mind.
At the same time, all of the resources are taken away by DMT.
Exactly. So with that kind of a distraction that DMT did, they kind of like, they were like forced to a situation to respond without having the right tools to fight back.
Yeah, so definitely Foot needs to have a stronger foot through the door at this point. Second game of the game, we will see how they're going to try and mount this comeback against Dominator Esports. A tough challenge for sure.
But yeah, don't forget, guys, to follow our channels, like and subscribe for a chance to win the Realme 13 Plus. This is the phone that all the players are playing on, and from what we can see here, it looks like a dazzling piece of technology. So if you want to get your hands on that, follow the channels, and you will be in store to maybe get your little palms onto the Gorge and on the Realme 13 Plus.
Yeah, you just got my hands down there with the Realme 13 Pro, where you can actually go one-on-one with someone downstairs. With some cool price. For those of you who's watching, or even want to join us here live at MGP Space,
it's free.
Go ahead.
It's free.
You can score some merch. Our friend there just scored like the same thing since yesterday.
No worries, right? You can win plenty of prizes as well, but this time the team that's looking for the biggest prize ever, more points into the bag. Dominator Esports are well on their way to securing another few more points to put themselves at the top of their table.
Yeah, I think now they need to ride the momentum. If they want to keep on going with this Lady Sun and this MVP going for DMT, just need to don't fix either what's not broken, or they can go and experiment depending on how they want to take on Foot in the next one. Again, Mai Shernui, finally a win for today, and so far, we're seeing more of the prowess of the meta picks of today.
Yeah, man, you know, one thing I'm really surprised on the side of Dominator Esports is that every strong team, there is a weakness you can start to really tear on and try to pry it open. But I don't see any gaps in the side of Dominator Esports.
Yeah, and looking back on this game here, because this is the thing they want to see about how FUT adjusts to this game number 2. Like how do you manage to go up against Dominator in terms of the draft? Because they have priorities on the either the Lady Sun or even the Mai Shernui. The question is, will they respect ban it, or will they take it for themselves?
Yep, alright, so I'm just gonna go ham here with the first ban, Musashi as well as the Zhang Fei. These are two very strong picks, right? The anti-heal as well as the shield, the unbridled outburst. Definitely going to be useful against the likes of Dominator Esports. But once again, the doors open up. The Mai Shernui looking to continue on her win streak, this time with DMT.
I mean, I'm kind of glad that DMT are picking it up, right? Because we had some Mai Shernui picks today, and they kind of dirtied the mark. It was a completely 100% ban rate yesterday, and then it came through a few games before DMT, and they're sort of moving that winning rate up a little bit more positive. But hey, let's look at the side of Foot Esports here, going for the Dharma and the Ogryn again.
Okay, I like it. So I like the fact that Void goes back into the Dharma. I think he had something of value, and it was something that was quite damaging to the side of DMT.
Okay.
Now the question is, can they provide this same value? Can they have a better structure around the team so that Foot Esports can take one game back against the Indonesian champions so far?
Yes, I mean, they go in for the same old song and dance, right? The Liam Po once more. I'm sure that OSX is super happy with that, but the Liam Po, I think, is just a great counter for the Ogryn, right? So that knock up, the Tremor Smash, the Magma Slam is the Slammer Jam that you need for DMT.
Nothing is being changed from DMT right now, man. Like, they're just giving away the Ogryn, the Luong. Same thing as well for FUT. I'm having deja vus, right? In the game number 1, what could happen? Same thing. But the one thing that changes here is the bans. They take out the Dolia. There's more ways that they can utilize this Dolia by DMT gets, but DMT says, okay, we won't go with any possible way to change, because this kind of lead that they're going for completely, for them, it's like a perfect winning solution up against any lineup right now against FUT.
Yep, DMT now understands what the win conditions are on the side of Foot, right? They want to make sure they don't get that long-range CC, and that's in the form of mortars as well. And likewise, Foot, they want to take out the 2 signature picks of Dominator Esports. That's coming in the form of the Han Sing as well as the Dun. And at this point, it's really tough for the side of Foot, because a lot of the doors are closing in. What does the coach coach have in mind for them?
Yeah, they're really thinking right now. Right on point in how the coach is seeing this draft right now. You mentioned about the two signature bits. FUT respected that. They know how the damage was dealt from game number 1. And now, same thing. They're limiting down the choices of FUT right in terms of the roaming.
Yeah, you know what? If I were in the DMT's shoes, I would actually allow the Tyan to be picked up. I like the fact that it takes a bit of time to grow this Tyan, but nonetheless, it's a risk that I think Dominator, that's the reason why they're called Dominator, right? They don't give you spaces to breathe. They want to dominate you from the start to the finish.
Wow, man. Like, I'm just thinking how... this kind of like FUT's feeling right now. It's the pressure, right? Yeah. How do you counter pressure with that kind of targeted specific ban? Like they opened the Liu Bang. Look at how Liu is being maximized since yesterday on the global response to the marksmen or for the farm lane. He could be anywhere in terms of the pushing and the support. But as you said, it could be a different ban. But this opens up another one, like the dash out. It's open still, but it's not.
Oh my goodness, are we really gonna see it? The Luna coming through? That is, oh my goodness, Luna is going to be the bane of existence for the side of FUT Esports. Okay, if you take a look at Freddy's chair, do you notice that there was a shovel behind? They're digging 6-foot deep graves for the side of FUT Esports there with this last two picks.
You got me there. I was thinking, like, who puts shovel on the stage right now? I was kind of thinking, but good thing right now that they want to go with this Luna pick and they were willing to give out the ban of the Cayenne. Now they're forced to have this the Hano for FUT. So in this kind of way, do you want to either poke the front line that was a problem from game number 1 for this Luna? I think they're more happy with this decision.
Yeah, but it's a good pick, right? I think this is a stronger draft coming in from FUT Esports. So we'll see, right? Can our Turkish representatives from the region come in and put up a better performance against the current kings of Indonesia?
I mean, they have to, right? Because, I mean, if they don't do anything this game, there's no more leeway for them. They have to do something, right? Their backs are against the wall, not only on the Gorge, but in terms of the tournament rankings.
Oh yeah, they're already 3 feet in the ground, right? Halfway there.
Oh yeah, the shovel's already got dirt on it. The shovel has already got dirt on it. I mean, what a power play, right? Having a shovel. Unless they're going to start shaking it in the air, they're definitely using something for a purpose.
All right, let's get right into it. It's going to be the potential decider here. FUT Esports trying to survive against Dominator Esports.
Okay, this is now the adjustment that we're about to see for FUT. We haven't seen the Hyena being picked so far for today, but this gives a level for the mid lane to have that kind of free range clear with the minions as well, because that was lacking from game number 1. How do you manage to equalize the waves? Because that's one thing that FUT needs to address, because the Clash lane and the Roamer right now of DMT is just working perfectly to give the right information, depends on what time of the game.
Yeah, it's really of utmost importance that FUT Esports defends their jungle really aggressively, because you don't want to give Freddy room to grow. At this point, there's 2 members they need to watch out for, and that's going to be Freddy and Toshi, because if you give them growth, you're going to be punished real hard.
Okay, since we now see the Luna being picked up by DMT and they're really so happy with it, again, this kind of hero has so many combos if you're up against 3.
Oh yes, we see the Lost getting ganked on here into his own jungle, but first blood is going to go over to 0307, already having a better performance than Snape on Lung. Are they quite not done yet? Ryuga on the Liu Bang, he's just making sure that L stays out of Lost jungle.
Beautiful play, and of all the people the fun to go into, they give it to their farm lane. 0307, very happy with it. I was going to say that's the number in his bank account, but it's a little small.
Maybe the last 4 digits, right? So maybe that's one thing to either maybe an area code or something.
Jipangs?
Oh, the truth mantra for points. Oh, what is going on? Hey, for esports, what have you done in that little mini break on stage? Did they see the shovel and thought, nah, survival instincts kicked in?
Yep, yeah, they have a shovel of their own as well. Void was very clinical with that one. An easy insta-kill there. It was a 2-hit combo that really knocked out Chipangs on that top lane.
Okay, like this kind of lineup that FUT went for the same thing from game number 1, having the Luong, having the Alker with him. It's setups for this macro control over DMT. You have more ways to get in with the movement speed, get in for the reachability on where DMT is coming from. So that small mistake you guys told me earlier could mean a great factor of setting up this 037 or the Luong of FPT to just get those items in for their damage as well.
Yeah, for sure. That's one thing they need to focus on. But the second thing is actually to try and invade and get the Azure Golem away from the hands of Freddy. We know Aluna loves the Azure Golem, and once she doesn't have it, it's quite detrimental to her gameplay.
She just goes hungry, man. Like, if you want to empower more of this hero, being dependent on those kinds of buffs, especially the items, you don't want to die early on and be ganked multiple times, because right now FUT is willing to commit. Having the presence of Liu Bang here sets up a great response globally around the map just in case they need some reinforcement.
Yep, he has some breathing room with the Dominator shield as well, right? So Ryuga gonna do well for himself to really get the aggression in, and once again, another camp stolen.
They're just calling everybody down bottom. It seems like DMT is finding an avenue to get a
Void!
kill, but Void!
Yes, Void is there. We do get the knockback from the Mai Shiranui, but able to dash away is Joel. He's out of there with safe distance, vicariously living through Freddy. Is Freddy going to get some kills onto the side of Foot? Not quite. The damage is not there for Diana.
No, okay. I kind of felt that. Like, that kind of kiting that Luna can do, like Freddy, in the later stage of the game, like probably the mid-game, with the right items, that's gonna hurt.
Yeah, you can definitely start to see the DMT feeling the pressure, right? And one thing of concern is L is still level 4.
Okay, like, since being on level 4 right now up against Ryuga on level 5, probably want to build some strong frontline defense. Because one thing that FUT could do is invade the back line, either coming from the path of passing of an Ogren or even for the Hino. There's so much defense and high kite capability of FUT's heroes right now that they need to be wary of. So they need to be defense items to be in check on the first stages of the game, and also how do you counter back with damage?
Yep, exactly. L needs to be more survivable, right? Without the items, he's not going to be providing too much value. The Tremor Smash could be a suicide play instead.
Yeah, I had that most of the times, right? Sometimes I'm pushed to either be the sacrificial lamb of the team, but in this case, if DNT has the grip of the game right now, they don't need to lose it because momentum is slowly building up in FUT. You want to translate it to success. If you're coming from a loss since yesterday, man, I want to win.
Oh yeah, for sure. We definitely want to win, and these boys want to win as well. And FUT, hang on, Void.
Jill getting the knock-up onto Void, but then CG Bing coming in. Oh, yes, Luna gets the kill. Some more lovely bit of resources going over to Freddy. Exactly what they need. I mean, this is the troublesome thing, right? It's the late game potential of DMT's draft. But speaking of that, the Snape gets quite a bit of damage done onto him, but he is Hino. He can stab it from a very far distance with the Scepters of Fate.
Yeah, they're going for pressure. Look.
They're going to try and catch him.
Yes, there is the Tremor Smash. It does land onto Ryuga. He's not able to get out of there. Joel getting a kill for DMT.
Yeah, putting in the mise en place here, right? Just setting up the ingredients for the kill. And DMT, they never miss the mark. Lord's gonna try and solo work on this Overlord, and he's not gonna be discovered. Nobody is moving in. Oh, hang on! Reset! Oh, that was a big mistake!
Wasted. Oh no, that's so sad, like, man.
Very sad. I mean, they've just wasted that mistake there. It's cost them the T1 into the mid lane. That's troublesome, but okay, Snape's getting the Flaming Palms onto L, but he's not going to be able to force anything else.
Looks like DMT's shaking up FUT right now, forcing them to respond on the crumbs that DMT's leaving. If they took that Tyrant or the Overlord away from them, it could mean a push because, again, the Tower of DMT from down bottom has been taken down. They could actually pressure DMT to respond on those dragons right away.
Okay, at this point, Snape.
Yes, Luna going in. Not enough damage onto Snape, though. However, keeping that Faith Rewind is able to be able to bring the T1 back up to its original health, right?
Yeah, okay, Snape actually is going to be a very important person in the team fights because if he lands multiple Scepters of Fate, it's going to change the team fights. Freddy is not a tank. Freddy is a huge damage dealer.
Yeah. Oh, if Freddy has more precision that's going to be set up by L or the Lian Po, that could mean something. Like, it's a complete, like, instant 2 kills away. But now how Ryuga is managing to control this river, look at that poke.
Ooh, Oh, okay, that was a little bit of a bait there onto Earl, bringing the loop bang from the battlefield command, right?
Okay, really close, but Freddy diving in. Does he really want to do this?
Again, level 11. He's just trying to take a 3v1. We do have Toshi here as well now to try and lay the smackdown onto Lost.
Oh,
but
no.
they're just baiting.
With all those things happening against DMT and FUT in the mid lane, Dharma, Void has been pushing down bottom, making himself busy. How DMT's being distracted right now, they're using it as an advantage.
But this is taking a page out of DMT's plays, right? Pulling them all over the map.
Yeah, speaking of pulling all over the map, the Infinite Vastness is going to come through to masterfully by 0307.
Look at Dharma, again, sneaky plays.
Man, if you want to gain control over the map, there's no turret taking it from the bottom lane of FUT, because now they want to capitalize on this kind of waves from down bottom, because that's where they can catch DMT off guard. Looking at this, they're trying their best to divert the attention of DMT up top.
Yeah, they're just trying to basically play the opposite play on the side of the map, right? They're just trying to keep Freddy away so he can't do any kind of damage into these team fights. Lost taking a few blows there from Toshi, and Jill is coming up to join, just to try and give vision onto the back line. We don't want Void coming in and smash him, but hey,
eyes on Void.
decision. Uh-oh, Truth Mantra may come through onto Jill. It does, it gets the knockdown as well. There we go, crucial initiate. Freddy coming in from the back line as well. Snape takes a bit of damage, but it's not going to be enough. Oh, the dashes. The dashing dash, the dashing gentleman as well. The Conductor and Souls comes through. He's able to give a help over to Lost. Snape. It's going to be enough. Snape gets a Scepter of Fate onto the side of DMT. They're looking in trouble.
We understand why Void has two double-edged swords there. He had a push, but one thing that we were missing was the positioning of getting the ambush play from Jurl.
Yeah, the synergy is working out, and they are playing their cards right? They're providing space for Snape to lay the Scepters of Fate down, and you can see the amount of damage he's doing. At the same time, Freddy, he's trying to jump in. He's in perfect positions, but nobody is, healthy enough to help him and assist him in getting the kills there.
Yeah, I understand you, man. Like, it's just speaking of being healthy, yeah, we're seeing the defensive items here being built up. There's no, maybe a Blazing Cape could be built by Lee and Poe, depending on how you want to consider the damage right now, because Axe of Torment of Dharma is really working the first way by enhancing his passive more for a defense. So I think they have more confidence. FUT has more advantages this time around on how they want to play with the front line. They're diverting the attention of DMT. Rinse and repeat. Same thing.
Yeah, they didn't win the draft, but they're executing their draft just slightly better than DMT. So Dominator, they need to look for more. Void, once again, his positioning is so critical. He catches eyes onto Chipangs.
Okay, the Tyrant is now open. One thing also for Heino, he's going with magic damage. Now, Mask of Agony instead of the Chalice being prioritized here by this Heino. They're going to be really deadly in terms of the poking here. Look at the kiting that's being dealt upon by Jurl right now. Look at the front line, man.
Oh! Flash from Void onto Jurl, tries to take him down. There is the battle command coming from Ryuga, but there is the Flaming Bombs as well, landing onto Lee and Poe. Down goes the front line, but Freddy into the back. Is he going to take out Void? Yes, one is down. Can he go anymore for Ryuga? There is a lot of damage. Yeah, double kill for Freddy.
Yeah, there's so much in and out. Another one. Oh,
not quite.
So close.
Yep, he was close. I mean, you could feel the fear on the face of 0307 at this point. It's going to be T1 threatened at this point, but Lost, he's going to be the deterrence against Toshi. I don't think it's going to be working out too much, though. A couple of rolling raids will do the job. So, DMT, they're going to try and change it into the Tyrant.
Okay, translating more of the trade that's happened now. They have more damage, and I think this is more an answer for DMT to go in and just push with the lanes, but this one open opportunity for FUT to take. The Overlord, will they go for it? There's a primal bond right now for DMT. It's a big of a risk, right?
Yeah, they can't. Take a look at that Snape's health, right? Every rolling raid by Toshi has hurt him so much, and until they have all their ultimates together, 0307 needs that infinite vastness. If not, it's too much of a risk for the side of Foot Esports.
Okay, well, the DMT right now has more advantages in terms of the damage and there's a team fight. Will they use the Overlord as bait? Because right now they're waiting for the right possible way to divert or even catch, but meanwhile they have spotted Lost. Slowly, FUT creating more of a distraction. Will they divert DMT now?
Yep. Freddy's just looking for an opening, right? He's going to be the straggler. He's going to try and go on solo as well. Lost is so low, and at this point, they're not biting onto the bait just yet. But in DMT, they're enjoying this. They don't mind.
Yeah, no, specifically on the gold lead right now, it was like a almost 4K difference like 3 minutes ago. Now it's slowly being in the same page as FUT.
Oh, here we go. Void comes in as well. Ryuga with a battle command coming in to save the day. Freddy already losing a lot of health there. Void just missing the mark. We see that G-Ping is pretty low as well. The Snake's damage is just doing fantastic for the side of FUT Esports. It may just open up the Overlord for FUT Esports, which could be a little bit of a comeback mechanic for the team themselves.
Yeah, very big zoning attempt here. And it's working out for FUT Esports, right? And now you're going to start to see the swing. 2,000 goalie in the hands of FUT.
The Dharma and you have the Liu Bang. This combo, man, the connection of Void and Ryuga, once they have vision by Jurl, once they get Jurl on a tight position to go and retreat back, they take it right away with no hesitation because they know that could be the game-changing factor.
Oh, the Tremor Smash does connect, but there's nobody else to just lead up with it. So Lady Sun and Toshi are just kind of like, hey, well, what's going on here? But okay, there we go. The Truth Match has just come through as well for Void. It's not going to be enough just yet. L just can soak that damage.
Okay, they have to be really careful. 0307, he knows someone's in the bush there.
He knows something's going on and it's Jill.
Yeah, Jill for the jail time, right? They want to put them in jail, put them in prison, and at this point, Freddy going in.
Oh, yeah, okay. They forces the Fate Rewind. That's very good, which is good.
Yeah, that's going to be huge, right? They buy a lot of time. Now, this is a long time without the Fate Rewind, and this is a perfect fight. DMT, anytime they see an opening, they will take it.
Well, this is the opening of FUT. Like they're putting now DMT in a tight situation to respond where the Overlord Vanguard is. Look at that, another initiation.
Oh, bringing down the Freddy. That's going to be troublesome for the side of DMT. They have no way into the backline unless Joel decides he wants some jail time.
No, like you don't want to have that. You don't want that right now, considering that they have the lead. But slowly, FUT is maintaining distance on how the gold managed to just work on almost 4K. But this time around, they're just completely taking out turrets together with your push as well with the Shadow Vanguards. This is one way to see that DMT is on a tight spot to attack. They need to wait for the right moment. They need to wait for Freddy.
Yep, Al's just kind of trying to take away that Vanguard and was able to do it successfully, right? I think that's kind of like the Hail Mary play.
Yep, if you take a look at what's happening now, they're just allowing Snape the space to really throw those Scepters of Fate, and every single one that lands is a risk factor for the side of DMT, which is why they're so far behind in the towers as well. Now, this is an important marker. This next fight could spell the end of the game.
Okay, like going back on that item check earlier from FUT, we know how the Snape or even Haino on the top lane could go for tankiness, but now with the damage that he has, the magic damage he has right now in 16 minutes almost, it's just a complete winning recipe to peel everybody from DMT.
Yep, now this is a pinnacle moment, right, for the game, because at this point, I think all 10 players on the field are itemized for the final fight. So anyone that gets the wipeout will win the game.
Oh, yeah. I think the Tempest Dragon could be the answer on both teams right now if they let it happen. In a few minutes or seconds from now, we might see how FUT will manage to distract DMT. This is one way they keep on doing. Void and Ryuga, this perfect duo, Batman and Robin, having the advantage of taking out Drill out of the map, sets a good signal to just initiate DMT.
Yep, and at this point, Lost is the one in charge of vision control.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to bait enough abilities, right? Oh, okay, there is L. He's trying to just bait some more abilities. Just basically paying dividends to the side of FUT Esports. Tremor Smash comes through, Infinite Fastness to keep 0307 alive. But right now, there's a lot of pain going on to Jill. Jill goes down, my boy. So does Freddy resurrected, but it's not going to be enough. The knockback is just too clean. Is FUT Esports going to get another win from Indonesia? It's looking like it, right?
Yep, Toshi's still alive. Oh, Void!
Oh, Void, my boy. Dharma has been clean in this series. And double kill going over. FUT Esports are not out.
It is a perfect game, my god! Void was just the one putting the holes in their bodies, and this time the shovel is returned into the hands of Foot Esports. They are the ones digging the grave. 6 feet under, no, it is your turn.
Yeah, you see the smiles right here from the coach and the manager, even the team players right now of FUT. A much needed win. We all love 3 games, right? We see how the teams right now completely bounce back from a loss yesterday, and now they want to translate it into a winning success.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Void, that last play, we were caught off guard, right? We were looking at, okay, what is the next play here? And Void said, hang on, I have the answer here. I'm going to knock them back on the crystal.
Yeah, the Dom was so clean, right?
Oh
I mean, Void on this Dom has been unstoppable. But, I mean, this hero itself has had 100% appearance rate, right? So it's been something that is clearly working in scrims. It's something that is meta. It's something that really disrupts a lot of these picks like a Jurl on the Mai Shiranui.
Yeah, he wants to steal the limelight. We were all looking at Toshi like, oh, Toshi's rolling here, Toshi's shooting the gun, and Void says no, he's gonna be against the wall.
I think FUT have figured out like we just don't need to focus on just one, because when they manage, I think Void in this game, I would like to commend him on how the recovery from game number and the adjustment as well, how he managed to see like his own potential, right? Yeah, he might have the thing that I have no use in this game number 1, I can't set up, but in game number 2, man, he managed to land all the perfect locations on where to take down the Mai Shiranui.
Yep, all the stars aligned, and this time we're looking for that one big star on the side of Foot Esports. Let's see who the MVP is. It is going to be Snape, my goodness. The Scepters of Fate really taking control of their destiny. He was constantly in the backlines throwing out those Scepters of Pain. And boy, did it change the fate of Foot Esports.
I love the early activation of this Hino, considering that the first item was the Mask of Agony. Instead of depending on situation of how we'll use the Chalice, but having this kind of situation amps up the hypo capability.
Hi everyone, I'm Yuhan, and I'm the official 2024 HOK Championship Observer. The tournament highlight of the day is here. 3, 2, 1, showtime!
Alright, and this is the game. It was looking like a similar story, right? That Foot was going to have a tough time, but suddenly they turned up the gears, and that first blood going to the hands of 0307 was so paramount in the way they grow the game. And Void, time and time again, just getting the knockbacks as many as possible to really set the stage for the rest of the team.
This is just a complete setup for FUT to win against a DMT right now. Again, we were talking about win rate, and looking back on these highlights, really put DMT on a tight spot to defense more. That Dharma, the Void, at the beginning, he was going sneaky, pushing down bottom, and he got another gift by taking out the Mai Shiranui being in the death bush.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure at this point the Foot Esports coach, he feels so validated. His ideas are working, right? All they needed was that aggression from the Foot Esports players.
The much needed win for FUT from their loss yesterday, going back on their lineup as well, as Snape being the MVP, Mask of Agony, as well as the Insatiable Tome now being picked up as a second item. This is just Magic Lifesteal as well as the Breakthrough skill damage. With that kind of scary damage of the front line. As Lianpo, yeah, I hate Hinos. But the moment I just, Tremor Smash! Yeah, you did.
Yeah, that's how you get smashed in your face. Yeah. Smashed the ground and dug his own grave.
Yeah, imagine toothpicks of death brought to you by Hano.
Yep, extremely pain. It was a very big understanding on the side of Foot Esports that, hey, we don't need more tank, we need more damage. And I like this thought process. And take a look at the team fight rate. They were constantly forcing DMT into fights that they were not comfortable with.
And look at this, the team rate from these both team from DMT and FUT. As you mentioned, they don't need tank. What they need was the damage and the peel. And they felt the best possible way that they could take out the front line of DMT the moments that they were like trying to have hesitations in taking those kinds of steps.
Yep, you know, when we eat the peanut butter jelly sandwich, we want it spread evenly, and that's exactly what FUT did, right? They spread the damage evenly across the team. If you take a look at the stats, everyone contributed in the damage for the side against DMT. And DMT
it was mainly Toshi, right? So when Toshi's out of the fight, it's over.
Right now, we're excited to see how this one goes for the team, and we're looking forward to how or what their thoughts are heading to the next match. Again, if you say peanut butter and jelly is the best way here for FUT to bounce back in this series, they need to ride this spread as well.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the interviews between the two teams, and we'll see how it's like before we go into the final game of this series.
I think we will do same preparation for every team. Maybe there is special tactic for FUT, but overall it's almost same. Just practice.
Confused about deciding the main roster on the tournament. This is something, how can I say, the negative part of our previous roster. I mean, yeah, like we decided the main roster before the tournament starts maybe a week ago. So now this time decided our main roster for like 2 months ago. So we know our main roster and we changed, like now we got a new ADC player. So this is the big changes of our roster and that's why we feel confident about it.
Maybe because it's first match, maybe they are nervous. So we will just do our best against FUT.
Actually, we haven't encountered any challenge here because I think the Indonesia is a good country and we are quite experienced players as we are together for a long time and participated in different tournaments. So there is not such a challenge we encountered.
The gameplay is like same like when we play in Indo qualifier. I think we just need to keep up the consistent with our gameplay.
We know a little bit about them. We know their team. They are the third team of the Indonesia and we are the best team of Turkey. I think there is not such a thing we fear or afraid. I don't want to underestimate them, but I think it's gonna be an easy one for us.
Good luck to FUT. We will do our best.
Okay, it is a marriage of 5 different players, 5 different ideals into one big goal for both teams, right? So at this point, the question is, does experience beat tenacity?
Before we answer that question, I want to go back on the peanut butter and jelly thing about spreading it evenly. One thing I do know is you can't do it with a shovel.
Oh, but you need a knife, and you need a hot knife that's going to cut through the butter of one of these teams here. So at this point, who's holding the knife and who's holding the shovel?
Man, I'm kind of like confused if I'm gonna go hungry or just to answer the question. You guys really good. We got a good setup for me here right now, right?
We got you. And at this point, let's go straight into the BP here. Foot going up against DMT. First ban on the side of Foot Esports going to be the Ming. They don't want to deal with the extra life given, and I'm expecting they are looking at a Lady Sun being picked up by DMT.
Yeah, right on point there, Tofu. Like with the Ming being the first priority of FUT, they are limiting the best possible resource of a Lady Sun, which is a strong factor of DMT, specifically for Toshi to be present at this game number 3.
Yeah, will the Kings of Indonesia be shaken for the first time in months, right? They have not experienced too much and too many losses thus far since stepping into the scene. Maybe it's going to be Foot here who hands them their first loss in the stage here.
I think it's all about giving that best foot forward in this game 3 because they had the advantage of turning this to a reverse sweep when they figured out where the rotation of DNT is coming from and when they know when to divert the attention or split everything in half against DMT. It's just complete diversion and distraction that the hesitation of DMT completely showed up in the mid-game that they took advantage of.
Yep, they're very frustrated with all the aggression coming out from DMT, right? So they have to put their foot on the ground. They say, no, stop this.
I think that's one way, right? Like, keep your foot grounded, and it gives you more purpose to see like the better opportunities and putting this game into your winning success.
Oh, for sure. Now, for esports, let's take a look at what's gonna happen here. We do have the Dolia being the first pick. So double ultis, double Burning Sun arrows, double Invincible Warrior. This is a strong start for the side of Foot.
Double damn! That's what I'm thinking. And I'm just back to your point where you're saying, are they going to shake DMT up? And I mean, this Dharma ban, that's a clear physical sign that they are shook.
Yeah, there's a respect ban right away from FUT, specifically for Void. Now, as you guys mentioned about the Dolia being present for FUT, you have the rewinds of the ultimates, but with this kind of composition, you would need someone from the Clash lane either to be a front kind of what do you call this? A frontline initiator, because the Zhongfei right now of DMT could be the best possible frontline defense for this early.
Yep. Okay. Now we understand that for esports they have a good draft to start with.
Yeah.
But it's not as strong as the one that DMT have prepared for themselves right here, right? There's so much save potential. They have the Unending Sorrow, the Melody of Peace coming out from Jiro, and also when they protect Toshi as an R lead, she has insane range, insane damage, paired up with the Leaping Savior's shields from L and the potential stuns from the Unbridled Outburst. I don't think it looks very good for esports at this point.
I agree with you, because if I do think of the best possible partners of an Arlie space, as we repeated in the broadcast, if you are an Arlie main there in the chat, you would want to have that roam that gives so much space and also shield for you. Again, early game, Arlie is very, very squishy. And if you want this hero to shine, get the third item, as I call the Trinity, to get those damage against FUT. I agree with you, man. Pairing up with the Ogren, talk about data all around the map, right?
Yeah, and I like this, right? So we were talking about the data, and I think Foot definitely has a lot of data. They're looking at the lane. I like this pick. It is quite detrimental against Toshi, Arlie. Yes, you have the lift step, but it's difficult. And yes, I can hear you seething here. It is going to be the potential Ziya, a level 25 Snape on the Hoi. Not a fun one to be trifled with.
It's an all-in composition.
Yeah, it is.
Straightforward, ready to go. Like it's being like this is the full thrust of FUT in terms of their lineup. With this kind of chosen heroes right now in this draft, they all need to be online.
Yep, it's an open invitation for a challenge, right? Foot Esports now says to DMT, you can have your Han Sing. How is it going to perform against us? We have such a strong lineup.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to quote back on this, the lineup of Foot Esports. This is a closing lineup. This is a solid. There's nothing in that makes me think, that's not going to work. That is a tried and tested team comp if I've ever seen one. You've got Dolia paired with Kaiser, Hu Yi, Elaine as well. I mean, you could have two universal laws if you want. You could go pa-pow, pa-pow, and then on the side of DMT, you can see the Shook coming from them. They ban out the Ganamo, they ban out the Snake, they ban out the Dharma, but then they go for the Hanshin.
Okay, I think the start of this game, or at least how this game is going to go, is how they perform on this Hoi. It is a make or break strategy here.
Okay, we will know if Team Indonesia today will be shaken down, or will FUT have the great way of advantage by taking this series for themselves for every reverse sweep. They came from a loss yesterday, and this might be their time to ride the tide on what they're strong at.
Yep. At this point, it's a difficult start, right? So DMT, they definitely want to keep up the pace, but it looks like Foot Esports, they understand, hey, that's the win condition for you guys. We're not going to allow you to do it.
Well, speaking of win condition, right? As of this point, FUT might want to double tank getting those level 4s in, because the AoE pulse right now of Dominator Esports could lead into something good. Early game kills, early game ganks, and this kind of, look at this!
Oh, just a little bit of a brawl happening on here in the mid lane. I think this is just more of a dominant sort of play. It's like, hey, we are showing dominance, we are asserting it.
Yep. At this point, also, we have to take a look at the growth of the jungle, and Chipangs is trying to make life difficult for the side of Foot Esports, specifically Lost. Does not make it happen, but it's a good start, right? Both teams understand we need to wrestle control from somewhere in the map.
Speaking of wrestle, I think this is the advantage, right? You have the, okay, we're calling it now, since you said it, a challenge lineup. A challenger-ready lineup of FUT. Because once they're all activated online, with the right layer of skills of Dominator Esports, they could actually push them into a great time of pressure, starting with the lanes.
Yep, let's be honest, 0307, he's not going to have a good time. But hang on, this might change if they get the rotations in. Simply because, you know what, Toshi, he has further range than 0307. He's able to step in and out of battle. It's not going to be a good time.
Yeah, and for this, we're looking at the pressure slowly being countered as well by the bottom line of these two. But the AoE, oh, look at that, Toshi.
Toshi, two shoes is not going to get any more damage onto that, though.
Okay, slowly but surely, now they're being called in for a response from Juro. We have this reinforcement slowly being called in by FUT as well. So, by this, DMT is looking at a lineup that could mean business in the mid to late game. With the busyness that Saya has right now, it could mean a lot of XP advantage earlier for FUT.
Yeah, but they're evening out that lead by Snape, right? Because Snape on this Tsuya, with the Sanctification, does get the extra levels as well. The moment he hits 15, he's going to give the growth, presumably into the hands of 0307. And that's where the game will start to swing against DMT. So DMT are on a timer here. They need to end the game fast.
Man, Snape's on level 8. He's double timing is more likely to give the blessing early on for their own carry here, Snape, because they need the damage that they can do against DMT, because they know how tough the front line is. L, and also we have Freddy. Again, you have damage, you have more ways to answer. Look at that. Will it connect? Okay.
Bye-bye. Okay, there's the Ruthless Assault coming through there, and then we have Toshi come through also. Ali's able to use the Paracel back. The Invincible Warrior being procced a little bit too late. We do see Dolian and Huyi thinking about that, but they're going to go further. They're going to commit, but now they decide, hey, let's not. They could close in on us.
Yeah, the damage has been done though. That's one camp stolen away, and that's time bought for the side of DMT. So as long as they keep this up, it's going to be a strong start for them. DMT already leading by about 1,000 gold, but they need more than just 1,000 at this point.
Yeah, they need more objectives that needs to be taken away from DMT, because right now Tyrant open for them to be taken away. Well, I think they're going to contest.
Oh, they're going to clear it quick because we saw a lane come down. There it is, the Death on Sunset, just to kind of deter them away from that team fight, giving the Celestial Blessing over to the lane once more.
Yep, significant win for the side of DMT here.
Okay, and one more win as well. Lost, and specifically one more time for Snape.
Okay.
It's on level 10.
All right, that's a quick growth. Yep, 4.5 minutes in, that's a steady, healthy growth for the side of Foot Esports. And as long as there's no kills, it is still in Foot Esports' favor.
Okay, okay. This kind of lineup really turns out that they need more time to execute this. Again, we've seen some counter plays in FUT. Obviously, they're buying more space and buying more time for DMT that they would really need to be pressured on. But also, I think they don't need to forget, or they need to be sure on how Toshi's progress in. Because if you let the early just farm in with the minions without having any kills, by having items, it could be activated soon as well.
This is the play here.
Okay, 0307 looking like he's getting the Ruthless Assault. It is going to be DMT Freddy getting that first blood and potentially a T1 into the bot lane. We do see that Orgrin is coming down as well with a teleportation. Ryuga lost here as well. Maybe getting the Celestial Blessing, but placing down the Universal Law is Snape. But that was a great play here by DMT. They're ready to win it. They knowing they're on the timer. They want to win this game. T2 in the farm lane also getting taken down.
Yep, they tear down those defenses really quickly, and that's exactly what they needed to do. I was kind of questioning why didn't they touch 0307 this entire game.
Okay, we're now looking at the best possible scenario of DMT, because slowly they're activating their own way of dealing with damage against FUT. Now they probably want to check some sort of opportunity to isolate one members out of FUT, because this kind of strength that they have, yeah, they have cooldown reason in terms of ultimate, but they need to be aware of the possible comeback of a team fight coming from FUT.
Yep, and Freddy just doing what Freddy does best, the split push. Look at him, he is already tearing down that T1. Structural damage imminent, and in the meantime, they're feeding Toshi that Crimson Golem as well. So DMT doing well, they extend the lead, 4,000 gold in their favor.
We have few turrets looking here. I mean, DMT has healthy defenses. Look at that. No turrets taken down as well. Even for HP teardowns, it's only the top tower that has like only half HP defense. But right now, FUT needs to consider on how to maintain this push. How even to get one turret away from DMT.
Yep, two things are happening that are very important now. DMT, Toshi just funneling all the farm into his pocket. But more importantly, on the side of Foot, Snape is level 13. 2 levels to that Sanctification.
Sanctification almost near for FUT. The blessing might be received soon by 0307 if he will be the chosen one for this lineup. But so far, DMT is totally denying the worst case scenario of their lineup.
Yeah, L also has the Radiance at this point, and Freddy is not giving 2 cares in the world for this.
Yeah, I think they're just kind of trying to make sure they kind of flank him here. But speaking of flank, we are seeing the death on Sunset for Void a little bit too early. He was open, the Burning Sun Arrow came through for the Ho Yi to land onto El or Toshi. But hey, man, they're both slippery, considering one is a beast.
Yep. Not enough damage, right? I think at
But
this point...
slippery.
Yep,
Slippery beast.
Snape needs to lock them down.
Oh, into the back line, the unbridled outrage. We see Snape getting locked down in the back of that team fight. Lost, looking a little bit too close for comfort, but it is going to be L that goes down right now. Can they claim this T1 in the mid lane? They do have the minions. Void is on the run. Lost, looking a little bit too low. They are going to still be able to approach another T2, but it looks like they're going to try and defend this one because it is an important T2.
Yes, it is.
Landing the right perfect outburst, denying the next XP of this Saya, level 14. Now, this is the time of DNT to be capitalized against FUT. Two objectives open, Overlord and Siren. They need to choose what to divert the attention of FUT. It seems like Sipeng is going for the Overlord right now.
Yeah, he is working hard on this neutral objective, right? It is not the Shadow version just yet, but you can see Dominator Esports really just making plays all across the map, and they need to close the game soon. But, you know, it's still a healthy amount of time for them. For Esports, they need at least 15, 16 minutes before they actually get that, you know, the state that they're wanting to be at.
Yeah, and this, they need to make more, get more focus on how to take turrets out of DMT. It's so healthy right now that they're being trapped in their own base. So much defense, look at this.
Yeah, Al getting caught up there. There's a lot of CC coming through. We have the Invisible Warrior from the Kaiser, but C-Bang is taking a lot of that damage, and Death on Sunset does come through as a defensive measure for Foot Esports, but it is gonna be Freddy taking down the Kaiser, so that is a big chunk of that front line already down for Foot Esports.
Oh,
right now is the resentful assault there by Freddy, but that is just kind of deter them to be like, hey, we're gonna help ourselves to the jungle. Don't you worry about yourself.
Yeah, how many more times can they do this? DMT, it's a good start, right? But at this point, if you take a look at the growth, 25,000 in the bank for the team on the side of Foot Esports, they are hitting certain markers already.
Yeah, it's a lead, almost 6-scan advantage for DMT right here. So one thing they need to do, I mean, the struggle right now, since there's no frontline counter against DMT's lineup, they're now left to counterplay. Look at the position of L.
Yes.
Look at him. Look at him. Up.
Ryuga, totally goes down. That is going to be a clean sweep there for Toshi because there is no Celestial Blessing when you are dead. The T2 is looking like it's going to be trouble into the mid lane. We have a Vanguard, a very poorly one. It has very low health. It doesn't look like it's going to be able to make it to the higher ground turrets. So they need to focus onto the second prize, which is that T2 in the mid lane, which was the troublesome thing we was on about in the last engage.
Look at the minion wave just pushing in from FUT. So much pressure. Now they're going to take this turret away from this base of FUT. Look at that. Forcing another one.
Oh, the unbridled outrage. And once more coming through. Lost, looking like he's a little lost for words. As we see DMT and the Crystal. It's not going to be a comeback, baby. Not just yet. We have Freddy. We have everybody there. They just need a minion wave to finish this Crystal. But it's not like they're going to just do it just yet. Before the 12-minute mark, they need that mid lane, baby. I think there's going to just be a little bit of a last little bit of a Hail Mary play for Foot Esports.
Yeah, DMT doing what they should have done and should be doing, right? They take one lane of T3s. That's going to be super minions marching down on the bot. That's going to alleviate the pressure that they're feeling, right? So Foot Esports, they do have one foot in the door. They're close, but at this point, DMT, all they need to do is to hang on. They should be able to close this game.
I thought they were going to go for the Overlord as well at the same time, having no Primal Bomb, but to slowly, I think that was just Toshi trying to get some life steal in from the Overlord as well. If they did at the same time, it could mean so much devastating moments for FUT in terms of damage and defense.
Okay, Lost, he got that Ominous Premonition, right? I'm not sure if that's enough at this point, but Void finally gets his hands on that Blood Rage. It's going to be an evening factor. At this point, Foot Esports, they need a little bit more, right? Snape has taken his sanctification. Not sure who he gave it to, that's the thing.
We would want to see how this one would turn up against FUT. How will it translate into a comeback? There's so much waves pushing in.
Oh, there we go.
is.
That's the path as we see Hu Yi go down, but he's going to be traded for Toshi. So that's a lot of damage on the side of DMT going down. We see L committed under the higher ground turret. Is this going to be enough? We see that there is a bit of a push here for Freddy into the bot lane. Freddy's got the shield coming through from the Blood Rage as well, but it's not going to be enough. We see Snape go down. We see the Conductor of Souls just trying to push away FUT Esports, but Freddy, Joel, L, and Chibangs are still here, waiting for the minions in all 3 lanes to assault the crystal. Is this going to be the end? It is the last final frontier for FUT Esports to try and take a win from DMT, but it's not like it's going to do it. The minions are here. It's a hard fought defeat, and they're still doing it. They're going back in. Second win, but no minions as of yet. See Bang soaking so much damage. The death on Sunset. Oh, what is going on, guys?
Oh boy, he gave his life for the cause here. They actually hold on, and at this point, DMT, they're rushing it. They can see the ending, but they need to finish it. The waves are starting to crash in as well.
Yep, here we are. It's just another fight for their life. FUT Esports don't want to go out, but here we are. Freddy looking low. Blood Rage coming through once more. Defeat. Toshi takes down the Dolia. C-Pangs as well is going down. It's going crazy. The crystal goes down. It's DMT taking 2-1.
They snatch it away from the side of FUT Esports. They were so close. I mean, multiple moments where it was dancing on the knife's edge, so close for the side of FUT, but they just could not hang on.
Reverse sweep denied. DMT slowly but surely taken out of the base. At some time there, it was so close for a defense translating to another push against DMT. That kind of defense that FUT did, man, it was so close for a turnaround and even for a comeback to buy more time for the Tempest Dragon to arrive.
Yep, I know we're all excited, but end of the day, I want to see what the hosts have for us at this point. You know, Darius and Sabila, I am pretty sure they have some spicy questions. Let's go over to them.
Congratulations, Dominator Esports!
Mana suara pendukungnya, Dominator!
Woo! The unstoppable performance from Dominator Esports, but as usual,
Yes.
we're gonna have a chit chat with Toshi. Ooh.
With Toshi? Okay, Toshi.
With Toshi. Toshi? Oh, Toshi or Freddy nih? Freddy, oke, let's go Freddy. Hari ini ngobrol-ngobrol sama Freddy di sini.
Yes, Freddy!
Yay!
Cheer for our Freddy!
Freddy,
Yeah.
gimana perasaannya? Okay, Freddy, how do you feel about that match?
I think it's a very close match.
Yeah.
It's a very hard-fought victory, is it, for Dominator?
I think it is for match 2.
For match 2, yes.
For the game 2,
Yeah.
right? Okay. So, on scale of 1 to 10, how difficult against FUT or FUT Esports?
I think 7.
7! Okay, 7.
Even though that we think that, is it really going to be 1-2? But they still got to be the champion winning team. I mean, the winning team, yes?
Yep.
So, can I ask you, Freddy, on the second match to the third match, is there any specific strategy from the manager or from your team that we will use on the third match? Is there any strategy?
I think there's no strategy. We just reset. So reset.
Hanya reset aja teman-teman
Iya,
ya. Jadi tadi ditanya gitu kan gimana sih dari teman-teman Dominator nih untuk dari game yang kedua sampai dengan game yang ketiga nih. Apakah mungkin ada strategi baru? Tapi nggak ada. Ternyata strateginya hanya satu yaitu reset.
Yes, ya. Mengembalikan game ke yang pertama seperti itu ya, bermain dengan objektif, betul? Yes? Yes,
Okay, and now, as we know, Black Shoe Esports, you know that Black Shoe Esports, right?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, Black Shoe Esports is being considered one of the strongest team. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I also think that way.
Okay, you also think that way. Jadi memang benar-benar dari tim Dominator Esports ini benar-benar respect juga kepada semua tim dan juga ke Black Shoe Esports.
Okay, but then maybe last question, Sabila. If you face the Black True, will you win again or will you have a facing a hard fight with them? What do you think, Freddy?
I think they are really strong right now. Maybe we will have a hard time.
Okay, yes.
Okay, then thank you so much, Freddy. And once again, congratulations,
Congratulations for Dominators. Okay. Then you can welcome.
You can go back with your friends.
Thank you,
so
Freddy.
much, Freddy and
Wow.
Dominator Esports. But after this, we still have one more match for today.
Yes.
But before that, let's give it back to the casters. So casters, the time is yours.
Thank you, Sabila and Darius. That was a wonderful interview. And of course, yes, we are expecting that monster matchup, right? BSC against Dominator, two of the strongest from their regions clashing it out. But of course, we have to come back into the present, take a look at this game by Dominator Esports. MVP, what are your guesses?
I mean, it's anyone's call, right? I mean, Freddy did a lot of great macro in that game, and it is going to be Freddy that takes it as well, right? I mean, we saw him towards that last close-in gameplay that he was pushing down into the bot lane. He was trying to push it his hardest, and there was even a little bit of like, whoa, what is going on here? But fortunately for Dominator Esports, they were able to clean that up. I mean, 21% damage, 26% of the gold resources, and then 416 on the Han Shin. Is the reason why this was banned before?
He definitely is the cogwheel in the entire structure of Dominator, right? He was part of the well-oiled machine. And, you know, he was just slipping and sliding through the lanes itself, getting everything across the map for the team as well.
Hi everyone, I'm Yuhan, and I'm the official 2024 HOK Championship Observer. The tournament highlight of the day is here. 3, 2, 1, showtime!
Going back on the highlights of that game, this is Dominator fixing their mistake and how Freddy told in that interview they needed to do a reset on what happened in game number 2. Now looking at this, they know who to target this time, they know what to pressure. As you can see, it was a perfect tower defense, no turrets taken. It's just a matter of time that they want to push in the base of FUT.
Yeah, they understood that, hey, they needed more time on 0307, and they enforced their will upon the likes of Foot Esports. Very nice knockup as well by Freddy. He constantly jumped back and forth. And you were always questioning, right? Really, does Freddy really want to jump back in? His health is so low, and he always had a solution for the team.
Speaking of solution here, there was a glimmer of hope for FUT. It was a defense for their lives here to defend the base.
Yeah, it was either one way. It's either take the risk and die, or take the risk and die anyway. So he decided to go for the Death on Sunset as an aggressive, but then died out as well. But I think there's no way that we can kind of just under-regard the Foot Esports, how they played in this game, right? Game 2 was a lot more sturdy from them. This draft definitely helped them in Game 3, but it's just DMT, Toshi on the early, the Hue 1 with the sustain, the Orgrin as well, just being so tanky. And then you've got Han Shin that's just able to get in, get out, and shake it all about. It is a good pick for Freddy.
Yep, so many stuns coming in from DMT, and I was always questioning, how is Freddy so tanky? Take a look at his build here. Giant's Grip with the Blazing Cape, along with the Overlord's Plate Mail, along with the Blood Rage, Dragon's Rage as well. So much health, so much recovery, and it's a very tough guy to really take down. Plus, he's so mobile.
Yeah, he could just be all over the place. And looking back on the win rate, even by the mage of DMT, closing with Freddy, he knows how to be present in most cases, that they don't want to make the same mistake in game number 2 by losing grip on their lanes. So by this point in time, they had more information against FUT, and it works. And looking at the Saya just putting most of the time, getting the 15 level up for his team, it was completely denied slowly as the mid game continues to be in favor of a DMT.
Yep, what Foot Esports were looking for in the ideal situation was for actually that participation rate in team fights to be lower, right? They wanted time to farm, and that's what DMT said, no, you are gonna fight with us.
Yeah, they really pushed them to a great situation that they need to just delay something. It was kind of like, delaying the inevitable, but there's so much defense they needed to do.
Yeah, so at this point, you know, they really broke the spirits on the side of Foot Esports. So Dominator continue on their winning ways. So it's time for us as well to take a break from from the action. When we're back, we'll go for the final game of the day. We'll see you.
Fill up the games after the show, we're not the same. Claiming the blame, same on the aim. When you reminisce on this battlefield, it's on my silhouette that you see. We gon' do it, facing our fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best, so we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sharp fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth is it, another day, another way. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion's yet to be found. Calling out for the game, this all, it's on the high. Won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of our lungs? Where I belong. It's my ride or die. Oh, won't you yell out my name? Begin, crush the foe. Look at me now, ready to go. Victory. Power within, we're standing tall. Fight for your name, ready to give it all.
Realme 13 Plus.
Yang, aku pulang lebih cepet nih. Ini lagi OTW rumah ya.
Pulang, udah cepetan. Teknologi Fast Cooling dan iFeel membuat ruangan dingin di setiap sudut. Dinginnya nyebar, langsung chill, auto nyaman. Dengan Ed Garment, tumpukan cucian kotor gone, semua yang ada di dalam jadi lebih terjaga, lebih dingin, dan lebih segar dengan Power Cool. Nikmati gambar yang lebih real dengan Kilet Pro dan Dolby Vision. Rasakan pengalaman suara yang mengitarimu dengan Dolby Atmos.
Sayang.
TCL, semua jadi mudah.
Jeno ye apaida ma akwin yi ko amye sha phwin ne ba de. Jeno lashi bwa ko pyaung le nai me akwin yi po. E-sport ရဲ့အတိတ်ပဲကလူတိုင်းအတွက်မတူနိုင်ပါဘူး။ဒါကအပန်းဖြေစရာတစ်ခုဖြစ်နိုင်တယ်လို့ဘဝအတွက်ရှောက်လန်းရမယ့်ခရီးတစ်ခုလည်းဖြစ်နိုင်ပါတယ်။ Professional gamer ဖြစ်ဖို့ကကျွန်တော်ဘဝကိုပြောင်းလဲဖို့အခွင့်အရေးကြီးတစ်ခုပါပဲ။ဒါကအားလုံးထက်အရေးကြီးပါတယ်။ကျွန်တော်ဘဝမှာအခက်အခဲတွေအများကြီးရင်ဆိုင်ရပေမဲ့လည်း HOK ကြောင့်ဒီအခွင့်အရေးကိုကျွန်တော်ရခဲ့ပါတယ်။အရာရာကိုပြောင်းလဲဖို့အတွက်ကျွန်တော်ဆုံးဖြတ်ထားပါတယ်။ HOK မှာကျွန်တော်လိုဘာမှမဟုတ်တဲ့တစုံတစ်ယောက်ကလည်း game ကိုစိုးမနိုင်ဖို့စွမ်းအားတွေရှိလာနိုင်ပါတယ်။
It's Friday! It's your K Day!
adalah sesuatu yang tidak disukai oleh siapapun. Atau mungkin aku memang tidak berbakat. Saya harus kerja seperti orang lain. Apa gunanya jika aku menyerah di tengah jalan saat mengejar mimpiku? Ingatlah mengapa kamu memulai. Yakini dirimu dan wujudkan mimpimu. Setiap kemunduran adalah langkah menuju kebangkitan yang lebih besar. Di HOK, mimpi yang mendefinisikan kita.
contender!
Jago jungling, ha?
Time away, travel through time and space, let it feel cozy. The shining far away from me, black hole gate, speed to look at you, to land in your world, to make the call and to sing the song for you. Let's try to get the picture of the lion to your heart. Even if you miss the gravity, you'll form on the stars. The wind surrounding you, the colorful can scare away the dark. No longer be lonely, 'cause you've seen it is waste time. The time to be a part of the lightning from the start, because you've seen stars. This dream don't need a land or return to the world of love. So don't give up, get up, we will carry on. Wake up, spread it for me, 'cause you belong with all. If we can let surface, we're always by your side and give you my heart.
Hi everyone, I'm Yuhan, and I'm the official 2024 HOK Championship Observer. The tournament highlight of the day is here. 3, 2, 1, showtime!
Of Foot Esports are able to take that Shadow Overlord, but hey, Flaming Palms coming through. I don't think they want to push this on the side of my idea, but
They
go
want to
for
go.
it.
The Death and Sunset connecting on a 3. The Moonlight Flash, the old 307, taking a second one. The Death and Sunset, old 307, taking so much damage, and they do get the pick off the Meteor kill. He went all in, and he does get the pick.
Make this one, but there we go. Occasion played a little bit too deep. Even over the kill. 2. Lady Sun could be troublesome here, but we do see DRNG gets takedown on the Kaiser. Double kill onto the Princess Frost. They're not done yet. Wind Slash coming through. Megumi is going down.
Oh, Freddy jumps in here. Comes the combination as well, the knockup. It is going to be the first death. Aaron falls low. Team roam defensively. Here comes the jumping as well. Tammy gets the damage in. It's a killing spree. And Dominate Esports, they felt like they were falling for a moment, but it's Blacklist. They get punished instead. Get dominated because Golden Kite is going to fall as well.
我常常在想，如果我不执着于梦想，我的人生将会如何？这是我的热爱所在，可是这份热爱似乎不被认可。也许这只是梦。就让热爱、勇气成为我追梦的燃料。要实现这梦想，就必须马上行动，做就对了。HOK 或许就是我实现梦想的地方。
Então, em relação ao nervosismo, eu acho que não. Eu tô bem tranquilo, assim, como você me perguntou, não é a minha primeira vez jogando um campeonato internacional, então tô bem tranquilo em relação a isso. Bom, vamos pra cima aí do grupo pra gente conseguir classificar e chegar nos playoffs.
I'm happy and feel honored to be a champion and qualified because I can represent my country again to make proud and to get better results this time.
Então, a nossa performance nos treinos ultimamente não tá tão boa. Eu acho que, enfim, a gente passou por algumas situações desfavoráveis pra gente, mas eu acho que tudo isso vai se alinhar agora com a chegada ao hotel e tudo mais, e tenho certeza que a gente vai ter um melhor desempenho nos treinos e consequentemente no campeonato, né?
We're doing some scrim against a top tier team in Malaysia and we practice from China in their server, so we can adapt what they doing and we just play as a team and learn. I think the difficulty in catching up Chinese player is the knowledge, because they have more knowledge in the game. That's how I think we lack of.
Sobre a Boom, a gente não estudou eles ainda, a gente conhece sim o potencial deles, mas a gente também conhece o nosso, então a gente no fundo sabe que a gente é superior a eles individualmente, então acho que é isso, a gente não tem nenhum receio desse confronto.
I don't see them as the one of the stronger, but I see them as a great contender for this tournament, because I think we've already catch up to their game, even though they just 1 year ahead. I think we can win against them.
Bom, sei que a gente vai jogar um contra o outro, então tô ansioso por esse confronto. Espero que vocês tenham um desempenho bom. É isso, boa sorte.
It's Friday! HOK!
I think we are quite excited because this is our first international tournament and we will try our best.
I feel excited and we get the champion and very, very 兴奋.
Before HOK, we were teammates from other mobile games, so it was quite easy for us to form this roster. Since we know each other very well, we decided to give it a shot, and here we are at Wolves.
我现在会比上一次更强，我无论是打野能力上，或者是团队合作上，我都会比之前还要强，会做得更好。
For scrims, I would say we are doing okay. Not say the best, but we will give our all for against all the teams that we'll be facing in our group. I think maybe stage experience might be an advantage for us because all of us have been to overseas before and we play on LAN quite a lot of times, so that might be our advantage against other teams.
Our coach help us to be more stronger. Is good, positive to my team and to my teammates also.
I think we will study their gameplay the day before. We will try to maybe choose some cheese picks or choose strategies against them. That might be the only way we can win against them, I think. Yeah, we always watch their team play, and they are one of the best team in the world. It might be hard for us facing against them, but we'll try our best.
We already watched their gaming. We have Xing can win them.
We might be an easy team on paper, but we will give our best against you guys.
Good luck.
I feel a storm brewing. Time to take action.
Lady Diadea! The target has appeared!
I observe every aspect of this world, connecting those who are fated to be together, and dealing with the dead whose spirits yet roam the mortal realm. Only the creator of bonds can give them release. This poor soul was a forest folk who died in an accident. His spirit remained in the mortal realm because he wanted to say farewell to the love of his life. Lord Ogran, is it really necessary to take him so soon? Hey, there's no hurry. He's simply longing for someone and has committed no wrong. I'll deal with it. How does that sound?
You watch over relationships. Why are you meddling with spirits?
All those with love in their hearts are under my jurisdiction, Lord Ogran. Under your cool and ruthless look, could there be love in your heart? I can look into your future relationships for you.
Don't.
1,000 miles of fate bound by a single thread. Your fated one is...
Farewell.
Huh? Hold on. Oh. Cerise, Cyan! Yaria! Huh? Where did she go? Hold on! I'm not done divining your fate!
I don't need it.
It'll be a bad omen if the ritual doesn't complete. If you leave now, you will walk alone for the rest of your life. Is that really what you want?
He's making this difficult.
Just have to take a shortcut.
I heard the mention of fate is great for relationship fortune telling. We should try it out. Will they see us? It's really far. Not at all. A breeze will take us there in no time. He's right behind us. I told you we can't beat Ogren. We shouldn't have interfered.
Not on my watch.
Lady Diadea! Where's
You can't fly now that you're drenched in the water from Luster Lake. Let me help you.
No.
How much longer? like someone I know. Lady Diadea, could it be him? It can't be. Huh? Don't be afraid. He's been waiting for you. Go on. Now they will part with no regrets.
Flowing through my blood, rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory, and taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment. The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell 'em who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are.
Day 2! Yay! It's finally come to the last match, Sabila. Yes, yes, I'm very happy because we have seen so many matches for today. And for the last match, Sabila, I want to tell you my feeling. I really love the both teams, but there's 1-1, and I thought, will there be any changes? But still, dominators still dominating. Yes. Yes? Okay, and but everyone is very exciting to see our last match, yes? Yes, okay. Of course, I agree because they have still win the matches, yeah. Even though, yeah, it's kind of struggling, maybe, yes.
Right.
Yes.
And I wonder who can beat them? Who can beat Dominator?
Who can beat Dominator? Yeah.
Yeah, but okay, guys, let's move on. We have done with match 1, match 2, match 3, and it's time for our last match of the day.
So maybe we can check our audience first. Where are the sound for the last match?
Okay.
Okay, they're ready.
Okay, wait, Darius. I wanna
Yes?
hear mana pendukungnya dari Kagendra.
Okay, then maybe we can start now. Now we have welcome the Vitality.
And the next team, please give applause for Kagendra!
Well, now the two contenders can meet in the stage and do the fist bump.
Okay, please, both of team, do a handshake before you go to your seat. Because we're gonna see our last match for today. Between Kagendra versus
Vitality.
Yeah.
Oh.
And I can't wait, Darius, to see.
Yes, I feel already the spirit, the fire of the competition.
So, Darius,
Without further ado,
let's give it to the casters. So, casters, take it away.
What is up, everybody? We're back on the last series for Honor of Kings Championships. Now things is gonna be heated up for the last match of the day, because on the last one we had a 2-1, but right now we'll find out on how these teams on their first meeting gonna show up. I'm OSX, I'm with Holler, and as well as Tofu, Kin Tofu, your favorite kind of tofu, and we are about to see who's hungrier to win in this series.
Okay, well, I'm just hungry. I don't know about hungry to win or anything like. I'm sorry, it's getting to me at this point. But I think in this one, it's going to be a great series, right? I think that there's a lot of expectations. Team Vitality is kind of on the up and up. The EMEA play-ins, and then Kagendra, who had a great series yesterday. This is going to be super exciting.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, yes, it's the first time they're meeting here today, but this is not the first time they've met, right? They've met each other in the Esports World Cup as well, and the results was kind of spicy as well. So I'm looking for a repeat of their performance. Kagendra, of course, looking to take one over this side of their opponents.
Yeah, speaking of taking over, now our new hero Mongya is now available. Full price, 588 tokens, or you can get it by gold, 13,888. Go and dominate your games with this kind of mark, because we believe this is the hope in our losing streak, gentlemen.
We need all the help we can get.
Oh, yeah. for sure.
I don't
Somebody
even know if
needs to
Mengya is going to be enough. I think that we might have to. Yeah, it's just one small piece of anything. If anything, we need a Clash laner to kind of round out our squad.
Need one.
Yeah, just one, right? We already have a 4-man stack. We just need one more to finish up the combination there, and we will be having plenty of stars as well.
Yeah, as you said, things are going to be spicy in terms of the results heading to this day. We're in Indonesia. Everything is spicy, especially the food. We love the food here, ladies and gentlemen. And shout out to our guy there, Farhan, who's giving us a lot of great food. Yeah, right now we're actually drooling on something to eat because we're hungry for more, especially the teams right here. They want to get this win. First time meeting them as well. What are your expectations here, man?
Okay, to be completely honest, I think that it's probably going to go the distance. I think that these are two evenly matched squads. They're very exciting in terms of just being able to counterpunch with one another. Kagendra is the squad. I mean, we talked about Kin, yesterday about Kagendra being more this late game type of hero or just team. What are your thoughts, at least on Team Vitality, though?
I think they understand this because they've played them before, right? But it's also a little bit more stressful for Vitality because they want to secure points against Kagendra. The other two competitors in their group are not going to make it any easier for them.
Well, let's see if things are going to be easy in this series because, again, in the third match, we've seen, actually from the second one, we've seen a great comeback. It doesn't feel like it's a 2-0 because how that Team Philippines or Boom Esports actually turned things around. But on the game number 3, we might see either a sweep or a reverse sweep heading for this one.
But we're going to have to find out, of course. I mean, the players are kind of getting ready to kind of go away with this draft here. You know, look, I like how Kagendra were able to bounce back yesterday. I think that there's a lot of potential for this. You have the fact that they're playing on their home turf. There's going to be a lot of bragging rights, and especially the crowd, you know, just kind of getting into cheering you on is going to be super important.
Yeah, I think there's one factor yesterday, since it was day 1. I think it's specifically from the interview of Blacklist International. At some point, they actually admitted that it was their first time being on a stage. They felt the pressure, and jitters actually get a grip when the jitters. Well, let me rewind. When the jitters get a grip of you when you're on stage, things just turn into the worst case scenario of your own ability.
Yeah, of course. I mean, the fans are definitely rallying for them at this point, right? But we'll go straight into the bans and picks here. Vitality going to start off.
Okay, so Musashi ban, the Diadya, and then the Mai and the Dahlia from the Kagendra side. A little bit of respect here, but Nighty kind of starting it out with the Dharma. He did play that one in the EME play-ins as well. He's kind of well-versed with it. I like the fact that they're just going to go with their best foot forward, so to speak.
Okay, and now on the priority of taking out the Mai Shirt, we've seen it. Finally, it had a win in game number 3. Now they're respecting it to not be present even from Team Vitality. The Arlie has been one of the favorites of today, and so far the win rate is slowly rising. With this kind of partnership, I think Vitality on the next steps, they might ban out the best partner of this Arlie, or maybe they might take it away.
Okay, this is the way to go. I mean, okay, Kagendra, let's just go by phase. Lele plays an amazing Arlie, right? That's going to set things off. You have the Yuan, Senku, Weera, depending on where they want to go with this kind of thing, it can definitely play off as well. Weera is an MVP on his own, but in the Vitality side, they were thinking about it, but it looks like they're going to go with more the tried and true, the Zhang Fei, the Lung. We've seen this Team Vitality. These are heroes that they like to play.
Well, speaking of things that they want to do against Team KAGE or Kagendra here, we're seeing the Augment still not a priority on the bans, right, Tofu? And it's been a representation teams here in the HOK Championship are more ready to address this kind of power pick previously on the meta before the patch was happened. This is kind of like the strength of these teams right now, that they can actually deal with this kinds of early game advantage.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, after the rework onto the Augment, right, where his stats were kind of taken down a little bit, this puts a lot of pressure on him by specifically players like the Dharma, right? So 90 specialty, the Dharma, going to be putting in a lot of work for the team today. We have seen Void in the previous series putting in so much work for the team, right? And it's something that I'm going to expect of the same quality coming out from 90.
Speaking of quality, the Mankey, you do spot something significant here for Vitality. I mean, you've brought up so many amazing facts here that could be a winning key for Vitality's hero sources.
Yeah, no, I mean, they're just kind of forcing it out, right? They don't want to kind of deal with this. Weera is the type where he wants to be sustaining. The Mankey can kind of play that game as well. They want to kind of limit what the, what Team Vitality's CT boy is going to be bringing to this table. So it's kind of like, don't play the same play style, right? Kagendra they want to be playing the long sustaining fights. They have a lot of sustain with the Yuhan, as well as the Ogren, who has that life steal, the damage, everything in the kitchen sink.
Right now, since you're talking about kitchen, what could be the best possible tools here for Kagendra to address the continuous bans on the roamer here? They know the Arlie could be the problem as he gets on the right items, specifically on the items for an Arlie to activate. Sunbin being the choice here for the last ban of Vitality. Now, either the Lee and Bo, we're looking at the hover, but things that are available still for Arlie. The Yari, we haven't seen it just yet for this kind of option for an Arlie. How about the Adolia is out as well? What could be the possible scenario here for... Oh, Zhang Fei, by the way.
Yeah.
But it's been taken by Vitality, too.
Yeah, I mean, okay, it looks like they're going to go with Zhangze instead. That's going to kind of round it out. Shanks, okay, they're going to go instantly Tune and the Haino. They're going to showcase both of them. Again, a lot of sustain, a lot of abilities to kind of play the play style of the Yuan, right? they want to go for a longer fight, fine. The Dune is able to do that. He wants to be sustaining, he wants to do that damage. Plus you have the Hey-No, you have the Fate Rewind, and if they get going, this lineup can be super scary. Plus, if you're looking at that lineup, all of them, they look like a whole bunch of boy bands, pop stars, whatever you want to call it. They look stylish, and I think they're going to do this game proud.
Yeah, and you know, one of the things that you need to consider is this is a Highland special, right? The Hey-No is one of his signature picks. He has won games off of the Scepters of Fates he has thrown, and it is going to be secured. So this is a very scary lineup coming up from Vitality. But I like the fact that KAGE, the Kagendra team, they're going to pick up the Zhuangzi. This is going to kind of mitigate all of the stuns that are coming in from the side of Vitality.
Since crowd control is so present here in the lineup of the Vitality, so right now I think Kage's Might is probably the answer of damage. You have the early, you have more time, you would need more time rather to activate that. Thanks to the Zhuangzi option here for Kagendra, he might babysit more of this lane most of the time to not get caught just yet, because with the CC immunity could actually give an advantage in terms of comeback in team fights. Pairing it for the last pick, I think this is a great recipe as well to have an answer to peel off the damage of the defense of Vitality.
Yeah, and the Hanshin has been picked out, right? I mean, we saw it in the last series. It did quite well in that one as well by Dominator Esports. So it seems like, you know, the Indonesians are kind of onto something. They tend to like the hero. It has a lot of potential in terms of being able to burst you down and kind of control things. You can kind of go in and out with the fight or die as well. So it kind of rounds it out. But again, if we're looking at it, there's not a whole lot of, I would say, tanks. It's more of guys that can take a shot, out heal it, and just kind of continue on with this fight.
Let's see how this goes. How will they translate this kind of draft in this game? Because as we talk about how this match is going to go, it's all about how momentum is going to build up with Kagendra and with the Vitality, as you mentioned there, Tofu. This is a spicy matchup once again. Let's see how this goes in this game that they're going to be meeting once more.
Yep. Welcome to the feast. It is the first match of the series here, the last game of the day. Kagendra going up against Vitality. Not new foes, but a new challenge this time.
Speaking of which, starting up with the objectives here rather, and looking at these teams, we hear the crowd cheer, and as they support these teams of today, we may see how the rotation is going to go. Prioritization on the mid lane. And this sums up more of the vision that Kagendra wants to do up against Team Vitality by starting it strong with data, because again, they need more time to pull this lineup off. I call this one of the somehow expensive lineup to pull off, not unless you go aggressive early game against the Luong.
Okay. No, I mean, yeah, definitely. Getting that early game, getting those items to start doing some damage, obviously gonna just rack up, right? I think Kindofu kind of pointed it out in the draft phase about how Highland, his Hey-No is absolutely sick. But the thing is that if he has a rough start, he's not able to do the damage, he will fall. So it's one of those things where if you were going to try to limit somebody from having a good game, you definitely want to put a little bit of pressure on the Highland.
Yeah, I think with the Scepter that the Hey-No has, I mean, congratulations to everybody who had a chance to have a lucky day today, because now everybody gets a chance for the early game. It's all about having a great start today, man. Like, looking at this, as you've mentioned, the Scepter, it's a great way to poke everybody, to kite specifically everybody in the mid lane, to put pressure as well for Kagendra.
Yeah, and it's all about pressure, right? You know, sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't, and sometimes... Oh, okay, it looks like there's going to be a pause. I was going to say pin for a reason. I don't even know why. But it looks like there's going to be a pause in this one to kind of start things off. A little bit of a hiccup just kind of going into this one. But okay, let's talk a little bit about the drafts here. Who do you like in terms... Who has the better draft? Let's go with that.
For me, I'm going to go with Vitality this time around, because having the first line of defense, again, you have the Luong, you have the Zhongfei, the Dharma, there's so much crowd control. One of which that this could be a winning start for Vitality is to slow down the early, depending on how they want to rotate around the map.
Okay. No, yeah. I see that. The potential is there. Doing the damage is kind of insane. But, you know, the Zhuangzi is the ultimate counter, right? Stop all the CC. I think it's the right hero to kind of go up against this lineup.
I like your thought process. I actually prefer the Vitality's draft in terms of growth, right?
Nobody asked you, man.
I'm going to say what I'm going to say. And at this point, Vitality has the healthy growth, right? Really putting Vitality in the name. Yeah. At the same time, Kagendra, as long as they play this game and drag it out long enough, it's going to be a tough time for the side of Vitality.
Okay, yeah, and I do agree with that, right? I think the fights, the longer they go, the better it's going to be for Kagendra. But at the same time, it's like, are they able to do that, right? The early game is going to be super key for this one because, again, if Kagendra doesn't have the items, if they're not able to sustain, they're going to have a rough time and they're just going to kind of falter on that one. So it really comes back to, again, this the first 5 to 8 minutes in the game.
I think that's the main word of this game, time. If both had the great opportunity to capitalize on time, this is one way to see who's going to be riding the momentum or starting up this kind of game. Because as we are on for this pause, we talk about most of the outcome of the pros and cons heading to mid-game. The early, the long. So far we've seen some great plays today about these two heroes, but they need to be just specific about how they want to funnel every gold or damage items in for their winning condition in the later stages of the game.
Yeah, exactly. The farm lane is going to be really critical for the side of Kagendra, right? And this is a WeWar's job on the Hansing to try and cause as much disruption on the Vitality lineup. Let's go straight back into the action.
Okay, so let's kind of get this one. It's 2 minutes in. I think Mofers here is just going to do a great job of just zoning here. Kagendra need to kind of, I would say, again, Highland, that's the guy you got to somewhat limit. So if Weera's going to make any sort of rotation, you got to push him back. You got to make sure that he's not free farming because he's kind of like the farm carry in that sense where once he gets those items, he really comes online.
Yeah, one thing that we noticed as well, like Yuan can't get close to him even on the mid area of that mid lane, mainly because of the high capability poke of that scepter. Man, it's a deadly thing even in the early stages of the game. Just by like a second, you would never know that your HP is almost half. And that's the one way KAGE is like trying to be careful of who's going to be not picked off in the early stages of this fight. Speaking of which, they gathered at 4 right in the middle.
Yeah, and I mean, look, all of the lanes are kind of sturdy. I don't see any lane that's like super vulnerable or a bad matchup. I mean, if we're looking at the top lane, the Dharma, the Ogren, as long as both play it kind of, safe, there's really no kill potential in that top lane. Mid lanes, the Yuan versus the Highland Haino, I think that these are kind of a bit of a wash as well. So again, there's really no set vulnerable lane that I'm like, hey, I need to just kind of just gank this as much as possible.
Yeah, they're looking for a start, and Winter is falling a bit low, but it is not going to be enough at this point. But Kagendra, they find some advantage, and they're going to try and put more pressure. Could this be the first blood? It will be a big marker here, will be pushed away.
Well, that skin right there, Muffers right now with the Inkscape. For those of you playing Friday Frenzy, you might get it as well. So going back on this kind of start for these two teams here, like the objective could dictate something else because they're not committing to any possible gank. But speaking of this possible scenario, mid lane has been the most focused point of Vitality to push against Kagendra. This is the pressure that you want to do.
Yeah, you want to pressure him. And okay, look, Kagendra I think they had 2 MVPs going the way of Weera, if my memory serves me correctly. Yep. So he is the guy that you want to limit as much as possible. And he's been kind of farming around. It looks like the Tyrant easily picked up here by Team Vitality. Not really much that they can do. Bumpers, though, is going to limp away.
Okay, so it's going to be a slow and steady game for these two teams. They're waiting for the right moment to strike. Meanwhile, if they could keep this kind of composition, this could go either way. The goal lead they're slowly just being par with one another by the second, but now Senku gonna be trapped here.
Senku in the middle of 4 under his T1 will start to run, gets stunned up as well. This could be the first blood of the game. The shield, the saves, they come in, and here it is, the Fate Rewind on the side. And at this
Lele going down, and that seems like a bit of an issue right here, right? And the fact that Lele had gone in for this one, again, very, very squishy. It's bound to happen, but it looks like they want to go for more, and I think Team Vitality will be happy with that 2 kills as they walk away here.
Yeah, as they walk away, that's 2 kills already. They managed to seize the opportunity there from Kagendra by just fighting back. With that, they got the kills, they got the turret, and from this point, they managed to gain control on how to dictate the fight against Kagendra.
Yeah, and great for them. I mean, this is what you wanted to have done. They were being aggressive. They were pushing it out, and they caught him out. Look, Lele tried to actually save Senku on that one. He did end up saving it, but he sacrifices himself by putting himself into harm's way. And unfortunately for him, he goes down. That's not what you want to see if you're a Kagendra fan.
Yeah, they need to push back this kind of initiation that Kagendra would want to make as of this minute. But looking back on how that game went, this is an opening for the Overlord to be taken. But Kagendra seizes the opportunity to take this for a push against Vitality, being focused or just want to just take out of resource away from Kagendra.
Take it away, right? Kagendra will be happily taking that Overlord. Not the greatest thing. I tend to prefer the Tyrant first, but you know, beggars can't be choosers at times. Lele's gonna back off here, gonna kind of defend that. But look at how clinical Team Vitality have been. They've been pushing things out every sort of, you know, rotation. The resources that are committed into the bottom lane have turned into, you know, towers. They've gotten the bottom T1 and 2, and now they've taken the mid T1. This is exactly what you want to see Vitality here.
Yeah, this is the vision. This is like the main goal on how to deny this lineup. You have the Ogren, you have the Arlie. There's a ticking time bomb moment here for Vitality that they want to prevent. Look at the zone out that they're doing right now. Taking away most of the resources, but one thing that they need to be wary of is how to maintain the lane push, because we're seeing like 2 turrets been taken out in the bottom lane. They're left with 1 to be defenseless with the base.
Yeah, and the Kagendra really took a punch to the face at this point, right? The fact that, I mean, it's only 2 kills, and it's like 7 minutes in, but my gosh, they've lost so many towers that space is going to be a problem. So getting some sort of farm, and we talk about time and time again how Kagendra want to go late game.
Yeah.
But if there is no possibility to get to that late game, they might have a hard time here.
That's the question. Will Vitality let that happen? Because looking at this, they want to double time on how to deny this, but Weira, on this point, he wants to maintain the push. He wants to maintain the pressure, because looking at that overall they have taken, they want to maintain as well on how to push through against Vitality's movements.
Yeah, and so no matter how bad it looks for Kagendra, Weira is still finding ways to get farm. He's level 11. He had a slight advantage. CT Boy just hit 11. But Weira is all over the map and just finding those resources and whatever he can take, right? So he's kind of like that win condition on Kagendra. He wants to carry this team, and he's putting his team, he's giving them a chance because he's able to continue to farm.
Yeah, slowly we want to make it down here, the struggle of the lineup of Kagendra. Now, this is the problem. Who's going to be the front line here? They have crowd control immunity, yes, from Muffers being the Swan side, but this is just the problem here. With the damage that Vitality has right now, it could mean a pick-off from Kagendra's frontline defense. That's why we don't see any part of initiation, because there's no front line. So what they're doing right now for a trade is they let Weira push from top lane and possibly divert the attention of Vitality from moment now.
Yeah, Senku a little out of position. He had to commit the Unending Sorrow to keep himself alive. They really probably will not be engaging anything at this point. Okay, now it's back off of cooldown, so they have a chance. This is where you need to start defending. You got to defend this T2.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, it looks like they're going to go in. Oh, they goes right back. Weira playing Ruthless Assault. The fight or die, excuse me. He gets back to safety. He's going to continue to stay on. But Kagendra right now, not having a mid T2 or the bottom T2 at this point, this is not a great situation for Kagendra.
Okay, somehow I am thinking that this is the possible fail-safe initiation or strategy that Kagendra want to do against Vitality. Is probably fight them macro-wise. Get for the push, start a pressure point, and this might distract everybody from Vitality. But it's easier said than done.
Yeah, at this point, it's a difficult situation to be in, right? 9 minutes in, you have 2 tier 2s being taken down in the mid lane, and this is where Vitality shine, especially for Highland. This Hano pick has been working wonders for the team.
Yeah, but he's only level 11. His scepters, I mean, yeah, they hurt, but they don't hurt as bad yet. Of course, I'm not Kagendra. I am not getting speared in the sceptered in the face or anything like that, but it's still one of those things where he has the poke. He can be annoying, and Kagendra will probably back off at this point, but so many things went wrong in the beginning where now...
Ooh.
Oh, okay. A little bit of a fight.
Yeah, they will not get it at this point, right? It's a wasted out Unleash the Beast, but it does buy some time for the side of Kagendra because they need to buy as much time. They have lost too much resources at this point, 15 seconds before the neutral objectives come up. This is the shadow version, mind you. So we have to make sure that they're positioned properly. Kagendra, this is not the biggest gap they've had against Vitality, but it's something they cannot trifle with.
Okay, speed of resources. The goalie is not too far yet from Vitality. They could turn, Kagendra can turn this around. You just need to have the right process on how to take us to a team fight. So far, nobody's coming close against this Overlord, but so far I think they want to sandwich play Kagendra right now.
Hyland, he's the one that sets the fight here. It's going to be the unending sorrow. Putting down Hans, he's trying to go into the front lines as well. 90 gets a nice knock-up, and at this point, 4 members on the side of Kagendra, they're going to start running away because there's no more advantage to be had.
Yeah, Hans actually took the truth to the face. He got smashed in, but he does survive, which is all you really need to do at this point. But Wira really wasn't in that fight. So Kagendra, if anything, they were looking to flee. They were not really to take that one. Team Vitality almost gets another pick off. Yeah, they got the 2 kills early, but largely after that, it's been neck and neck.
Yeah, speaking of which, the goal lead, Vitality needs to create a gap here on how to push forward in terms of getting the right items in to penetrate the defenses of Kagendra. They're not letting go of the enhanced Overlord just yet. They're waiting for the right moment to distract the members of Vitality. We will know on what could be the target push here because we have heard it launched as of this moment, and it's going to be in the top lane. That's where Wiro was taking the crumbs against Vitality to follow.
Yeah, and okay, look, Kagendra are the type where they're able to come back, and Wira is the guy who can do this, right? I hate to put all my eggs in the one basket in this, so to speak, but Wira he's proven to time and time again that they can do this. If you're a Kagendra fan, you don't like to see it sometimes because, hey, if you're winning and you're stomping, it's much more fun to watch than, having to come back every single game where your blood pressure just goes through the roof.
Yeah, and one thing also to note with the items here, it's 1 item away for Arlie to complete the best possible item here to shine with damage. But one thing I also observe here from Long or from Shanks, he built or start with the Starbreaker, an anti-tank item, knowing how strong is the front line now of Kagendra.
Yeah, look at the movements though. Yeah, Team Vitality are going to take this top team too, but Wira pushing the bottom lane, happily trading that. Now it's a 4-on-4 in the top lane. How they proceed here, I mean, they need to clear the creep waves, but Kagendra maybe looking to fight. Hyland looking to go in. No, he's just going to kind of spot himself out, hit to 88 miles an hour, and reverse his time.
Yep, on the back lines, Wiro is looking for more action. He's going to go in for Hyland, gets the kill there, and that's going to be a good start for the fight. At this point, it is all about the damage, and Wiro uses the Blood Rage, gets out of the fight at this point. Kagendra, they survive, but did they lose their T3 on the top? They did, and it's a painful process for Kagendra.
So Hyland going in, providing that vision, and he's like, oh, I'm just going to be cheeky. I'm going to use the Fate Rewind to get out of this. And the Kagendra are like, actually, the ult is on cooldown. Wira goes in, finds that weakness, kills Hyland, gets the pick off, and he gets the safety.
Completely capitalizing on that small window, and in turn, great tides for Vitality. They don't want to go out. We see how Kagendra doesn't want to commit in any point possible because they're waiting for the right moment. Again, is there a right moment right here for Kagendra? Because the winning condition for damage here is on the shoulders of Lele, and the best possible way to sustain that is with the front line of Muffer. So when will be the right time? It depends on when they want to place it. Because again, you said if they could rewind time here, Vitality could be aggressive by creating pressure such as this one.
Yep, they're getting caught at this point. Senku as well as Muffers will be looking to run away at this point. It's a push and pull, right? Kagendra, they're trying to establish map control. They want to make them shift around the map so that Wiro can kind of steal the towers away from the lanes as well.
Yeah. Oh, looks like next one.
Yep, they will jump in. Wiro is just poking and prodding at this point. They don't want to overcommit. And with this, Hyland lands a couple of a nice few Scepters of Fate. This could be the one that turns the fight. This is an important one. 13 minutes and 50 seconds in. They don't want to lose this objective. Yeah. Wiro is nowhere to be seen. They're looking for an opening. Will not be stolen. In fact, they will go for the trade.
Yeah, and also on even Stevens on the objective. They've taken the Tyrant for themselves. KAGE decided to go with the damage. Again, this is the moment to shine. Arlie needs to get into the damage to take up against Vitality's defense. Again, this is Zhangfei and as well as the Haino. Looking back how these heroes are so strong in life sustain, they need to penetrate through it.
Okay, Kagendra's still behind in terms of net worth lead, right? It's about down 3K, but that was a really smart play. They saw that team fight. Oh, but they're going in!
Yep, 3-man knock up there. That's going to be a good start for the fight on the side of Kagendra. They get the first kill. Hans goes in. More damage to be had, but it's 90. He changes the whole fight. It's going to be huge. Kagendra, they go back for more. There is going to be 2 kills, 3 kills, and Kagendra, they have hit the strides. This is the power of the Indonesians as well. They're going to chase in City Boy running for his life along with Shanks as well. It is going to be a stop in the aggression on the side of Kagendra, but they won big this time.
This is the moment that they have been waiting for. Wait for the outburst to pop and completely turn things around, taking down 90, Highland, and Winter. Now this is just City Boy and Shanks gonna have to defend these turrets away from them. This buys time for Kagendra, and solely by that Tyrant objective that they got, they have more damage to penetrate through, as we've talked about a few seconds ago.
Yeah, what a great team fight by Kagendra. Understanding where the limits were, being able to get that pick off, starting it off, and turning that into the towers, right? They've taken both of the mid T2s, or the bottom T2s are gone, or the top T2s are gone as well. And so Kagendra have turned this, they flipped the switch on, they've turned the tables, and now they're in the lead, and Kagendra, they're very good with the lead.
Yeah, completely turning the tables against Vitality. They need to be very aware to position, because Lele right now is much more confident to attack, even for just a pick-off. Now, I think this is the moment that they don't need to lose their chill, right?
Yeah, for sure.
This is the moment to shine for Kagendra. They have waited this long, almost 16 minutes in. Now, Vitality needs more ways to address it. We're seeing 3 Master Swords from the Hino, from the Luong, and even from the Dharma, just considering how the enhanced basic attack really matters to them, because there's so much front line in Kagendra they can actually sustain. This only checks that they need more damage right now heading to the later stages of the game.
Yeah, Team Vitality here, like, they had the lead. They've kind of lost that one big team fight, and look, Kagendra turned those into, conversions in terms of objectives and towers, which has been great for them. Now, Team Vitality, how did they get back in this game? I mean, they're kind of behind. They haven't really been able to find the right pickoff. Kagendra have done such a good job of moving around the map.
Okay, how to come back? Yesterday, we've seen some Dune plays that completely turned things around. Man, that kind of hero in the latest stage of the game, having the Eye of the Phoenix, I am Mr. Sustain right now, literally. And if Vitality gets a grip on how to push or pull Kagendra in such certain team fights, specifically happening now, they could turn things around. The goal is not that far, though.
They're looking for more. At this point, 90 goes in, gets a few hits onto Hans. He's going to have to slide himself out of this. The map control is still in favor of Kagendra, but it's not done. Vitality, they're looking for more. It's going to be the Fate Rewind committed as well. Reroll, he has eyes onto 3 different members, but at this point, he's still deciding, is this the best fight to go in? Right here is going to be the Kaleidoscope. Coming in from the side of movers, they want to just deter them from coming in. The wave management is of utmost importance now.
A low-scoring game, ladies and gentlemen. What could be the possible win condition of these two? One small mistake right here and right now could mean a win. Again, we're looking at 2 turrets, 2 versus 3 turrets that could easily be pushed either from these two. So one small window opportunity, Kagendra and Vitality has already proven themselves worthy to take this game away. It's just game number 1!
Game number 1, of course. And Team Vitality here, they were like, okay, we're going to take the Tyrant. They feign it, and actually they attract their attention to the Overlord, but Lele's already taken the Overlord, gets on scot-free. Mind you, Kagendra had seen that Team Vitality were moving to the Tyrant, thought they were going to go for it. So again, Kagendra, they're counterpunching. They're seeing what the enemy is giving them, and they're taking away the weaknesses.
Okay. Look at that push up top. Kagendra right now, somebody needs to go back, because the diversion and how Vitality wants to manipulate the map control. Look at that. Waves pushing in on the base freely. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, and this
Save by the Dragon.
Right, and Kagendra, this is why they've kind of prioritized those Overlords. They want the Vanguards. They want the push, put a little bit of pressure on all 3 lanes so that Team Vitality can't move and dictate where they want to go, right? They have to just be very reactive of what they've been given. Kagendra have done a great job of controlling this map.
Okay, now it's a very close contention fight between this objective. Again, no Primal Bond present for Kagendra. Now this is an open opportunity to take this again against Vitality, because the damage buff that they can get through here would penetrate even the defenders of Winter or even Highland. Now this is very crucial. How can Vitality end this game?
Well, to be honest, they're making mistakes, right? When Kagendra went for that Overlord, they had an opening where they could have taken the Tyrant themselves. They hesitated. They were like, oh, maybe we should defend the Overlord. They shifted over there, and then because of that delay, they weren't able to get a free shot at the Tyrant, and Kagendra actually capitalized on it, took it themselves.
Okay, they're going to start balancing the damage here. It's going to be the T3 on the top taken away. So this is pressure alleviated for the side of Kagendra. They're going to have an even battleground across the gorge, and they are happy happy with what they've taken, they're going to start backing away 25 seconds before the actual biggest objective, Tempest Dragon's going to hit the stage.
Yeah, Han Shin doing a great job, but Weeraw specifically, and this is just completely map control. Divert the attention because they can't beat them right now because nobody's committing yet for Vitality as we observe every possible scenario here. Beat them by dictating where the pressure is, finding the pressure point once again by Kagendra to take against Vitality. Now finally, the Tempest Dragon is arriving in this match. Now it's gonna be Rain. It's gonna be Rain. Now, what could be the possible way here?
Yeah, to be honest, like, do we expect any less, right? Tempest Dragon, we think that this is going to go to a third match, a third game, excuse me, as well. These are two evenly matched teams, but you're seeing some small mistakes, and the other team is able to capitalize. So it's again, they're playing chess.
Who's gonna make a first move here? Who's gonna be the pawn? Because somehow, somewhere, look at that, the peel on Hans on almost half HP.
At this point, Hans is just zoning them out. It's a one-on-one. And at this point, they will reset the Tempest Dragon. They don't want to overcommit. Kagendra, they are standing on knife's edge here. They don't want to make the mistake. At the same time, all of the scepters thrown by Highland. They're putting, and not only just putting out the damage, they're giving vision as well as to all the different members on the side of Kagendra. Lila is going to try in. Winter is falling below. Weeraw catches her out. Will move, and it's a huge burst. That is going to be the first kill. This is a Tempest Dragon secured for the side of Kagendra. And look at that. Vitality, they understand they've lost. They will cut the losses, start running back.
Okay, it started with Highland, to be honest. He was all the way up in front. He actually committed the Fate Rewind. Because of that, he had to play a lot more defensively. Unfortunately, they were pushed back and they were on the defensive foot. Winter kind of got a little bit of out of position, was picked off, and that did turn into a Tempest Dragon. And now Kagendra in the driver's seat here.
That was a very crucial pickup that Kagendra did. Now there's some sort of a miscommunication happening where they're being out of position from Vitality. Look at that. An amazing opportunity for Weir to just come in. And with the follow-up of Lele, that was a complete understanding on how to take the Tempest Dragon away from Vitality. The early game was in their hands. Now, in this window, Kagendra is more ready to take the opportunity now in the later stages of the game.
Look, my Bahasa is a little rusty, but I'm wondering if Kagendra actually stands for, you know, Iron Will, right? Because this is a team that is so resolute, they're able to kind of take their punches, but they're always in the fight, and they have this never-say-die attitude.
Yeah, they know when to strike, and this is the
moment.
moment.
Tipping on the scales, Weeraw catches forward. That's a nice stun. That's going to open up the base in the middle, right smack there. And at this point, Movers, he's trying to provide as much slow for the team so that Sen could get the stuns in as well. Han's going to provide pressure as well. The Dragons do touch onto the crystal. The disruption start. Han's going up 1-on-4. He's controlling all of them. Weeraw on the back lines coming in. Where is Lola? Laying the pain in as well. They will get all of the life bars down, but it is going to be the Sage's Sanctuary threatened at this point. One life down. It's going to be a first kill. Highland gets it done as well. Movers has to run for their life. Second life as well, but it's not enough damage. Not enough life. Kagendra, they see the opening. They get it. Can they finish the game? The crystal is threatened, and at this point, it is Kagendra that take game number 1.
Wow, Weeraw, look it. He was my clear MVP in that game. The fact that they were like having that rough start, but he was able to get far. And then in the end, you saw just how surgical he was, able to get it. Mind you, Kagendra really played well. Everybody stuck together as a team. That's what you want to see. But man, they earned that one.
They really waited for the right window. It was the discipline that took them to a greater situation in the later stages of the game. We keep on repeating that moment because, again, the lineup of Kagendra alone is really dependent on the items and the momentum. And when they had the time to strike, it was a complete advantage against Team Vitality to even counter. There were some moments there, okay? We've seen some Sage's Sanctuaries pop off in the base, and there was some sort of a defense happening, but it was just a bit of short time that it was too late for them to defend because the damage of Arlie was from the moment on he just goes in and out was so big of a problem.
Huge problem, right? Yeah. And Lele, there's a reason why they're willing to, Kagendra is willing to first pick this hero because they know how good Lele is on that Arlie, right? Just being able to control it. That's exactly what you want to see. Plus they have the Zhuangzi with the butterfly flex. So any sort of, potential stun, he's going to get away scot-free.
Yep, a lot. This is like the blanket of Kagendra, right? Slowly enveloping you, and you don't really fight it. It's a heavy weighted blanket. You can't really push against the weight. And 90, I think he did a really good job of trying to set the stage for the rest of the team, but it's just too much. There's so many godlike plays coming in. Lala, we have Weeraw as well, but I'm curious to see who the MVP of this game is going to be.
none other than Lele in this game. I know we've seen some great plays coming in from the playmakers of Kagendra. I know Weeraw did a great job on maintaining how the macro thing is going around the map of Kagendra, but 316 on this early really showed the advantage of a win condition in terms of damage, pulling it through against defenses of Vitality.
Yeah, if there's ever a time where you're like, hey, I need my farm laner to really carry me in the game. Yes, you have that amazing play by Weeraw, and I think that he was the biggest impact of how they got into that late game. But, you know, we're going to have to see in 1 second. Dude, my throat was dying. I don't know
Hi
why.
everyone,
Just
I'm
tell
Yuhan,
me.
and
Just
I'm
tell
the
me.
official
Fine.
2024 HOK Championship Observer. The tournament highlight of the day is here. 3, 2, 1, showtime!
All right, so we're going to see some of these highlights here. And, I mean, it's the Team Vitality started very strong. This is exactly what you want to see out of a Team Vitality. You want the lead going into that mid-game. But, again, Weeraw finding that pick-off on the Highland, that kind of was the tipping point where things just, like, really changed in this game.
Looking at the minute 14 where the Ogren got the Eye of the Phoenix, from that moment, I think it also added the regen that he needed in extended team fights. And that gave so much way for Kagendra to dictate most of the extended team fighting plays that even this Team Vitality can do against them. They have more defense, yes, but they were lacking on how to control the Tempest Dragons coming into the base. There's so much at stake, but this was a messy entry from Kagendra, but somehow they managed to finish the game on their own situation.
Yeah, messy, but they knew what they have to have done. Weeraw goes in at the perfect time.
Yeah, one major item that Lele actually did really well was Destiny, right? That unending death was the one that really changed the fight because they were out of Sage's sanctuaries. There was no more revive.
Well, looking at this point of our recap on how the draft went, yep, a few moments ago we were kind of like asking, hey, everybody was asking here, like, what's the draft that's going to be a win from the moment it starts from minute 1? I was leaning towards Vitality because they have more crowd controls, high crowd controls rather. You have the Dharma, you have the Dun, you have the Zhangfei. You have more ways to evade, specifically with the Long and the Heino. But this lineup of Kagendra, the moment that they stepped through fire in the 5th minute, it was like, guys, we need to take a breather. We need to be disciplined on how to maintain this composure, because getting the right items correctly, yet the Doomsday Shadow Ripper, even the Eternity Blade, also was the winning ways of Kagendra to just be more cautious in their next steps.
It's not just about the items. Kagendra here had an amazing draft. The Zhuangzi pick, in my opinion, was the MVP. The coach, let's give props where props are due on that one, because that was an amazing pick. You talked about all the CC that Team Vitality had, and going up against that, if they weren't able to kind of cleanse that off, they would have had a rough time because they would have been stuck in.
Yep, exactly. Not only that, it was also the long range that they had. Wait, Weeraw, yes, he's melee, right? But he's able to jump in and out for the fight itself. And the long-reaching arms of this Arlie played by Lele was really the difference maker for the team itself. So, you know, I like the draft by Vitality. We can see the merits of it, but it's just not long enough to kind of reach to touch the members on the side of Kagendra.
Yeah, it's just they're playing with time, right? Either you take it back or take the momentum with you. As you said, not just the items, but also the draft. That last pick of the Swags, where you can actually cleanse the crowd control, really gave so much security for the early to just get the right moments in.
Yeah, but okay, my thing is that I don't think that it was a big issue, but I think that if we're going...
Because Honor of King is just like a few, like 1 years in the global, yeah, but the Malaysia, they already played like a long time, yeah, so maybe we are not stronger than them, but I think like now we are better in Europe, but not in the Asian.
Kalau untuk tim Vitality, sebenarnya kita sudah pernah ngelawan ya tim Vitality di AWC dan kita menang. Seharusnya kita bisa melakukan yang sama, karena waktu itu kita pun belum kuat banget, dan saat ini kita udah banyak latihan. Harusnya untuk besok kita fine-fine aja.
Yeah, of course, because our coach will look at the BP of the Kagendra, and then we also watch the games that the Kagendra play with the other teams, and we will know what they are good at and what they are bad at.
Kita lebih pede di meta sekarang, karena di meta sekarang archernya dikuatin, dan archer kita si Lele itu kuat.
before was, but now we can all speak Chinese, so now we fix this problem because some of us don't know how to speak English, and then just a few of us can talk with them.
Ya untuk tim Vitality, good luck.
We won't let you get away this time, Kagendra.
And we're back. Going to that interview, we've seen how these teams actually had the great stronghold in terms of mentality. As we mentioned, the never say die attitude from these teams right now in HOKC is the most important factor. The reset is just an important spirit right now for Vitality to take it to game number 3.
Yeah, and look, that was a game where I don't think that the draft was an issue. I think that there were definitely some late game blunders, mid game, to kind of let Kagendra get back in the game. They had everything that they wanted going into this one. Getting a good early to mid, like pseudo mid game, that's where you want to be. Unfortunately, you need to close out the games.
Okay, but we have to take a look at history, right? So far today, when the Indonesian teams have had a lead, they don't let go of it. And Kagendra showcased that to us yesterday as well. So is that going to happen today? We are not sure. But of course, if you're interested to find out more about all these kinds of information, I'm sure we have instructions for these people as well.
Yeah, you can follow our channels for a chance to win a Realme 13 Plus. Follow today from October 10 to 31, and follow Honor of Kings Global Esports channels and tag championship participating teams in the comments for a chance to win a Realme 13 Plus and get great rewards. Again, during the commercial breaks yesterday, we've been given some codes, you know? Now this time you can win the actual official gaming phone of the Honor of Kings Championship. Right here. Very sleek. I want one for myself.
Yeah. Oh yeah, me too.
No, I actually was using them. You know, we have a little bit of an event downstairs.
Yeah, how's your one-on-one going?
I actually 3-0'd the guy. I don't mean to brag here, but
what did you win?
I won a pin.
Oh, and that pin?
Not this one. I have a secondary pin, so I might wear 2 tomorrow. Look, for the record, there's okay, you play this game and you come down to the stadium and you have a great time and you do this event, you have a chance to spin on this wheel, you get lucky, and sometimes you win a t-shirt, and then, or sometimes
somebody called Blam.
Yeah, you know, we've won multiple t-shirts and multiple pins as well. But who gets the t-shirts, who gets the pins, it's up to fate. And right now, we want to rewind that fate, right? That's what Highland wants to do for the side of Team Vitality. Yeah. And of course, with that being said, Kagendra, once they bite, they don't let go. So I think it's a tough challenge for them.
How do they bite?
Wow.
I like it how he bites. I like it, man. I know where this is going. But yeah, I think how will they rewind that moment? I think they have the early game power spike early on, but as you said, they don't need to lose that spirit heading to the mid stage of the game. It was a ticking time bomb as we speak.
Right.
And how can they manage it is completely either slow down the process of the early, but it was a problem even just getting in the front line of Team Kagendra.
Yeah, and I think Kagendra could do their fans a little bit of a favor by just maybe having a better early game so they're not behind and they don't have to make these, like, you know, crazy comebacks, right? And I think that that's going to be super important for Kagendra because some of the other teams out there, I'm not going to name any names like Black True Esports, which are really good, and when they have a lead, they're going to shut you down. They're not going to give you those opportunities to get back in. So you probably want to shore up that part of the game.
Oh, for sure. I have a lot of confidence in the Kagendra boys today. I mean, they've already showcased to us with evidence that they have what it takes to win games, but to also stomp games as well. And if you give them that sliver, that opportunity, that opening, they will tear you apart.
Yeah, for sure. And it's not going to be fun, right? And this is a time where, look, I get it's the group. This is the second match of Kagendra. They're on the top of their group thus far, so they're doing well. But getting into this one, maybe you experiment. You have that experience of playing up against top-tier teams. But, you know, Team Vitality is still going to want to stick at 2 of them in this game, too.
Okay, this is the moment to have an advantage in terms of getting a recovery. And we've seen some moments on how Vitality would shine. And that later stage of that Winter got picked off, it was a great go signal for Kagendra to take it.
Okay. But that said, it looks like we're going to take...
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. And taking it all on my own, what a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up aside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment. The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell 'em who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are.
You've walked through the darkest night. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream I've had, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender.
And we are back, ready to witness on how Team Vitality would bounce back for this series. We were seeing some moments there on how they could actually shine. They have a lot of crowd control. At some moments that we've talked about during the break, they were holding on to the ultimates for that long.
Yeah, they were holding on a bit too long for my liking. Not able to get that one off. But it's like you're playing a bit of a game in the sense that like you don't want to expend it too early because then the team will just run away. It's another one where you're kind of like you're holding it close to your vest. It's like your trump card.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to take note of how Kagendra reacts to these kinds of small windows. It really matters to them the most, maybe because of the team fighting prowess of Team Vitality on that game that gave so much confidence in terms of frontline control. But with this kind of scenario, they know how to penetrate defenses out of Vitality in late game scenarios. They would have actually changed the way they want to direct it. Man, we're all... And seeing the possible way to divert attentions, Kagendra knows how to deal with the map.
Yeah, and they do a good job with vision. I think Team Vitality, that was their biggest weakness. They sometimes didn't see Weera coming out of left field. There are times where they got caught off guard, and they don't want to be doing that. They need a kind of spread out a little bit, but be able to make those calls where people are coming.
Yeah, I think one factor though that Kagendra did see to add more on what happened in game number 1, they respected the promise of Vitality's composition that they don't want to commit because they know what could happen if they made the wrong decision. Because one thing also to note that is the Zhongfei and the Long could actually be the backline entry, but they waited for the right moment and they wanted to take those opportunities away from Vitality. So having this kind of discipline and being cautious of the next possible steps, they just need to translate this to a winning, quicker way of finishing the game.
Yeah, and I mean, getting those wins turns into objectives, or that's the way it should be, right? Taking objectives equals the win. So I think that they need to kind of, when they're making moves or they're able to push, they want to do it in a way that they're, putting pressure on, slow sieging, and kind of taking those things down. It seemed like when they had that advantage, Kagendra were still winning on the map itself, if that makes sense.
I think it's more likely, again, with the thought of having the game of chess here between these two, it's just so important. The early here has been respected by Team Vitality as well against Kagendra because they know if they lose the grip once again from the middle stages of the game, they know what could possibly happen. So they were now forced to get the Lady Sun for themselves because this could mean something. Like, that was the problem. You said vision and as well as damage. And looking at how Kagendra managing to check up on what's happening here.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to take a screenshot of this because I want to see the coach's playbook of what he thinks in terms of priority. I'm sure the enemy team right now is kind of like screenshotting that, using that to their own advantage when it comes to the draft. Maybe it was a fake one, on that first page where it's like not real.
It could be a decoy, right?
Yeah, decoy, yeah.
So I love we're going through it. The minds of the coach right now of Kagendra wants to deal on how to possibly, again, take the advantage of the macro play because that's one thing they wanted to continue against Team Vitality. This is one thing that they're strong, and with the Yuan and the Lady Sun, I think they would have a proper way to address their early game as they want to get into advantage of getting the right items in.
Yeah, items, of course, getting the heroes is also very important. But again, I think that this is the way that they're kind of drafting in. No team is coming in with a huge advantage. Obviously, you can if you're drafting well, but both of these, the coaches are doing well of putting their players in a position to win and to really contest in these games.
Yeah, I was kind of curious, like how Long built the anti-tank items. I was really like, would you really prioritize that on the first minute? Because they know they were losing the advantage of damage. So like, Long is kind of like needing that defense that Kagendra did. If they had like the first item condition, like add to the damage, that could mean possible business for Kagendra. But so far, yeah, it leaves that thought in my head, like, will you go for a defensive item if you were a Long, or just go on aggressive items, like damage items, just to penetrate more?
I think it definitely needs to be penetration, right? Because we might see
I knew you were just going to say that word.
Yeah, Liu Bang come in for the side of Kagendra. I was actually thinking it was better suited for Vitality, but at this point, Vitality, they go with the Taiyan, one of my most, I won't say favorite pick.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the Ming, I think at some point, I said that twice, Kage knows that the Lady Sun could be the priority by respecting Ban the early. So they're trying to trim down choices such as the Zhongfei and as well as the Monkey. This is like the greater scenario here. They have now the chance to take either the Gun and Mo and the Dun. So this sets up another front line, a great pull, and a mid-game power spike hero that could be in the front line defense. Wow. If this is true, I don't know.
I'm not a huge fan of what's happening now. I think Kagendra have a very disgusting draft. This is a very strong one because there's a lot of burst potential. That's actually what they're needing, right? I was concerned about, hey, are they tanking enough? It doesn't matter. If they hide in the brushes, they get that snipe down, it's not going to be a good sign for the side of Vitality.
Yeah, it's one of those things where Kagendra, you get one good couple blades, and it chips, it connects onto the Yuan, has to use the Unending Sorrow just to get back to safety. That could potentially happen, right? Which kind of messes up everything.
Even Shanks can be one-shotted if they have the reforged blades into couple blades. That is a very huge marker for Senku to really achieve. And if it ever hits that stage where Kagendra have the upper hand in this game, it's not going to look pretty at all.
I know you're a big fan of Gan and Mo, and as we talked about during breakfast, if you're up against Gan and Mo, if you're that close, that's where the Gan and Mo is happy. And if this Dharma is the trick here is like do the truth mantra, flashes in, and that could mean something. Right? Either they turn this around or make it in their own favor.
The other thing is Hyland needs to have a perfect game, right? He cannot die once to this mid lane Senku.
Yeah, and it's really going to come down to this Gan and Mo. Is he able to just stay in the back, have that perfect positioning, and just constantly harry you with these blades? Or, is Team Vitality able to kind of get the finishing stroke onto you and kind of jump on you? It's going to be a dynamic game, and positioning is going to be key in this one.
Let's see how the adjustment goes. Will they push this to another game to win? Or will this be Kagendra slowly playing their game? And looking at this, we have a great start for the mid lane. I think one of the key factors is just the rotation in the mid lane to just gain focus on how to funnel in the gold.
There's a lot of pressure on this mid lane, right? Both Senku and Hyland need to perform. I think that the rest of the lanes, obviously there's a lot of pressure throughout. Kagendra is up 1-0 on this one, but those two in this game kind of dictate everything. How that team fight is going to happen. If Senku goes down early and they have no damage, then Kagendra can't really fight at all. Team Vitality right now have to keep him alive, or they have to take him out.
Yeah, and to break down further of Kagendra's lineup, the Gan and Mo pick. This is a great way to start with a poke game as well. Like, this is like the kiting hero that you want. I mean, this will force Hyland, the Shangon itself, to either rotate for a lane that they can give a kill to Shanks, but this will just disrupt their laning capability, the lane facing, because if they lose that kind of chance here, Kagendra would actually have a way to utilize this Gan and Mo early on.
Yeah, okay. I do agree with that. But okay, one thing we didn't ask going into this one, though, if we're looking at these drafts alone, who do you give the edge to?
Right now in the early game, I'm looking towards this lineup of Kagendra. Man, you have the Dolia. As long as it's level 4, hold that.
It is going to be the first blood, and Hyland makes the difference for the team here. Team Vitality, this is the best start you could ask for.
Going back to my thought there, sir.
Okay. This is my bad, right? I was complimenting Weera quite a bit in Game 1, and then now he's been focused here. Obviously, Team Vitality have been tuning in to me. I'm basically Coach Holler at this point, right?
And just by what happened there earlier, right? Weera, the Dawn is not now the time to even strike or defend, because there are moments that this hero can be tanky. Oh, hold that.
Yeah,
Visit up top.
Going in. He will have to commit his ultimate here. Death at Sunset not going to be available for the next fight. In the meantime, it's looking good for the T1 attempt from Team Vitality at the bot lane as well.
Oh yeah, it's an invite here right in the bottom lane. It's the farm lane that they want to go up against to start a pressure point once again against Hyland, even for Shanks rather. It's Lele against Shanks. If you want this Lady Sun to shine, either aid him as much as possible, because right now the Kayan or Winter won't be going around.
It is going to be reroll. He's facing a lot of damage. Will fall. The shield comes in. They will take a lot of damage, and City Boy this time brings the A game towards Kagendra.
Okay, look it. They're dancing with them. CT Boy is the unending sorrow. You have the finishing stroke. They're able to kind of play with that tower aggro, and they've been focusing on Weera. Again, he is the lifeblood of this team. He's the backbone. Being able to focus him down is actually huge for Team Vitality. Not only are they up 2 kills, but both of them have been on Weera.
Oh, okay. This is a challenge now. Like, will Weera be the point of attention.
Island, he's coming in, he's looking for the finishing stroke, will get stunned up, and at this point there's a lot of damage. They will not get the kill, but it's a healthy amount of damage on the T1. They will take it. The first turret of the game goes down. Vitality, they start strong.
It's not about kills all the time, right? Being able to take that bottom T1 is what they have wanted to have done. Highland actually just forces it out. You don't have to get the kill, but you got the tower. That is a successful conversion.
Dictate the fight, right? It's always about the resources here that will be the answer of Vitality. Again, early game has been in their favor for the previous one, but this time that they will have advantage of, speaking of the objective, they really want to get their best foot forward against Kagendra.
Yeah, and you can feel it, right? Team Vitality up very aggressively. They've up almost 2.5k. They've taken the Tyrant right there. They've just kind of dictated things. The level lead is slightly in advantage of Team Vitality. They are striking back hard.
I think right now, Vitality really knew the lessons of the early game, or even the first game, that they want to take advantage of. They know their mistakes, they know where to position now. They know that Dun is the favored one to be in the front line. It could be a pseudo tank, but right now they're trying to visit up top, which could be the problem here.
3-on-1, he's falling under tower at this point. He will be saved with the addition of his roam here, Movers, providing the emotional and physical support as well. In the meantime, the jungle has been occupied by all 5 members on the side of Vitality.
Look at the movement.
Yo, in my ranked games, I don't get emotional or physical support. I get nothing. What is wrong, guys?
I think it's the one which you pair with. Like, how do you play alone?
Well, I played with you yesterday.
Oh, I thought you were just... I was you were playing by yourself. That's sad, man. Like, invite us more. Like, we could actually help you.
Okay, all right. You talk a lot, but we were still down games.
Speaking of the game here, ladies and gentlemen, now going back on the lead of Vitality, almost at 17k. Now, they're building a lead. Okay, but it needs to translate more of the damage. But Kagendra, we're seeing the discipline once again from the previous game, that they know when to have the spikes on their heroes at this certain point in time. They're not committing just yet. Looking at the control of Vitality right now, commending how the Lady Sun, even the Cayenne, or even Winter, going around the map slowly, they're maintaining how they want to maintain the pressure.
Yeah, and pressure has turned into tower conversions, and which has been great for Team Vitality. This is very similar to what happened in the last game, right? They were able to take some good towers. They were putting pressure in. But the thing is that one factor they didn't account for was the Weiro one. This one, they focused it on making sure that Weiro has had a rough time. He doesn't have much farm to farm as well, so Team Vitality pushing on all fronts, taking over the map.
Take over the map. That was the thing that they had missing in game number 1. Now they want to see a pick-off here.
Yep, they're jumping in. Highland gets the finishing stroke. They will force out. It's one more hit, and that's going to be the closer. But on the back lines, Hans finds an opening, will get stunned up, and that's the end of the aggression. Vitality just too strong at this point.
Wow, Kagendra's not even like responding at some point. I mean, what are they waiting for to strike here? Because yes, they have still defenses, but looking at the turrets here of Vitality, I think it's more ready to have more anti-pressure here. Yeah. As we look at the Dharma, look at this. The perfect guide for you guys using Dharma in your games right now.
Yeah, I feel like we should have given this to our Clash laner when he was playing that, right? Or just be like, hey, Dharma, this is how you actually play the hero so that you have a chance. We're still looking for that Clash laner in our stack. But if we're going to talk about Team Vitality, they've done a great job of pressure. Every single sort of movement, they're forcing things out and just making it really uncomfortable for Kagendra to get even any sort of, space. Hans is pushing in the bottom lane to potentially alleviate some, but again, they're really struggling.
Will this be worth it though? Like, they're trying to counter pressure from down bottom. Overlord is open. Tyrant is supposedly available soon. But having this kind of coverage, this is complete landscape, man.
Can I ask, is this 5,000 goal lead something that happened in game 1 as well?
No, it wasn't 5,000. It was 2,000. It was 2,000 max. Yeah, and because Weiro was farming on the backside, he was just constantly going, invading the enemy jungle, just doing a lot. In this one, he's been very limited. He's been forced to stay on his side of the map. He hasn't been able to go. And look at the jungle diff right now. Weiro just hit level 11. CT Boy was level 12 for some time. So there is a level differential as well.
Yeah, we were seeing the Venomous Staff being picked up by Gon and Mo. Again, if you're looking at this kind of hero, you would need items as well, because that hero is dependent on how you want to make the most of his toolkit. But having the Dolly here on the later stage of the game, they want to make use of it. This game is a very low scoring one, but this shows how these teams are very composed on how to take the right fights against Team Vitality.
Yeah, and we saw this in the last game. It was kind of a low-scoring affair in terms of kills. It's all about the objectives, and both of these teams are. The reason why they're here is because they're good at taking objectives and knowing how to take it, to winning the game, right? Which is all about objectives. If you're not doing that, then you're playing the game wrong. And this one is very close. Everyone is very reserved, and just again trying to stick to those objectives.
Yeah, sticking to those combos. Look at that, a lane guide for you guys watching us right now. Take it to your games, and this could be a great game changer for you in such tight fights such as this. 0-3 right now. Advantage is with Vitality. Can they end this game? Just what the mistakes that they did from game number 1.
If they're gonna start working in Highland in the middle of 4, gets caught out, will not get it done, gets taken out instead. This is a good defense coming in from Kagendra. And Vitality, once again, maybe not at the right place at the right time for the time being.
Yeah, it was out of, wrong, miscalculated position there for Highland to just drop in. Considering how the response of Kagendra having gone in Mo Senku, and even Lely could actually reach that hand and take him down, you need to be aware of that positioning.
Yeah, but this is not something I expect out of Highland, right? He has been the most stable, consistent player for Vitality.
Yeah, it's like, Were they trying to make a play from there?
I mean, Highland was just trying to create some space so that they get the top, the bottom T3. That was the ultimate goal, but Highland, I think, miscalculated, wasn't able to get that finishing stroke off, so he got caught out. I would actually prefer it if they use CT Boy as that initial guy, the guy that kind of, the decoy, so to speak, to kind of attract, because I feel like there's a little bit more sustain with that. It's a little bit more self-assured in that sense, and Highland kind of going in, looking for that finishing stroke to really pick off people in the end.
Will this be the time of Kagendra to strike back? Again, we have been waiting for them to use this kind of capability, but we haven't seen a team fight just yet from them. They had 1 kill throughout this game.
Yeah, no openings, right? Team Vitality shored up some of the mistakes that they made. I mean, they took the L, which is for learning, and you're seeing what they've learned. They're like, hey, we're not giving any sort of gap, any sort of way for Kagendra to get back in this game.
Look at that. The wraparound, we're looking for something here. City Boy actually finds quite a bit of healthy damage onto Senku as well. Here comes the stun, the earworm. It gets onto 2. It is going to be the unending sorrow, and T3 is going to be successfully broken. At the same time, 90, he cashes them out. Weroy is down for the count. They're going to try the double death at sunset, but there's no damage. Vitality, they're so far ahead. It is a 7,000, 8,000 goal lead, and it makes no sense for Kagendra to take a fight right now.
Yeah, a better damage, a better adjustment for Vitality coming in from game number 1. This is what you want. You have the lead, you have the capability to slow everything down from Kagendra. They just don't need to lose any possible way to give it to Kagendra's hands right now. The pickup from game number 1, it shouldn't happen again.
Yeah, the brilliance of Team Vitality's draft is just the amount of sustain that they have, right? You have the Unending Sorrow, you have the poignant melodies from it, her as well, and then plus you have Winter with the healing hymns. Yeah. It's just all of this constant, like, long-term battles. It's like a Kagendra. Okay, if they're down a hero, there's no way that they can fight because, again, almost everybody's full from Team Vitality.
Looking at the waves pushing in from top, I think this is the sign for Kagendra to just defend in their own base, because with the Overlord just pushing in up top, this would really mean another way of putting pressure of Kagendra just being in the base. There's no way that they could be in the front line of Team Vitality right now, because what they have is just completely a refresh or a cooldown on their ultimates that could be a great factor against Vitality. But now, defenses, it's so much more powerful with Vitality.
Yeah, they start working on the tier 3s in the mid and the top as well. Lola is forced to use the dragon. He's going to take to the skies, runs to the back at the same time. 90, he's just pulling them away from the true destruction here. And it's all but barren for the side of Kagendra. They're trying their best to stand up against it. Han's going to work on the Overlord at this point. But City Boy right smack in the middle. Not enough damage. Reroll, he's trying so much. 90 caught in the middle of 4. This could be something big. Reroll, he's trying to chase in. No Unruly Blade just yet. Wind Slash used as well. Hans, he sells his life, but there's no follow-up. Reroll the next one and fall. Vitality, they find the form, they find the kills. It's gonna be 2 down, and the crystal is exposed. Open, Vitality, fight back.
A better adjustment. Vitality already finding their groove. A game with no turrets taken. Adjustment finally slowly showing with Team Vitality.
Flawless game. Flawless game by Team Vitality. They're up from the draft. They knew exactly what they wanted to have done. How to limit Kagendra from doing anything. From early, mid, late, everything was perfect. That is exactly what you want to see if you're a Team Vitality fan.
Yeah, it is. It's so restrictive, right? This is something that I feel it's so difficult to fathom as an an audience member and as a normal ranked player. You don't understand the pressure that Vitality had across Kagendra the entire game. It's not something like half the game. It's from the minute get-go they were under pressure all the way.
And also, like, it's a good way to see like how the Dharma adjusted to maintain the lanes, because that was one of the problems they need to address. Like, the vision was lacking in game number 1, they completely answered, and having a great start on the early game, the Dolia was completely denied of the best possible solution for damage there is.
Yeah, it was just everything. Everything that you wanted to have done, right? Doing all that damage and everything. But, Team Vitality, we're going to find out who the MVP is. I don't know who it's going to be because I felt like it was a really team effort. There was just so much sustain, so much damage and control. But who do they think it was MVP? It looks like it's going to be Highland here.
Yep, it is the Highland special, right? We talked about it, the Heino, the Shangguang, and finally, Highland, even though he made a small blunder in that middle of the fight itself, Highland is true class. He is what makes and gels this team together, even in the draft, even in the execution, even in the shot calling. So true MVP, he was the one that really brought them the victory.
Even this kind of adjustment was really needed for Team Vitality to push us to a game number 3.
Hi everyone, I'm Yuhan, and I'm the official 2024 HOK Championship Observer. The tournament highlight of the day is here. 3, 2, 1, showtime!
All right, if we're going to look at this one, it's going to be Team Vitality. Just getting a great start, getting that first blood there. And again, 2 first kills onto Wira, chasing him down to the ends of the earth. It doesn't really matter. Team Vitality had ways to just kind of put them in a bad spot, and Kagendra had no openings to get back in this game.
Openings was one of the key factors that Team Kagendra needed against Vitality here. They created a great borderline here by no defenses taken out from them. At this moment of the game, at almost 13 minutes, they still managed to defend, yes, but the time there really run quicker as they end the game.
Yeah, there was one item that really made the difference, and that's the redemption, right, in the hands of Winter. I think she's really comfortable playing the tie-in, right? So I think this is really interesting because it rendered Hans useless. He had the double death at Sunset, but it didn't do any damage at all, especially in the late game still.
Yeah, it's important. I think it's very important to note, like, how would you or where would you give that reset right away? Because if you're forced by Dharma, just being in a tight corner with the follow, there's so much follow-up, right, in a Team Vitality. You have the Shangguan, you have the Yuan. It's in such AoE and buff support that Winter is doing throughout the team fight. I think this puts pressure on the Dolia on how to even defend. It even slowed down the process of what this ability of Hero can do.
Yeah, and we didn't really, I mean, okay, Movers is a great Dolia. Let's not undersell that. But the ability to kind of double ult with that Celestial Melody, really there was no impact because you were constantly pressured into your own base. You really were not able to initiate anything. Sometimes Hans did get the double death at Sunset, but again, there was really no follow-up when those things happened. Hans really got caught out.
Yeah, look at the team fight rate. Almost, not almost, it's 0%. Full 100% on 3 members of Kagendra right now. If this is like the situation that's really happened in that point, well, yeah, it was a struggle on how that line would pull off. And yeah, you said it right. How will the death at Sunset be a great factor in changing tides?
Yeah, exactly. And right now, this is a true coin flip, right? Yeah. Both teams have shown where their strengths lie, right? And early game, if you give them a very strong start, Vitality will take the game away from you. But if you leave some gaps, that's where Kagendra comes in and they'll wrestle control back. And that's when, when Kagendra on top of you, there's no way you're getting out under that pin.
Well, now they just got out like for a possible 2-0. Now we're heading for the best one. It's going to be a best of 1 once again in this game, because we will know on how this team would bounce back, because they could actually deny a reverse sweep from this moment.
This is super important for both teams, right? Getting into this one, ensuring that you win this one. Kagendra right now, I mean, they won the last series yesterday, right? And if they win this one, they would be almost guaranteed into the next stage, which is the knockout, right? So Kagendra really wants to do this. They want to take off all of that pressure so that they don't have to worry about that last game.
So are they really feeling pressure? Because they've been in this exact same spot yesterday, right? And now it's a chance at redemption over and over again. They've been at this stage many times. So it could be from experience where they pull them down and really just execute them on the spot.
Look, if you're not feeling pressure, are you even human at this point, right? I think going into this one is because it's super important. Everybody's going to be feeling some level of pressure.
If you don't feel pressure at all, I think I heard Wiseman said this. If you don't feel any pressure, even for an event or even for a competition, something is wrong with you.
Wow, that is a very wise man. But that's not the same quote I heard. You know, the mark of a champion is adaptability. Sure, you can feel stress, but if you can make the changes as Vitality have made so far, I think that's the mark of a champion. We want to see who's a good team. We know they're a good team. We want to see who's the great team.
Yeah, who's great at winning prizes, you know?
Yeah.
Not me. So a wise man told me to not play these silly games.
So many wise men are around the world.
Yeah, a bit of a context here. We're just playing games downstairs that you could actually enjoy right here in MGP Space. This is an invite for you to join us live right here at MGP Space as they have tournaments happen here in the HOK Championship, where you can win a lot of freebies.
Yeah, the freebies, some more valuable than others. And yeah, come on down. Have fun, guys.
But the mindset is never to lose hope.
Yes.
Yeah, but okay. Okay. I will not. I'm going to go in tomorrow. I'm going to try to play again and then see what can happen. If I come home with that, if I maybe win that T-shirt, I might be a little bit happier.
Yeah, if maybe you can win the T-shirt, because now, the main word here is hope. And we've seen it from both of the teams today. And we're happy to see a game number 3. Let's see how this goes. Who's going to take this game away?
We're going to have to... I mean, this is pretty much it, right? I felt like Team Vitality's draft was flawless. I think that was a work of art. Going into this one, I'm hoping that they can kind of keep that up, but Kagendra need better counters. They need to figure out ways to get Wira online.
Yeah, I think that's one way to see it, no? Looking at the situation, draft-wise, they need to prioritize the right cards here. Looking at the priority ban on the Ming as well, they're respecting the fact that the Lady Sun is just a big of a problem when these two duos show up. The international duo, as we speak, the winning recipe in the farm lane. And with this kind of ban, it limits the capability for an advanced snowball.
Yeah, I mean, Kagendra have to do that, especially with first pick here. But they're going to ban the Yuan. That's a lot of respect, just kind of banning it out. But, I mean, giving up the Yuan and the Shangguan, that is like two really annoying heroes to deal with.
Yeah, with the same name as well, Juan.
Yeah, ending with the same style, right? And at this point, I think it's really stressful for Kagendra because you can't ban everything in the first phase. You only have 2 chances, and it looks like the bigger problem will be the Ming and the Yuan. I think at this point, Dharma, is it going to be a prio pick for Hans?
It could be, though. But the Mai, yeah, that's one thing that we forgot, too. This gave so much avenues for an insta-kill, and even for a start of any possible team fight that you can actually doubt entering. But the Dharma, how do you feel about that?
I think it's a good trade, right? They give you the Mai, but then now they have the option to pick up the Shangguan again, or they can even have the Haino. And either way, Celestial Melody for either of these heroes, not fun to play against.
Yeah, complete reset of the Truth Mantra, as well as the finishing stroke of the Shangguan. Yeah, count me in, bro. I really want that to happen. Now, this sets up Vitality to follow in through with a deadly composition, because you have the Dolio to have a great reset. It's the same thing. As we repeat these kinds of heroes, we're talking about great advantages in the meta right now, but the Lady Sun here, I'm feeling right now. How do you feel about this?
I think it's a very strong draft for the side of Vitality, right? Especially if they play how they played in Game 1, this is going to be a very explosive Shanks. He's going to get the farm really quickly, and when you're playing as a Luong, range is not your strength.
Luong range.
Yeah, Luong range is not your strength there.
Yeah. But if you have arms reach here, the first 3 picks of KAGE, yeah, you have the Mai Shenui with the flash and the combo that we all know, and also the reach of the back line. Okay, starting from these two, great strong picks. Now they're going to trim down the one important thing. Who is going to be the roamers here? What is going to be the options for these two? Because they respect and taking out the Mr. Shin here. And I think that's well of a respect as well on how the macro plays works from these two that could be taken advantage of.
You know, I mean, we're going to still have to see, right? Kagendra right now, I don't know where this Ogren is going to go just yet. They haven't... One thing that I've noticed from Kagendra is they haven't really gone with the trusty Byron who Hans is amazing on. He was 8-2 in the Indonesian qualifiers, and he hasn't really pulling that out. I think it's more of a matchup thing where he doesn't like it up against the Dharma because they haven't really picked it up. But you know, back to your question though, to kind of counter the Dahlia Celestial Melody and the Lady Sun combination, you're gonna need something that I would think that to kind of maybe crowd control Lady Sun. You need to figure out a way to kind of just lock her down so that the Lung and the Augury can kind of just blow her up.
Taking out the Lady Sun as well. So this sets up the Mai Shernui to just go in. Yeah, I'm really getting my my focus here for this strong mid lane pick, as we all know. Again, it depends on execution. But this kind of here that you're streaming down against Kagendra, done or it's just one way to see that the clash lane of Vitality played one big factor in terms of influencing the map up top and gain those minion pressure in as they want to divert the attention of Kagendra. We've seen it from game number 1.
Okay, all right. So they instead of going with the Dune, they decided to go with maybe the Menki and instead
too much.
Yeah, it happens. Don't worry. You know, they were thinking about it, but it looks like Menki. I mean, okay, look, Team Vitality likes the frontliner, somebody who's kind of just absorbing things, being somewhat of a decoy, somebody who's kind of up front, kind of in their face. Kagendra have to respect that, right? And you want to provide an extra body in front of the Lady Sun so that she can do the damage from afar.
Okay, the Indonesians are just making me so excited today. We have the potential Luna. I like the Liempo roam as well, right? You want access into the backlines, not just to deal damage, but more importantly, push Shanks away from the team fights. So you can actually soak in a little bit more damage, buy yourself a little bit more time, because as an Allgren, you want to have damage over time.
Yeah, the DOT. We all want that for our games, as well as you guys watching us right now, picking the Ogren and Long. Despite the nerf, nah, nothing changes. The kit right now of Ogren pairing with the Long, with this last pick of Lienpo, a great setup for this lineup to go far. But this, if this is the final one, and don't get my hopes up for that. But will it be Gun and Mo though?
Either or, right? Either or, they have their own benefits as well. I think if you're looking at Ganemo, it's a lot of huge amount of burst. If you're looking for that Zhang Suya as well, it's not only that, it's the slow as well as the sanctification for that maximum level 25, which if you put into the hands of Shanks or even City Boy or even 90, it's going to be quite painful for this side of Kagendra to deal with.
Yeah, plus the Zia gives you the senior citizen discount at the movie theater local one nearby. So instead they go with a Gan and Mo instead to kind of get them going. I think that this is a game that Kagendra must win, right? They're going to look back on this opportunity of being able to close it out, go up 2-0 in the group that they're in, and to get themselves in the top 8. That would have been huge. This is a must-win, I would say, by Kagendra.
Again, this is Kagendra versus Vitality, pushed this series to a game number 3. This is the international rematch that we want. Again, last thing that they encounter, KAGE defeated Vitality easily with Muffers taking the MVP. Now, it's an exchange. The rematch that we're hoping for, this could happen right now in their first day on the job.
All right, your thoughts on the, okay, who has the edge in terms of draft?
Okay. I love how my brain is actually being tweaked here, because this is the advantage of both of these two teams right now in the early game. How to get that great early start. For me, I'm still going with Kagendra right now, because how will they manage to level 4? It will be tested, but if they lose that kind of chance to put their tides on their side, that's where the frontline defense of Vitality can show up. Minute 6 to 8, that would be the best moment possible to take this to another scenario for a later game.
Look at how Kagendra, Lele, and Mofers both prioritize taking down the Crimson Golem as much as possible so that Wiro, when he's just whizzing by, he can take it down very quickly. That's exactly what you want, but the burst ran forward.
Yep, the catch on Winter. Here comes the dive. First blood. Not going to come in this form and this play from the side of Kagendra, but they are pushing and making space for themselves. Island, one-on-one. Senku, he jukes it out. He will make it out alive, and here comes the backup as well. City Boy catches eyes onto Senku. It is going to be a stalemate at this point, but boy, is it scary for Highland.
Thanks to the healing duo, it could have been that first blood. Okay, you were asking me about who's the great advantage of the early game. KAGE is taking the advantage right now, right here against Team Vitality. Looking at this composition once again that Vitality has, needs more items, needs more time, but if in the right moment they have funneled their damage through Shanks, this could go either way.
Yeah, I could go other way, and I could potentially see that. But I mean, Shanks is so tried and true on the Lady Soon, right? Does so much damage. He's very reliable. He's like that Toyota Camry, so to speak. But if we're going to talk about Highland here, the Ganon Mo, I'm not so big on this one because I feel like he's a little immobile. He likes that flashy hero that just kind of goes in and out and gets those pickoffs.
Yeah, a great way to see potential and who can last longer, right? Right?
You want to go for the long ride.
Yeah, man. Like, what's the best possible scenario there is for this Lady Sun, man? I think you would know the answer.
I think it's funneling all of the farm into the pockets of the Lady Sun at this point. Shanks, he has a pretty healthy game, right?
Yeah. Yesterday, we've seen how my friend Hall here was so happy. The Lady Sun had a double MVP with Toshi. Being the sugar of that series, we'll see that again, right? Because
potentially.
That's the winning condition here.
Yeah,
get the damage in.
Get the damage in, but I only like rich Lady Suns, okay?
I mean, yeah.
People that have a little bit of bling, right? I don't like that poor Lady Sun.
I mean, for all the stress they are putting inside, it's all about the sweet, sweet victory, right? The nectar, the honey that you're looking for from all of this efforts that you put in.
Of course, of course. And I mean, look, I think that Shanks is the guy in terms of just being able to pop off with his Lady Sun. I think that that's the right way to go. But, you know, it's definitely way better of a game by Kagendra in the early game. They made some
Oh,
adjustments.
90 gets caught out. It is going to be first blood. Senku, this is why his Mai was banned even from Season 2.
And that's why you keep banning this hero, even your games. It shows how this potential early game lineup of Kagendra, specifically in the hands of Senku, could pop off early.
Yeah, could pop off. I mean, Kagendra, their lineup, once they get some farm and some items, they're gonna run at you, and they're gonna come at hot and heavy. It's gonna be so much damage, and there's so much potential for control in terms of Weira and Else Luna, where you have that pull. You also have the Lian Po from Moofers. You have so much potential to just kind of win these team fights. For Team Vitality, if they want to get back in this one, I think they're gonna have to start looking more of like a split push strategy.
The idea of getting the Tyrant first only says that KAGE wants more damage. Right now, you see how the Mankey being present in the Ganon Mo, they want to penetrate it first and just completely gain control of the waves. Being more smart.
Gets knocked back, and this is going to be return fire. It's going to be 90, pushes him against the wall, and Vitality take one back.
Oh, 90, what a nice play. That flash truth, slamming it in, gets it back, gets the revenge on the Senku. That might have been a little personal.
Look at the damage up top, though.
Yep, Weeraw caught no man's land in between. He wants to dive 90, but the tower is hitting it on him as well. Weeraw, what a mistake. It could be a kill with the Dream Roam as well. It is going to be City Boy putting him down into the grave. At the same time, bottom part of the map, all of the pressure is being applied from the side of Team Vitality.
Looks like we are overstayed its welcome up top. They know probably the mindset is to take down the turret right away against Vitality, but that kind of toughness that City Boy has, you don't want to take advantage of that, because right now they have been stealing resources out of Kagendra. Right now, 2 buffs actually taken, delaying more time. Yeah, they got the Tyrant. Now, Vitality has more ways and advantage to take this Overlord for them.
Yeah, that was a huge misplay by Weira, right? Being out, like, there's no point in terms of being on the wrong side of the T1 on that one. And just getting caught out, you're not going to outrun CT Boy, who had that Dream Roam. He saved it because he knew it was going to happen. He just waited perfectly for it, and he ensured that he got the kill. And now CT Boy has a slight advantage, but this Azure Golem might be huge.
Yeah, I have eyes on City Boy. They might not be able to do much here on the top lane, though. It is top lane, mid lane, bot lane, everything for the taking on the side of Vitality.
If you notice the control coming in right now up top, Shanks and Winter having control of the objective right there, right on that Kagendra wants to do. They have complete borderline all across the map, and KAGE is having more problems to cross that.
Yeah, Team Vitality doing a great job, taking away the blue buff so that Weira, who's on the Luna, is starving for that blue buff. He's not going to be able to farm as fast. He's going to struggle to kind of get anything going. He needs that blue buff early, and Team Vitality shutting it down.
Yeah, slowly building up a great lead here. And Kagendra need to have their eyes on the right price. Will it be the objective? Will it be the key hero?
Oh, nice knockup by the Senku. At this point, they're jumping in as well. Tremor Smash onto 2. It's not enough. There's too much damage. Dream Roam as well. A double kill. And Vitality, they take everything away. They're going to start looking onto Lola as well. 90 forces him back, but they're ready for the Dragon to land. How long can he take flight? Can they get the finishing blow? Gets a flash as well. Vitality just take everything away from KAGE.
Yeah, Vital said, I know, yeah, you have your Mai Shunui, you have Senku, but one thing you're forgetting here is this cute little monkey here being present, the teddy bear, City Boy, all the possible soak-up damage that he can do, he gets it. The perfect advantage for a red carpet entry for this Lady Sun to take all the kills away for his team.
Yeah, Kagendra right now, I mean, they were struggling. We were going down on this one, but we're going to check the replay and see exactly how this happened. Look, he tried to go, Senko tried to go in, but then they pulled him away, and Movers in really bad spot. The Dream Roam forward, Weero and Hans both in bad spots, get blown up, not tanky enough just yet.
At that point, Kagendra needs to check where to position themselves. Look at this. They're really taking all the best possible food there is for their jungler against Weero. Looking at this, you have the Scepter of Evasion present for the Mai Shunui. They need to build up more. Axe of Torment now present as well. So for this, two items picked up already, man.
Yeah, take
Lady Sun, is this what you want?
This is what I want. I want to see Lady Sun only with a bunch of farm, a bunch of items, and just like the rich Lady Sun. That's the dream goal.
And that's the future of Vitality right now. Advantage on kills, advantage on damage, but they're letting this objective go in the hands of Kagendra?
Yeah, it's a tough one, right? At this point, if you take a look at Vitality, though, they are pretty shaky if they don't get the right positioning, because that's what we Raw wants. They want them to be clumped up in a group.
Yeah. And if that happens, it could be in a bad scenario, because we've thought about positioning here. Where could be the Leon pool coming from? They have more ways to punish, insta-kill punish right away from Vitality, but that kind of scenario is being negated by Highland and as well as Winter. They have more ways to protect the front line, and by looking at this, maintaining pressure from bot to the mid lane, they need to be wary on where the key players are coming from, because right now, Senku is really hiding hard.
Yeah, he is. And I mean, look, Team Vitality doing such a great job. They had all of the buffs across the map. They have the map control. That's exactly what you want to see from them. Weero right now has been struggling. He's a level behind in terms of actual farm. We're going to have to see. I'm not entirely sure, but he has not been able to free farm. He's just stuck with the rest of the squad, fighting for farm and fighting for scraps with the rest of the team.
Yeah, man, that stuff, fighting for scraps. You would really want to take those items with your resources, but we're looking at Weero here trying to get vision even for a possible food in the camp of Vitality right now, even for a buff. But I think someone spotted him. Good thing he recalled right away, because that could mean a denied setup for this Overlord. And again, it's the same thing. Only one turret taken comparing to the previous game from Vitality, but they're still maintaining the pressure here, guys.
Yeah, total map control. Team Vitality right now, again, Highland doing a great job of just fighting people from afar, poking it out, and I mean, it looks like they're going to take this the Tyrant for free. Highland still up in front. No real chance for Kagendra to even get that one.
Whew, this is tough. Kagendra, we see the lineup now completely struggling. When will be the right time to strike here? Again, they have more ways to utilize crowd control, yes. And even the backline entry that Lily can do. But that's a bit of a sacrifice if they really want to commit to that kind of decision.
Yeah, look, okay, Shanks right now, level 14, even higher than his own jungle of CT Boy. That's how popping off he's going in terms of just being able to control this game. He is upset, he's angry, and he's looking to carry this game because he does so much damage right now.
Yeah, look at Weero down bottom, though. He's trying to clear some ways. He's trying to get the attention of Vitality from the moment they want to take that turret away, but no. They're maintaining focus. Vitality completely says no. Yeah, go take that turret, but will the reaction time be enough they're trying to put that counter pressure, but one win that Vitality has, they take that inhibitor turret away from Kagendra.
Yeah, Team Vitality are like, hey, you want to take a T2? All right, I'll take a T3. I think I win in this trade. I'll happily do this one. We were not able to find anything. He just, again, fighting for scraps, trying to find any sort of farm at this point. But Team Vitality have done a great job. Every single time the blue buff is off cooldown or it respawns again, they're making a beeline for it and taking it away, ensuring that Weera doesn't get it.
Oh, this is gonna be tough, man. Like both of these teams are really contest this. If Kagendra has the confidence here again, guys, this is now a scenario of a reverse sweep that Vitality can do against Kagendra. This is the international rematch, and they have taken the Enhanced Overlord right here.
Yeah.
And they would want to push everybody out of Kagendra.
Yeah, you're going to have to force this out. I mean, you could even maybe use it. It looks like they're going to go in the bottom lane. That's the smart way. Weera was pushing it. So it really, he's going to have to deal with this, but he's pushing by himself. Now, the rest of the squad is fighting 4 versus 5. They're trying to hold on this mid T3, trying to keep it alive, just buy a little bit more time because, I mean, it's only 12 minutes in.
But start diving in. It's going to be 90. It is falling a bit low. He jumps in again. This is nice on them. And at this point, it is too much damage for them to handle. They are all down, just left with Weera and Senku. What can they do against the likes of Vitality? Absolutely nothing! Because at this point, Vitality, they found the strides. They're just waiting for the next wave to come in. Senku, he needs to hold on, but he's 20 seconds all alone against the likes of Vitality. City Boy, Shanks, Winters, Highland. Here comes the reset as well. Celestial Melody music to their ears, and that's the crystal being popped. Vitality make the comeback.
Reverse sweep once again. Team Vitality bouncing back. Creative advantage for a reset, a quick recovery in this series.
Yeah, very smart play, well coached, knowing what they needed to have done, how to limit this team, right? And they were forcing it out. They were attacking the right player. Again, Weera had popped off in game 1. Stop him. If he's your Kobe Bryant or Michael Jordan, who player like your all-star on the team, you shut him down, make sure he doesn't have a game. And Kagendra kind of struggled because of that.
Okay, so it looks like Winter is a bit excited to give to the host. So, host, let's go.
Okay, thank you so much, casters. Once again, congratulations for Team Vitality!
Whoa!
Woo!
Wow, this is supposed to be a long match, yes?
Yeah.
And now we want to interview the only female pro player in this world stage. So please welcome Winter!
Hello!
Hi, Winter. Okay, you can come in the stage in the middle.
Okay, hi, Winter. Okay, how do you feel today, Winter?
The first match was really nervous for me because it's my first official esport game, but yeah, but I feel like I've recovered from the nervous, and then the second and third game, I feel like it was good. It was good.
Okay, and it was such a right performance, yeah. From the second game is really totally different from the first one.
Yeah.
Yes, and.
Yeah.
The revenge match against Kagendra. So what do your team feel and what do you personally feel about today's matches?
I feel honored because I wasn't in the team during the first, during like the first match with Kagendra, but like, I feel honored to have the revenge with my team this time.
Okay. All right, now, Winter, because you are the only female pro player in this world stage. So do you have any message to any woman that want to play as a pro player?
Yeah.
What message you want to say to them?
I feel like being the only female esport player in this game, of course I have a lot of pressure, but I feel like I have improved a lot as a female player. And I want to give a message to all the girls out there, don't be afraid to show who you truly are. And obviously, maybe the guys aren't as good as you, so just keep improving and keep playing.
Oh wow, that's a killing speech.
Yes. And now I want to be a pro player too.
Pro player too.
Okay, so, last question maybe for Winter. Is there anything you want to say for Kagendra?
Better luck next time, Kagendra.
All right then. Thank you so much, Winter. You can
Okay.
go back with your team, of course.
Yes.
Thank you so much, and once again, congratulations.
Yes, and good luck for your next game too. Thank you, Winter.
Woo! And once again, please give applause for.
Roster Vitality! Wow!
Ooh, all right,
It's really
all right.
an outstanding matches, yes, at the
Yep.
end of the day. And now we're going to give it back to the casters.
Yep, so casters, take it away.
That was the sweetest yet most painful line that Winter delivered to the Kagendra fans tonight.
It was her first, okay? It was her first official tournament. And the first game, she even admitted, right? Man, nothing is easy. Being in that kind of situation back there, even me, I would have the shivers, but that kind of composure really took them to a greater height.
Yeah, it really showed up, right? I mean, game one was kind of, I think everybody had nerves on that one,
Yeah.
right? Going into this one, but game 2 and 3 really bounced back. Great drafts, great, coordination in terms of the team. Everybody was on the same page. Team Vitality really leveled up in that one.
This takes me back, right? This takes me back on how the games of today was completely full of a recovery, the reset of the story. I wonder who's the MVP for this series.
Looks like it's going to be none other than Shanks. Yes, the ladies soon. Yes, with all the money, 25%. I don't know if that's actually enough money for me, but
Somebody's happy.
25% is quite high. It's a decent amount, but Shanks actually really was popping off, right? In terms of his levels, damage, everything that you want.
Money buys you happiness. In this case, Shanks was just buying all the equipments up, and it's going to be painful for them.
Yeah, well, don't believe in what the song says that money can buy you happiness, but in this ladies...
Hi everyone, I'm Yuhan, and I'm the official 2024 HOK Championship Observer. The tournament highlight of the day is here. 3, 2, 1, showtime!
It looks like it's going to be the Team Vitality highlight reel, of course. Kagendra started off strong. They got the first blood, but then they turned it back around. CT Boy, he was chasing him out. Wira having a tough time getting anything going because, he was really lacking the buffs. They did a great job, Team Vitality, of shutting him down, having great team fight, and that's what you want from this squad here.
It was a slow, painful death, right? Against Kagendra. Vitality knows how to address the situation now compared to what happened to game number 1. Despite the Mai Shinori being present, they were more confident to take the Dharma with them because it gave them so much wonders in that game.
Yeah, one of the things I like to point out about Shanks is the fact about his positioning, right? Because he actually stays in front quite a bit, and it draws the players on the side of Kagendra out. And if you take a look at his itemization, there's a reason why he's able to tank so much damage.
Yeah, it almost like it looked like a perfect KDA game for Vitality right now. Only casualty here is 90 because he was doing all the setups. He was doing all the possible pickups here against Kagendra because once you have the right moment to strike, I've seen the growth of confidence and no hesitation at all for this player alone because that set up a great advantage for Vitality to layer on their slow focus on team fighting rates. So looking at this, Vitality having this clear more than 50% only shows that how connected they are in this game number 3.
Yeah, look at the damage dealt. Highland, Shanks, CT Boy on top in terms of the teams. Just really, that's kind of what you wanted to have done. Nighty's going to set it up. Winter's going to have that, the Celestial Melody and kind of just pushing people away. So Team Vitality, again, this is exactly kind of how you want to play the game. They played it to the T. Yes, Nighty did die twice, and we'll probably talk about that. If you want a perfect game, you can't die. Unfortunately for him.
There need to be sacrifices, right? In order to make it work, because in the first game that we saw in this series, it was more like a in and out, like a seesaw kind of thing, and then nobody's taking the sacrifice, nobody's taking the chance. But this complete risk and trust with Vitality, a great improvement as well to take the series for themselves.
Yep. More importantly, it shows that the Titans do bleed, right? This is one important marker. The Indonesians have been really strong, and they're still strong for sure. But right now, there is a new challenger on board. Vitality, you have to keep your eyes out for them.
Well, it's day 2, and as we see all the teams being present in the next days to come, this is just one way to see who are the strengths in this kinds of groups. There are only 2 could actually move forward, and slowly we're seeing the story unfold right in front of our eyes.
Yeah, we knew Group B was going to be very competitive, right? Both of the, all of the teams right there were kind of evenly matched. The draw was actually crazy in terms of groups. I feel like this is one of the most competitive ones and interesting ones to watch because, again, I'm going to see a lot of back and forth here.
Yeah, now we kind of see the draft changing, right? You know, with the hard crowd controls, with the hard tanks being present around from early game to mid game, it somehow tells us that the assassins or even one tempo changing hero could change the game forever.
I'm just happy I see a lot more Hansing, right?
Yeah.
I love the fact that
Perfect.
Dominator, Kagendra, they're showing off the Lunas, they're showing off the Hansings as well. And showing off with success as well. So this is just a start, right? This is the tip of the iceberg. We are only day 2. There's plenty more days to come. We are in the group stages. It's what, 2-3 games so far for some of the teams? No worries. But tomorrow, we're going to have some new debut matches as well. Teams like Influence Rage, teams like Team Secret, they are going to have their debut match on stage live here at MGP Space as well.
See, we're not yet done. We're about to see the stories of these teams actually prepared for, like, from day 1 to 3. They got to see the matches full, right? Like, the preparation with all of these teams present, man, this gives us a lot of advantage for these teams to actually rise in this competition.
Yeah, and that's going to be the most exciting part. We think we have a meta, but then new teams are coming in. They're going to inject something new. We're going to have to find out what's going to be, you know, the actual meta. But again, we'll see.
This has been for the match of the day. Let's throw it to our host and to see what's going to happen tomorrow.
Sorry, bro.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, casters.
Okay, we're on the second day
Yep.
and the final moments.
Yep, and of course, Darius, we
Yes.
already finished our matches for today.
Yes, and our first matches, outstanding, the winning from the Black Shrew Esports.
Yep, and moving on with Boom Esports.
And the third match win by Dominator.
And last but not least, we have Vitality team. But before
Yes.
that, let's see our team
Summary.
standing on
Yes.
grouping C.
Okay.
And Darius, you know what? What do you think about today's matches?
Because as we know that every group has its own strong unique,
Yeah,
Sabila, yes?
yeah.
And when I want to say, I want to this team win,
Yeah.
but you know, sometimes there's just a miracle or maybe there's another thing that we cannot control.
Yeah, yeah.
And then, wow, this team can be like the one that we thought that will win,
Yeah.
right?
But, you know, I think the clean sweep is only comes from the Black Shrew Esports
Yes.
and
From the
Revenant.
Revenant, yes,
Yeah,
for the
the-
first match, yes?
Yeah, even the Dominator is 2-1.
Oh, yeah.
2-1 point, right?
Yes, and then maybe if we want to summary for today,
Yeah.
then we can see together the group standings for
Okay,
day
here we
2.
go. On the group A, Dominator still dominating.
Yes, okay, and then second come from the Mahadewa.
Yep.
And the group B, oh, this is the
Yeah.
the interesting one. Yes,
Yep.
for group B, there's Kagendra still on the top one, but Vitality comes in the second place.
Yep. Moving on.
To the
Group C, we have Boom Esports.
Yes, and then on the group D, still with the Fearless Esports, and the Black Shrew is on the second top.
Oh,
yes.
okay.
And then maybe our
Yep.
Honor of Kings supporters
Supporter?
still wondering what will be the match tomorrow, and so together this is the tomorrow match.
Yep. We
Will be
have 4 matches as always.
Yes, and
on the
we're
first
starting
match.
on 3.
Yep. We have Fearless. Oh, finally! I want
Oh.
to see Fearless
Yes,
Esports
they're
versus
facing
Revenant.
Revenant, and on the second one, there's on the 5 o'clock, there's a Team Secret.
Yep.
And the
Influencer Rage.
Yes, Event Rage. And on the third match, there's Nova Esports with it Falcon.
Yeah. After this, we're gonna see the
Oh.
Blacklist International
Versus
versus
Mahadewa.
Mahadewa. Oh,
Okay.
wow. I can wait for tomorrow.
Even though that tomorrow is a Monday,
Yeah.
but we feel the spirit that we want to come. Yes?
Yep.
And so this is for today, day 2.
Yep.
I want to say thank you to all supporters and all of the teams that played today, Sabila.
Yep, and don't forget to come again tomorrow because you know the match will play at 3 p.m.
Yes, the fears of the group stage day 3 will still
Yep.
continue tomorrow, so don't forget to come to our venue and of course give the best support for your favorite team until they crown the king of the kings.
Yep, so I'm Sabila Aprilia and
I'm Darius Lin.
that's all for today. Thank you for watching
2024 Honor of Kings Championship Group Stage Day 2. See you all tomorrow. Good night.
by the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream I've had, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all.